All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the December 4th meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. The first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. So join me, please. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody being here today. As you know, this meeting is, or these two meetings are scheduled, and we blocked out a couple days for this, for both the workshop and action meeting. Everybody's fully aware that our intent is to vote on smart scale changes in our action meeting in this December session. And so we've set a lot of time aside during the workshop to sort of continue to work through questions and concerns that folks have. And there's been a flurry of activity over the last few weeks, and certainly this process has been over now 11 months. But I'll address some more of that later. I'm hopeful, and the reason we styled it the way we did in terms of the notice of the meeting and so forth, I'm hopeful that we'll get through it in a day. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. If we don't, we have tomorrow, and we'll get through it in 2 days, one way or the other. And so in that regard, one of the things I've done is schedule the action meeting sort of at the conclusion of the workshop meeting, but also I want to be sensitive about taking public comment. So if normally the public comment is in the action meeting, what I don't want to do is have people come here and wait all day during the workshop meeting who would like to make some public comment and drag them over till tomorrow because we haven't gotten there yet. So what I'll do at the appropriate time, if one comes about, I'll recess us out of workshop. We'll go into action. We'll take some public comment to keep people from having to stay too much time here to say what they'd like to say. And then we'd come back out of action and go back into workshop. So depending on sort of what the flow of folks are and who comes to speak, if anyone, we'll keep an eye on that and we'll adjust accordingly. I just don't want somebody showing up this morning at 9 o'clock and having to wait around till tomorrow to say something if they want to say something. So with y'all's agreement, that's what we'll do. Or without your agreement, that's what we're going to do. To try to keep folks in a good spot. Unfortunately, today, two of our members are not here. Ms. Hines has a medical situation with her husband, and so please keep her in your prayers and him in your prayers. We're hopeful that he's going to recover well and soon, but she needs to be with him today, and so we're keeping her where we need to keep her. Also, Mr. Yates has got a medical issue that's come up, and so he let us know last night that he will not be able to be here as well. He said he's going to be live streaming. So, Mr. Yates, if that's what you want to do, sir, we're glad to have you live streaming, and we'll do our best to keep you proud. So with that, that sort of sets the agenda or the cadence of what we're going to go through here. The commissioner, I should say, is not going to be in until about 11. He also had a previously scheduled appointment this morning, and he's driving in. He expects to be here at 11, and so we're going to want him involved in this discussion of, in the workshop discussion of smart scale as well. So we'll likely move agenda item 6 up in front of smart scale and take care of all of our regular workshop business and then move into that. Lunch would be normally around noon or so, and so that's the cadence of the day. Are there any questions? I appreciate everybody coming up. We had a nice dinner last night, and thank you, Carol, and the staff for that. And Mr. Coleman was Santa Claus last night, and so thank you, sir. Really appreciate your hospitality and your generosity, and it was nice to be with everybody. So thank you for those who were able to get here. And so with that, we'll move into agenda item number 1. the regulatory reduction program and the proposed regulatory amendments for land use permit regulations. As it relates to that and vegetation control, Mr. Hofrichter, good morning.
Morning, Secretary. Members
How are
of
you
the
this
board.
morning?
Doing well, yourself, sir.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
As noted, this is a continuing process for making changes to the land use permit regulations and the vegetation control regulations of the board. Why are we here? Executive Order 19 directs state agencies to reduce the discretionary regulatory burden on the Commonwealth, and that can be done through removing discretionary items or streamlining items. The board voted in June to direct VDOT to post a notice of intended regulatory action. That was done, and we received no comments as part of that. So what are the regulations that we're looking at amending? Land use permit regulations, those are regulations that deal with what other people do on the right-of-way other than travel. That could be things like bicycle races, closing lanes, cell towers, other utilities in the right-of-way, or changes to the roads. They were originally adopted in 2010, and the last change that we made to them was in 2018, dealing with cell towers and with mobile food vending. Vegetation control regulations are regulations for cutting brush and trees on the right-of-way to allow visibility for businesses and billboards off the right-of-way. They were reviewed back in 2019. The Commonwealth Transportation Board directed VDOT to make the types of cuttings they can do for businesses to be the same as for signs. We started that process as a fast-track process, but we received negative comments, so that pulled it out of the fast-track process, so we had to stop it at that point. In general, the amendments that we're talking about here are intended to remove redundant and obsolete language, add clarity, and achieve regulatory reduction and streamlining. The most significant amendments are removal of the documents incorporated by reference. Those are things like the road and bridge standards, specifications, things like that. So when we pull those out, we put the specific items that someone needs to accomplish in their actual permit. So it's not in the regulation, but it's in the permit, and it's more specific. That ensures that the relevant documents are being followed. We're narrowly tailoring the requirements to a specific type of activity and raising the burden on the permittees because they don't have to wade through a whole bunch of specifications that aren't appropriate for their submission. So specifically with the vegetation control regulations, we're continuing with the, as mentioned, the different cutting purposes, business versus sign, making those consistent. We're removing ambiguity regarding undesirable plants and species of that nature. Right now, it's a little bit wishy-washy in the way the language is in the regulation. We're removing protection for small flowering trees. Many of these are invasive species. We're retaining the protections for dogwoods. It is the state tree. Eliminating language on picture frame effect around a sign. This has led to some very atrocious cuttings in the past. We want that to be more natural. Removing the requirement for submission of photographs, physical photographs, so that's supporting electronic submission processes, and we're removing the language that allowed you to leave wood chips on the site, since these are not a good thing to leave on the roadway. They retard growth of other beneficial plants. For the land use permit regulations, I need to point out these regulations are 60-some pages long, so this is going to be a little bit lengthy. We're removing the 2-mile limit for single-use permits. That enhances efficiency when it's appropriate. Strengthening the hold harmless language. We've had some issues come up where people are arguing back and forth, so we're trying to cut that off the path, so to speak. We're removing items dealing with backfill of pavement process because we had other elements in the regulations that already covered when you damage the roadway. So once again, it was something that was creating a little uncertainty when people went through the regulations. Removing guidance dealing with permits normally being for 6 months, because you don't need guidance in regulation, you need the requirements. and removing the sections dealing with entrances, commercial and agricultural use agreements, springs and wells, and public telephones. For entrances, most of that information is already covered in our access management regulations. For all the other ones that I just mentioned, we haven't issued a permit for those things in 15 years. So it's just needless words in the regulation. If something like that comes up in the future, we can handle it through our special permit process.
And more phone booths.
Yes, sir. Superman will have trouble changing his outfit.
Garb.
For communication towers, in that section, we're enhancing clarity. We're referencing directly to the laws that changed back in 2018. For miscellaneous signs, we're getting rid of rescue squad and fire station signing in the regulation, not because we're getting rid of those signs, but because they were in place and maintained by VDOT. So there's no permit required for those to begin with. We're adding a subsection dealing with automated traffic enforcement devices, and that's because in 2010, there were no such things in Virginia, but they're there now. So this way we avoid having to go through a special process again. For roadside management, we're adding volunteer mowing and one-time litter pickup, again, avoiding going through the special process because we're specifically including it in the regulation. Under prohibited uses, we are including extra description on what constitutes a sign, just because some people have said, well, this is not a sign, but it does the same thing as a sign. So trying to make sure that's covered. We're exempting micro-mobility stations, electric charging, as something that you can't do in the right-of-way. Right now, there's a general prohibition on vending in the right-of-way. These could be considered vending, so we're just making it clear that they're not. We're exempting the restriction on putting structures in the right-of-way, buildings, for wireless communication facilities. Those shacks that they build to hold all their equipment at cell towers and stuff, those are considered structures, the buildings. So we're making it clear that, yes, those are allowed in the right-of-way when you're building a cell tower. For accommodation fees, again, back to cell towers and small cell fees, we're making it completely consistent with the changes in the code. And then for annual accommodation fees for utilities crossing limited access, we're removing that section. It encourages placing your utilities at roadways that cross the limited access and at bridges. We'd rather have them not be there. So we're trying to make that consistent with what we want people to be doing. So if these amendments are approved by the CTB at a future meeting, VDOT will follow the appropriate documents on the town hall page. It will go through an executive review. It will be published for public comment. There will be a 60-day public comment period. And then at the end of that, we can adopt the regulations with or without any additional amendments or not at all. And that's it for that. Any questions?
Questions? Mr. Kasparitz.
Can you go back to the first slide on vegetation?
This one?
So, the third bullet down says, remove the protection for small flowering trees other than dogwoods. I would guess there's probably 20 indigenous flowering species in Virginia. The first that come to mind would be redbud, witch hazel, and amelanchier, called shadblow down in the coastal regions, all of which flower and are part of the natural landscape. I'd like to change other than dogwoods to other than indigenous flowering species so that we incorporate all of those in that rubric rather than just dogwoods.
Okay, that's something we can consider.
Thank you.
Bring that back. See what the implications are. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you.
Mr. Dudley, item number 2, Economic Development Access Program, Caroline County.
Morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the
Yes, sir.
board. Get settled here for you. So today I'm going to provide a summary of 2 EDA access requests, both from Caroline County. We plan on bringing this to the board for allocation approval in January. So the two allocation requests are also both both for design only. And one is for a major employment and investment site. On the map you see here, the Ruther Glen Road project, which is the southernmost project, is the major employment and investment site and will design access to a new facility, while the Dry Bridge Road project will provide funding to design safety and access to an existing but expanding manufacturing facility. And I'll get to the details in just a second. But let's start with the major employment and investment project. As you likely already know, MEI project is a high-impact economic development project, which is expected to make a capital investment of at least $250 million and create more than 400 full-time new jobs. The EDA program will provide a design-only allocation for a designated MEI site up to $650,000, with $150,000 of that being a dollar-for-dollar match by the locality. The allocations must be guaranteed by a surety from the locality, which will be released after the final plans are approved and designs are required to be complete in 2 years. So the Ruther Glen, the design allocation for the Ruther Glen MEI project is to provide adequate access or design adequate access for World Class Distribution Incorporated, which will invest $275 million to establish an operation in Caroline County and is expected to create 745 new jobs. World Class Distribution is a distribution, warehousing, and cold storage company. World Class is constructing a 1.2 million square foot warehouse on this site. You'll see on the following map that this project also has an added benefit of including in the design improved access to an industrial property that's just across the street, known as the Thompson Tract. This tract can support the construction of a 1 million square foot facility. So in total, the county is requesting $450,000 for the design allocation. And there is your map, and you can see the relative location of World Class Distribution and the Thompson industrial property across the street. All right. So back in 2021, let's go to the non-MEI design-only request. So back in 2021, many of you were involved with this, and in response to recommendations in a 2020 JLEC report, as well as legislative changes, the department worked with VEDP and local stakeholders to make improvements to our EDA program. Many of you, as I noted, worked on or saw several workshop discussions or participated in discussions with us. One of those improvements was to begin providing relatively small design-only allocations for non-MEI sites. We'd always done it for MEI sites. This improvement was specifically requested by our local stakeholders so that they could have additional lead time to attract potential investments and to improve site readiness. Our local partners informed us that oftentimes the 5 years to get to design, construct, and attract the business was just not enough time. Our EDA program now allows allocations up to $200,000 for the design of access roads to new or potential sites, and also requires a surety from the local government. Before we make a recommendation for the allocation, our staff works with VEDP to ensure that we have a viable site, and we receive support and a recommendation from VEDP for the allocation. Let me back up a little bit. So the Dry Bridge Road design allocation is intended to improve the safe and efficient access to the expansion of the MC Dean facility. MC Dean has been in Caroline County for over 75 years and builds customizable modular products. Caroline County is requesting an allocation of $165,000, with $15,000 of that being matched dollar for dollar for a total design cost of $180,000. The design will look to widen the existing access road as well as make intersection improvements. This is actually the first non-MEI design project we are presenting to the board since the policy was adopted in February of '22. We've recently had several inquiries regarding design-only allocations, so we expect to have a few more soon. And this is your just illustration of the project, and you see Innovation Drive and MC Dean there right at the end. So our next steps is next month, we will bring 2 resolutions to the board requesting allocation, subject to your approval. We will enter into the standard state aid agreements with the county, and the county will administer both projects. Any questions?
Do I have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Dudley.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is the Virginia Space Update. General, we ready? Are you prepared? You ready? I know you just got here. You weren't. We were thinking you were going to be about 10 o'clock, but we're ahead. You're good to go. We're good to go.
Okay, sir.
So we're getting an update from Virginia Space. General Ted Mercer is, we're proud that he is, and honored to have him as our CEO at Virginia Space. General Mercer has had a fairly long career. I won't say too long because it makes us sound old, but he's had a long career in the space business, and has just been an excellent head of Virginia Space Flight Authority. Lots of stuff going on there, and so we wanted to bring you up to speed on some things that are happening in space and sort of where we're heading. So, General, thanks for being here this morning. Mr. Lawson's got some intro comments.
Yeah, good morning, members of the board, and General Mercer. Glad you're here with us this morning. I just wanted to give you a brief introduction to Mr. Mercer, to General Mercer, and then to explain kind of why he's here, and kind of a lead up to the action item tomorrow. General Mercer, he took the head of the Virginia Commercial Space Flight Authority in August of 2021. Prior to that, I'll use the words, he's got decades of experience in aerospace and the executive leadership in both military and private sectors. In 2016, he was named director of the Interagency Planning Office for the Next Gen program at the Federal Aviation Administration, and he later served as director of the Next Gen Collaboration and Messaging Office. He previously served for 32 years in the United States Air Force, where his duties ranged from commanding the 30th Space Wing to commanding Space Lift Logistics Group, developing national security policy, and serving as the Deputy Director of Operations for the Air Force Space Command Headquarters at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs. As you can see, he has quite an experience, and we are really lucky to have him with us. The lead-in for tomorrow, and the reason we wanted the General to come talk to you today is back, if you recall, back in May, I gave you a briefing on updates and some changes to the TPOF policy that allows for an expanded use of the program. And basically, what it says, what the changes were, is that if the Secretary of Transportation and the Secretary of Commerce and Trade make a recommendation to the governor that they feel that a particular project could benefit from some direct funding that would support economic development or economic growth as it related to a transportation program, the governor could so direct those funds. And the legislation goes on to read that the governor actually directs the board, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, to allocate the monies to the program or to the selected program. We have that first project that will be brought before you tomorrow in the action meeting, and it is related to Virginia Space and the development of the further enhancements of the launch pad and support for the Air Antares program. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the General, and he's going to give you a little update about who is Virginia Space, and then a little bit about the Antares program and why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Thank you, General. Let me just double down on that. By virtue of my position as a secretary, I serve on the board of Virginia Space, and I have to tell you, it's really an interesting place to go for somebody who's not has not been involved in that part of our transportation system and I will tell you, when you go in the board meeting, you have General Mercer leading the agency. And the board has, like, generals and admirals that have been doing this forever. and a lady astronaut who's like really cool, and then it's me, and I'm sort of sitting looking around the room going like, why am I here? So I try to be quiet. Imagine that. I try to be quiet and do what I'm supposed to do. But it's a heck of a gem in the crown of the Commonwealth that we have there. A lot of people don't know about it. They're going to know more about it the next couple of years because they are rocketing forward, sir. Pardon me. Excuse me.
He's the gem.
General, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor to be with you today. We're always excited to talk about what we do up at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport, and we greatly appreciate, Secretary Miller, your support and the time that you have been there, the support of the governor, the support of this august body. We thank you for that support because we could not do what we do without it. Secretary, you can rest assured that Secretary Miller makes sure that we do our homework as we come forward with requests or asks or challenges. He makes us do our homework, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing for the Commonwealth. It's a good thing for us. So, sir, I thank you for that, and look forward to talking with you today about not only what we have, what your spaceport is, because this belongs to the Commonwealth. It's not mine. It's to the people of the Commonwealth. And thanks to the vision that the governor, the previous governors, the previous secretaries, the legislature have had since 1995, this is what it has culminated to be. And we have now an operational spaceport in the Commonwealth of Virginia, one of only 4 states that has a spaceport capable of vertical lift to orbit in excess of 3,000 pounds. There's only 4 states: Alaska, California, Florida, and us. And we should be honored and excited about that. So without any further ado, let's talk a little bit. I always like to start off with showing you a little bit about what we have done in 2023. This is just 2023's activity, and we're going to show you a little video clip, no longer than 2 minutes out of my 15, but I think it will help you to see what we've done just in 2023. But who are we? We are a political subdivision of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're responsible for developing aerospace activities, and we are responsible for assisting in economic development on the Eastern Shore, developing a STEM technical pipeline to allow technical STEM experience to grow on the Eastern Shore so that we can sustain this technical environment that we are developing on the Eastern Shore, from the Eastern Shore, not having to import it from someplace else. So that's kind of why we exist today. The Virginia Spaceport Authority owns and operates the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. We're going to show you what that spaceport consists of. Our corporate headquarters is in Norfolk, Virginia, but the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport is located at the Wallops Flight Facility. We are on their land, on NASA's property. We lease it from NASA, but we are not a part of NASA. So I'd like to always defend that we are a Commonwealth asset. And again, we're only one of only 4 spaceports licensed for vertical lift to orbit in the United States. And the Commonwealth has got one of those spaceports. That's huge. I can't tell you what a big deal that is in terms of our capability to support the nation, national access to space, but also to develop and grow the STEM environment on the Eastern Shore and the economic development. And we'll talk more about that as we go on. Next slide. Why are we there? We thought it's always nice to go back and see what the statute tells us, what the authority and the act has told us. This is why they say we exist. Developing infrastructure for low-cost access to space. We talked about education and research, provide expertise and capability for launch operations on the Eastern Shore, and stimulate aerospace-related economic development on the Eastern Shore. And we'll show you whether we're doing that or not in a later slide. Next slide.
Mars Monthly. Let's go to space and CEO of Virginia Spaceport Authority, Ted Mercer.
Mars Monthly, talking with the crew from the Virginia Spaceport Authority.
So that's our 2023 in terms of activity and what we've been doing up at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. STEM education. You heard me talk about STEM education. The idea is for us to develop into a true educational hub for the Commonwealth. You know, we hear many young people talk about when they were in grade school, they had a field trip to Williamsburg because of the historical reference of Williamsburg and do that. And we should be proud of that, and that's okay. But we should also be doing that for those young kids at our Virginia-owned spaceport. We ought to become an educational hub for growing for the future. We provide, and the idea is to provide high-paying, quality jobs for our young people in the Commonwealth, across the Commonwealth, but most specifically also on the Eastern Shore. We're going to continue to increase on our K through 12 engagement. Why is that important? Because you got to get them younger. You get them younger, you get them interested in STEM early on, and then grow them into it. Trying to wait until they're in college, you're a bit late, you're behind the power curve, so we're focused on doing that. We're building robust partnerships with the Commonwealth universities within the Commonwealth, from Virginia Tech to Hampton University to Norfolk State. I mean, we're encompassing them on all, VCU as well, right here in Richmond. Why we want to enhance their ability to help us build the kind of curriculum that we need to develop those young students that could come and work in the space business. Internship programs are a great way to introduce these young people to space, get them excited about it, and actually let them do hands-on experience at a spaceport. And you might not realize it, but 20% of my full-time employees, 20%, are former interns that we hired to work with us. Our two most senior interns were the two original interns from the very first internship class. They are now the two senior lead engineers on two of our launch pads. So it's 20% of our workforce. We take them, we grow them, we experience them, and then Raytheon comes after them, Boeing comes after them, Rocket Lab comes after them. The individual now that runs Rocket Lab's, all of Rocket Lab's operations on the Eastern Shore was an individual that they took from us from the Virginia Spaceport Authority. We have another one of our interns they hired from us that now lives and works in New Zealand for Rocket Lab. That's what we want. Establish that pipeline through our STEM education. Next slide. We've got right now 3 launch pads, pads A, B, and 0C. We have a 4th launch pad that, as we speak, is well under its way under construction. The first customer will be the Rocket Lab's new Neutron rocket. It's their next largest mid-class rocket that will be launched, again, only from the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. Next slide. Pad 0A is a liquid propellant pad. We like to have all our pads as multi-user, obviously, because we don't have a lot of space. We're not like Cape Canaveral that's got dozens of these launch pads. So we want them to be multi-user. Pad 0A accommodates small to mid-size rocket systems. The primary customer on Pad 0A is Northrop Grumman. We launched the Antares rocket out of there to resupply the International Space Station, providing our astronauts with supplies, experiments. And then it also allows them to remove all of their debris and trash that's collected on the spaceport. That goes back into the capsule that brings their supplies, and then it all burns up, coming back into the Earth's atmosphere. That we had, an important thing in here is, again, to point out about the Commonwealth support, right? $86 million of direct capital support came from the Commonwealth for us to bid Pad 0A. Next slide. Pad 0B is a solid fuel pad. However, we have a plan now to bring mobile liquid fuel capability to this pad for a brand new customer that's coming on board. We can't give you the name yet because it has not been publicly announced, but it's a new customer coming to us. They're going to be launching off of Pad B here within the next 18 months to 2 years. And so we're bringing liquid fuel capability in a mobile fashion to a solid rocket pad. We generally, this is generally where we launched the Northrop Grumman Minotaur series rockets. You can see those series and the 3 Minotaurs that we launch and the payloads that they can lift. Again, accommodate small to mid-size rockets. And again, for this pad, we received from the Commonwealth $874,000 direct capital support to support the refurbishment and building of this pad. Next slide. Pad 0C, we're very proud of our capability here. This is the first launch pad that Rocket Lab has ever launched out of the United States. It was from this pad. We built this pad from groundbreaking to full operational status in 11 months. 11 months, from groundbreaking to operational status. It's a liquid fuel pad. It accommodates the small rockets. Rockets capable of carrying, this particular one can carry up to 661 pounds worth of payload. Now that may not sound like much, but you can actually package, on the first launch of this, and you'll see another slide on this, the first launch of this, our complete Virginia launch, was a Virginia company, Hawkeye 360, and that 660-pound space put up 3 payloads on this particular rocket. Those 3 payloads are flying today and collecting their data today. Again, we got $5 million of direct capital support from the Commonwealth to build this pad. Next slide. Our Mars Command Facility, this is where we operate it all. We have a capability, a control center inside this pad, inside this building, that allows us then to completely operate all of those launch pads. All the systems that are required to launch a rocket off of all of those launch pads are operated out of this building. This is also is what we call our headquarters building. We have office space as well as conference rooms and a control command center in there. We also have a secure facility inside this building for a specific customer. That's about all we can say about that in this forum. And it's only 8 miles from the launch pads. Next slide. We have the newest payload processing facility in the United States. And you may not be aware that this is a choke point for almost every other launch pad and launch spaceport in the United States. This is a choke point. It's not for us. We have capacity. We have our customers lining up to use this processing facility. One of the things about a spaceport and launching a rocket is that you cannot integrate a payload to a rocket without one of these, because there are certain conditions that have to be met for you to prepare that payload. It doesn't come ready to launch. You got to prepare it, then you have to integrate the payload to the rocket, and then take the rocket out and launch it. So that's where that integration, this is where that integration takes place. One of the unique things about this one is that we can handle both classified and unclassified payloads in this building at the same time, and we have done it. And it's because of the way we compartmentalized the building inside. In addition, most other payload processing facilities cannot refuel their satellite in the facility, because the satellites use what we call hypergolic propellants. Very, very nasty stuff that doesn't require a spark to ignite it. Once these 2 liquids come together and make contact with each other, you get instantaneous combustion. So it's very sensitive in how you do that. We're able to do that in the way this was designed. We can do it inside. Now, the customers love that, because payloads, you might imagine, are very sensitive. And so anytime you have to move it, again, introduces risk. The customers don't like that. We can do it all in our processing facility and then go right to the pad and launch. Again, this one, $20 million direct capital support from the Commonwealth to allow us to build that facility. The picture doesn't do it justice, because it is a huge facility. You gotta come up and see it to see the magnitude of it. Next slide. We have a UAS airfield, 3,000 foot long by 75 foot wide. The little white concrete pad you see at the bottom is a vertical takeoff and landing pad. We have the Army is out there as we speak, flying some of their drone capability there. We do a lot of work with the Special Operations Command, flying their capability, doing their exercises, as well as commercial capability. Textron is going to be operating out of there here soon. It allows them to have a secure, clear place where they can come test their systems in a safe environment and then take them and become operational and use them. We had $14.3 million direct capital support from the Commonwealth to put this in place. It is unique. We plan to, on the north part of this slide, on the north right-hand corner of this slide, we're working to develop, to put in a seaport in there. The idea is so that when the rocket companies launch, they want to recover that first stage, bring it back, prepare it again, refurbish it, and then launch again. That saves them a great deal of money when they have to do that. It helps their business case to close. But we'll need some kind of port to be able to barge that back so that then they can get it and refurbish that. That is in the plan. We still don't have the funding yet, but it's in the plan to do that, to allow us to do that. Next slide. Who are our customers? These are our main customers. Northrop Grumman Rocket Lab, I just told you about a new customer. 17 were for the International Space Station resupply, and then we had 8 of the solid Minotaurs that were launched out of there. We've supported 4 different iterations of the Antares rocket. The last iteration was called the Antares 230 Plus. That was the last launch of that particular configuration of that rocket. We are now preparing to support the next iteration of the Antares rocket that will continue the resupply mission to the International Space Station, but will also allow Northrop Grumman to effectively compete for other government payloads. They could not do that in the past, primarily because they had a first stage that was built in the Ukraine, and the engines that were provided, the RD-181s, were provided by the Russians. So that limited them on what government capability they could compete for. This new Antares, the Antares 330, will allow them to compete for anything they choose because it will be an all U.S. solution, a brand new rocket system. Next slide. So we launched the final 230 Plus on the 1st of August. That was that was labeled NG-19, Northrop Grumman 19. That particular mission delivered more than 8,000 pounds of equipment, supplies, experiments to our astronauts. This particular one went over like gangbusters. It was literally, we had thousands of people came to view this final launch, literally thousands. It took, it was so many people there that it took 2 hours to go 3 miles on the highway. So it was a marvelous way to end an era. The 230 Plus now is no more. Next slide. So what's next? What's next is the Antares 330 program, and then that is going to evolve into the MLV, the Medium Launch Vehicle program. So the 330 is an interim step moving to the MLV. To show you a little bit of difference between these two, the 330 payload capability is going to be significantly greater than the 230. You saw that the 230 Plus lifted about 8,000 pounds, a little over 8,000 pounds. The 330 is going to be capable of launching more than 22,000 pounds, an exponential leap in the size of that capability. It will then evolve to the MLV, and the MLV will be able to be capable of launching 35,000 pounds into orbit on a single rocket. It will have what we call a 5-meter fairing on top of that thing. We'll be able to support both government and commercial missions with both the 330 and the MLV. Next slide. So what modifications are going to be required? One of the things to keep in mind is that we were just talking about, we got to make modifications to this pad to accommodate these larger vehicles. Remember that the Antares 230 series vehicles had 2 engines. It was about 139 feet tall. The MLV will have 7 engines and be 183 feet tall. So to handle the thrust the energy that will be coming out of those 7 rocket engines, we got to make modifications to the pad. We've got to enlarge the launch mount and the flame trench. This will allow for the higher thrust that will come off of those 7 engines. We've got to widen the launch pad ramp. It's a bigger rocket. We can't, as you look in the middle of that slide, you see the curvature of that ramp as it comes to the pad. That larger rocket is going to need a wider space to make that turn. So we've got to modify that ramp as well. We have to increase the fuel and the oxidizer storage. We just saw the size of that rocket. It's going to take a lot more fuel, a lot more oxidizer. So we're going to have to get bigger tanks, bigger storage facilities to handle that. We're going to have to upgrade the inert gas systems, those systems that allow valves and functions and actuators to actually work. We're going to have to modify the deluge system. That is the water that comes out under the engine at T0 when the engines ignite. That keeps the rocket from vibrating itself apart, but it also keeps the rocket from damaging areas in the surrounding past. You might remember here a few months ago an incident that occurred down in Boca Chica, Texas, where they did not have a deluge system that could properly handle the size of that rocket. So it is an important aspect of spacelift. And then we've got to modify the lightning protection system. It's a bigger rocket. You saw the numbers. It's a taller rocket. It's also bigger around, which means we got to get that lightning protection up higher than the rocket itself. So those are the major modifications, the resources that you will be considering. These are what that money will allow us to do. Make those modifications to this pad to be able to accommodate that new 330 and that MLV rocket. So not trivial in any way, shape, or form. Next slide. So let's talk about economic impact. We talked about the fact that that's part of the reason that we exist, is to do economic impact on the Eastern Shore. We just had completed an economic impact study that was done by Old Dominion University, the Draeger Center. They came and did an extensive study over the last 5 years, and what they found was what you see on this slide, that in spite of significant headwinds in the last 5 years, headwinds like a 60% reduction in federal non-employee spending, 60% reduction in the last 5 years. We had the COVID economic impact for 2.5 of the last 5 years. But even with those significant impacts, we were still able to increase average employment between 3,300 and 4,500 jobs year over year. With jobs we found paid, every job that we hire pays twice as much as a job in the surrounding area. Real and industry annual output was found to be from 1.2 billion a year to 1.5 billion a year. We were able to overcome the 2 headwinds we just talked about and still grow the economic development from 1.2 to 1.5 billion dollars a year in 2023 dollars. And then finally, the thing that we think is the most powerful in our mind is for every dollar that the Commonwealth invests in us, for every dollar, you get almost a $3 return of investment for every dollar the Commonwealth's worth. It's in the study. They back it with their data. We're more than happy to provide the study to any that would like to see their complete analyses. But these were their findings. So we are doing what the Commonwealth set us up to do. We are developing the Eastern Shore in very real ways. Next slide. What I wanted to show you with this slide is kind of a timeline to let you see that the Commonwealth's investment has been long and it has been steady. But as we just showed you in the previous slide, you are getting the return on those investments. Starting in 2004 for Pad 0B, $874K. For Pad 0A and 10, $86 million. For 2016 for the port and the airfield, $14.3 million. In 2017 for that marvelous payload processing facility, $20 million. For Pad 0C, $5 million. 2020, the ICF, the Integration and Control Facility that we now lease to Rocket Lab for their use, $5 million. The MMC is what we also call the Assembly Integration and Test Facility. That is the facility that Rocket Lab is going to manufacture and integrate the neutron rocket. You saw an image of the first building that's going up on the slide, 15 million for that. And then in 2023, for the building of that new pad that is already under construction, Pad 0D, $30 million was invested in that. And we are executing, we're proud, we execute to cost, we execute to schedule. You don't hear us talking about overruns or coming back with our hand out for additional funding. We execute to cost and to schedule. Next slide. That's what I had. Yes, sir.
Mr. Kasparitz.
First and foremost, sir, thank you for your tremendous oversight and enthusiasm on this important project in Virginia. It's very exciting. My question is, are we currently prepared or are we preparing for manned spaceflight launches from your facility? It seems that's the direction that launch facilities are heading, and 5 years from now we might be anticipating Christmas gifts of spaceflight as tourists. Are we in a position to start to support that as well?
I won't say we're in a position to support it. We are discussing it with the lift providers. Right now, we only have one lift provider now that's interested in human rating their rocket, and that's Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab wants to human rate the new Neutron rocket, but the other customers have not talked about human rating their rockets. But we are in discussion about that because we do see that is the potential to come for the future.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Not so much a question, but I realize the logistics would be intimidating, but it certainly would be worthwhile for this group to try to tour that facility at some time in the future. I mean,
Maybe host a board meeting from there.
yeah, I've been there numerous times, and it's absolutely spectacular. I mean, you can't imagine that the Commonwealth of Virginia is involved in something like this, but it's breathtaking what's going on there. So if we could ever do it, we ought to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we would welcome that visit. When you let us know when you want to come, we'll take care of it on our end. We'd welcome that visit.
We're working on,
Fingers can land on the wrong one.
Mr. Stan, it's on the list. Dr. Smoot.
General Mercer, I want to applaud your growing engagement with K-12 education. Something I have learned from working with Go Virginia that I should have learned a long time ago is that if we do not engage K-12 students in thinking about opportunities that they may prepare for, we will not have the kind of workforce in Virginia we will need to be competitive in the future. So thank you for your attention to that.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Thank you. And we will continue to engage.
Secretary?
Yes, sir. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you. I would echo Dr. Smoot's comments about K through 12, same experience about the importance of getting to children earlier. Could you comment a little bit about your relationship with NASA? I mean, the coordination that you have to have, and do you compete with Florida, or is it really complementary?
Well, let's start off with the second question. The United States Space Force considers us an operational backup to Cape Canaveral. We will never directly compete with the Cape because we just don't have the land mass or the number of launch pads that they have down to do that. So, but being an effective backup to the Cape is where I think we can really become effective and fully operational for the Cape. That'll require some additional work, but they see us now as what they call a limited backup to the Cape Canaveral. So that's the positive aspect of it in that regard. And sorry, sir, your other question was?
Just in terms of the long-term relationship with NASA, they said they own the land.
Yes, yes.
Assuming.
So we are working. One of the things that Secretary Miller recognized early on and has us working directly with NASA on is that we had to renew that lease every 5 years. And you've seen what the Commonwealth has invested in that facility over time. And so to put that discussion in jeopardy every 5 years, he felt that was unconscionable. In fact, they directed us to go and do something about that. So we are working with NASA. We're well on our way now to getting them to commit to a 50-year lease for each period of 50 years. And so we're well on our way to that. It looks like that's going to be a fruition. A lot of work we have to do to go through their processes to get there, and that's just begun to pick up again here this year. We are not a part of NASA, as you well know. We do sit on their land. Our customers buy through us range support for them. The range consists of the optics, telemetry, radar, command destruct systems that are required to ensure that every rocket flies safely. So if a rocket leaves the pad and misbehaves in flight, then they have the capability to destruct and bring that down. So they operate that, but our customers buy that as a service through contracts that we have with NASA.
Mr. Merrill, not to get too deep in the weeds here, but basically NASA owns the land, the FAA owns the sky, and we deal with both of them. And so what the general's talking about is in range services, and for example, when we have these companies that come in that want to launch, some of them have gone the direction where they can provide some of these services themselves, if you will, but they have to let the FAA has to sort of bless them being in the sky, and then NASA's, they own the land and they own all the stuff around it, so they're interested in guarding their own physical plant. All that adds layers of cost and bureaucracy, and one thing that we're trying to do is streamline some of that. So that, and I will tell you that NASA's been quite cooperative over the last year or so. They got a little bit of a slow start, but they kicked into gear. And so we're just trying to make that a little bit more seamless, a little bit easier for our companies. I'll also tell you that it's sort of a competitive matter, which you sort of went towards in a couple of those questions. The Cape, space launches are accelerating in terms of the numbers that are projected. All these companies coming to bear, all these satellites are trying to get up. And so we just got a lot more demand to get to space. And we only have the launch pads that we have. And the Cape is pretty well maxed out. And so we've got attention on us from all the people you can imagine, both in the United States and outside the United States, that are looking at us as an opportunity to launch. And so we're going to have some great opportunities here going forward. The governor likes to say, as we cut ribbons on things, that the people that came before us really set the stage for this, and you've seen that in the presentation today. This is a 25, 30-year program of the Commonwealth, and we're starting to see it flower now, right? So a lot of folks came before us, invested and worked it, and the general and his team, Sean Mulligan is here with us as well. He's the Chief Operating Officer. Thank you, Sean, for what you do as well. They're pushing it forward, but they're benefiting from what came before them as well. So we're in just a fantastic place in that facility and its growth and its opportunity to impact the Commonwealth. And going back to Dr. Smoot, some of your questions on the education side, in addition to some of the stuff that the general told you, we're starting a space school over there, one of these lab schools that the governor's championed. And so people that will go to that school in high school, and they'll learn and be able to get a credential that will give them an opportunity to have a job, or to double down and get into college and go be an astronaut somewhere, or an engineer, a space engineer. And so that's a huge piece. The community college system, the general mentioned the internship program, but the community college system is feeding these people to us. And it's just amazing how connected we are with the educational system over there. So it's really been great for these to ensure our whole job here is to be able to keep up with the demand at the end of the day. We're going to have demand that's going to outstrip us a little bit. It's out there now, and we need to see how we deal with that and how we can meet that. So it's going to take people, resources, money, et cetera. But it's a great place to be in, and we're excited to be able to be part of the space program for the country. I'll tell you, one of the general mentioned this, Hawkeye 360 is a Virginia-based satellite manufacturer up in Northern Virginia. And this year we launched the first Virginia satellite on a Virginia rocket, if you will, off a Virginia facility into space. So that's pretty exciting for us. Hawkeye 360 basically collects radio and other signals from around the world and makes sense of them and it's really incredible what they do and what they can see from all that. So if you turn on your cell phone in the desert, you have some sort of radio or something, they can see you and they know where you are and they know what you're doing, and all that sort of goes into an analysis. That's sort of a high level, but the fun part is the governor and I got to sign a satellite while we were there. So sometime next year we'll be in space on a satellite flying around. But it's incredible what these folks do, and it's really paying great benefits not only to the Commonwealth but to the country. So I want to thank you all for what you do.
Chairman, I have
Yes, sir.
one
Ms.
more
Sellers.
alibi. So this weekend, we were in Williamsburg for a gymnastics tournament, and they have a famous astronaut from Williamsburg who went to William and Mary, and it was the recruiter from William and Mary encouraged all the young gymnasts, male gymnasts, to make good grades and come to William and Mary and become an astronaut, and specifically mentioned what's going on at Wallops Island. And so I don't know what your relationship is like with Williamsburg and with William and Mary, but they definitely gave a shout out to you guys and heard some parents interested and said, how do we get out there and see it? So.
Fantastic. We had our Director of Education and Talent just recently had a direct interface with William and Mary. And so that might be the law of recency working there. But yeah, we are building a new relationship with them. So.
Well, they remembered it. They talked about it. It's the first time I remember them mentioning it, so.
Wonderful. It's exciting. Mr. Secretary Miller, I do have to say too, though, and I would be remiss if I did not say this, and that is the current support of this governor, Governor Youngkin, and this secretary, Secretary Miller, has been extraordinary. And it would have made the life of operating what I showed you in that video for 2023 would have made that a whole lot harder to get where we were in 2023 without their support. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that. So I wanted to share that with the members of this august body.
Well, many of you all know, General, many folks know anyway because he's told us, the reason the governor decided to go to Rice University in Houston is because he wanted to be an astronaut. Seriously. He's too big. He got down there, he figured out.
It was accepted.
He was too tall. He wasn't too big, he was too tall. And so that didn't happen. He did get an engineering degree there, but he always harbored that desire to be an astronaut. And so he's got particular interest in that. And I just think it's just so important for what we do. I mentioned about the board. We just unfortunately had a board member that's leaving us, General Ed Bolton. And I talked about the caliber of the people. His background is incredible, like this general's and some others on the board. But he's just taken the chief of staff's job to the FAA, head of the FAA. So we got real people that are doing real things in the world. And while we hate to see him go, I really like having the chief of staff, the FAA administrator, on our team as well. So we're excited about that because we do a lot of stuff with the FAA. So it's just a really neat gem, and it's not well known in the Commonwealth, which is just fine. But they've got a lot going on over there, and it's going to be fantastic going forward. So as Mr. Lawson said, we will see a action item when we get to that part of the meeting that will basically, the governor's directing us to do something. So it's sort of an action item, sort of not a decision item. It's more of an action item. But he'll direct us to send them some money to complete this work that we're doing over there on this pad. And we'll see that coming up. Yes, sir, Mr. Gasper.
One question for the general. General, are your long-range plans at all constrained by the physical constraints and size of Wallops Island facility? Do you have enough land in the foreseeable future to do what you're planning to do to support this growing demand for space launches?
In the foreseeable future, yes. Beyond that, though, in the longer range, we're going to be limited. We only have so much land mass. NASA has their piece of it and their missions that they are doing. So there's only so much plan. And yes, we will be limited at some point.
Is there a plan in place to start to look at the acquisition requirements for land that may take years to put in place?
Yes, we are. In fact, we're meeting here in another week or so with the director of the NASA Goddard Flight Facility to talk about strategic use of the land on the island. So yes, we are having those
Great, thank you.
discussions.
Anyone else? General, appreciate you coming to be with us today. We're very excited to have you in the transportation sector of the Commonwealth, and we're pleased about how y'all are executing and performing, and look forward to continue to support you and seeing where this thing can
Thank you,
really
sir.
get to.
And thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now, so I'm going to recess for 10 minutes. But I'm going to reconvene us, call us back into session in the workshop. And the next item on our agenda is the I-81 project update. Ben Manel and Laura Farmer. Good morning, welcome.
Morning,
Hope you were
Secretary
doing
Warner
well.
and members of the board. As you mentioned, this is going to be an update on the annual report and a recommended update that we received from the I-81 Advisory Committee to the actual program itself. Starting with the report, as per code, we are required to report on the number and duration of incidents along the 81 corridor, as well as incidents involving lane closures, as well as person hours of delay along the interstate corridor. The report also includes an assessment of effectiveness and operational strategies for capital projects implemented and funded through the program, and status of capital projects funded through the program, as well as current and projected balances of the fund. The information that's included in the report is really basically a summary of what was provided to the I-81 Advisory Committee on October 2nd of this year. In terms of performance metrics, the only two performance metrics that aren't either remaining flat or declining are equivalent property damage only crashes and person hours of delay. And these represent increases on a year-over-year basis. So between 2021 and 2022, these two measures saw increases. And as you'll note, on the person hours of delay increases, they actually are now getting very close back to pre-pandemic levels.
And say this as we go through this, I think it's important to understand, you'll see some of this. It's sort of like the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel for us that live down in that region of the place. We're making it worse before we make it better. So as we launch into these projects on 81, projects make things worse until they finish and when they make them better. So you drive some of your own data, if you will, in these kinds of situations. And so we need to sort of be thoughtful about that as we look at it. It's not just the intrinsic nature of the place. It's that we've changed what's happening there by this work we're doing. We change it for the worse, and then it gets better.
So in terms of reporting on the effectiveness of improvements, the performance measure data has fluctuated on the segment-by-segment basis along the corridor for a number of reasons, and we'll get to those in a minute. Impacting incidents lasting longer than 1 hour has steadily decreased along the corridor, and we believe this may be attributable to the towing and recovery incentive program that is in place and that was in place as part of the corridor improvement program. In terms of those numbers, you can see the effectiveness of the lane impacting incidents reductions on a year-over-year basis, and we've seen some pretty dramatic decreases in the number of those incidents, along with the decrease in the number of hours of delay associated with those lane closure incidents. In terms of performance evaluation of the corridor and now and in the future, as the Secretary alluded to, it's going to continue to be challenging for us to evaluate the impact of those completed construction projects on the performance metrics. Basically because, one, a lot of the major construction activity isn't really slated to occur until 2025 to 2028 timeframe. We're going to have major widening projects underway in numerous parts of the corridor within the 3 to 4 year period. And again, the performance along the corridor may worsen before it gets better because of those active work zones. We're also still coming out of COVID. A lot of the performance metric data from 2020 is not included in the actual performance metrics we're providing to you. But we're also still seeing, numbers are still starting to come back to pre-pandemic levels. Even though those numbers are coming back to the pre-pandemic levels, the actual spread of when the traffic occurs is slightly different than what it was. So we're still kind of getting back to the new normal. And also we have, again, a lack of sufficient time for those major projects to be implemented to actually see an impact to the performance trend. This is the status of those current slate of 64 projects that are in the program. With the current funding and projected estimates of funding, all the planned projects in the adopted program are anticipated to be completed by 2033. And at the top of that graphic, you can see that those 10 major widening projects have not been open to traffic as of yet. Many are in design and have. All of the operational improvements are completed though and are in place. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Farmer, who's going to talk to you about the balances and the revenue as well as expenditures to date in the fund.
Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Manel. Yes, sir.
Before you leave,
Mr. Lawson.
do we have the quarter performance breakdowns by road sections, or you're just looking at it holistically for the entirety of 81?
We have it available by mile segment along the entire corridor.
So we can dive into these if...
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Farmer. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. This slide provides a view of the revenues and spending to date. So on the left side, you see the regional fuel taxes just shy of $300 million collected over the 4 fiscal years. We've had active collections for the I-81 program. The Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, or IOEP, has provided just about $266 million worth of allocation. In its first year of implementation, we also had some truck-related registration fees and road taxes that were directly dedicated to the program, and our trip recovery funding. Those in combination are just shy of $25 million and interest earning about $8.6 million. And so in total, we were at $595.7 million to date. We have secured a municipal bond transaction as well as 2 TIFIA loans that total $203 million. So we're at $798.8 million to date. The right-hand table just summarizes our expenditure activity. So between pay-as-you-go money, bond expenditures, and our debt service that we've begun paying on the municipal debt and financing costs, we've spent $209.5 million. And the remaining balance is available for future project expenditures. At the advisory panel, I really stressed the need, and Ben mentioned it as well, the height of construction in that period of 2025 to 2028, when we will actually be spending approximately double each year what the annual revenue to the program is. And so this level of balances remaining is anticipated in the overall financing plan.
And let me double down on that a little bit. One of the tough things, as we all know, about transportation in general is how long things take. And so just like many places, we're sort of frustrated by the lack of result, if you will, lack of change on corridors that we're working on. And I talked about the data being not corrupted, but impacted by what we do. We make it worse before we make it better. And 81 is a place that obviously needs help and work. And we continue to be frustrated because we don't see a lot of change. And the reason we don't see a lot of change is exactly what is at the bottom of this page, which is $589 million is sitting there waiting to go to work, but we can't put it to work yet. It's not ready to get to work. And we'll start spending that really fast, and those balances will drop precipitously. But in the meantime, we still have the problems. We haven't resolved the problems. So we get frustrated by that, and I'm certainly in that camp. It just takes a long time to get there. This is a project that's going to be finished in 10 years, right? And so most of us will not likely be on this board in 10 years. So we won't see the finality of it, but that's part of it. So that's why the big balance is there. We spend it as fast as we can. We're very focused on that. But in this case, we're saving up a bunch for construction. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
This slide provides the sources that are committed to the program and the projection through 2029. Based on the revenue forecast we received in December of last year and the assumptions that you all adopted in June, the regional fuels tax collections were just shy of $300 million through 2023, and the projection is right around $100 million each year. The interstate operations and enhancement allocation is a direct allocation from the construction program. I mentioned earlier some other sources that we've had that have been accounted for through 2023. In addition, we have a planned debt for construction that is enumerated by year each year. The remaining transactions we anticipate to be TIFIA loans over the life of the borrowing for this, totaling just shy of the $1 billion authorized for the program. This slide just provides a view of the use of those funds. So we commit to the debt service for the bonds and the TIFIA loans off the top, and the remaining funds from fuel tax revenue and the interstate program are available for construction. We have some small administrative costs for the debt financing, and then we have the planned debt to support construction. Over the period through 2029, we have $2.8 billion available. The current estimates on the projects to get us to 2033 are about $3.1 billion as of today. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ben to talk about a recommended update to the capital improvement plan.
So the I-81 Advisory Committee submitted a letter, the chair, Delegate Austin, submitted a letter to Governor Glenn Youngkin requesting that we consider the addition of a project to the current program, and that project is in Salem District between mile markers 137 and 128 in the southbound direction, and it is a widening project. That southbound section was a recommendation in the original I-81 corridor plan, but was not included in the initial set of improvements recommended due to funding availability or that lack thereof. The northbound widening is in the current plan and is anticipated to start in 2025. The advisory committee recommended considering including the southbound section for anticipated cost savings, estimated about $75 million, if it is done concurrently with that northbound widening. The current estimate for that southbound project is $308 million. This is a cheat sheet that has actually been developed by the I-81 corridor program manager as well as the chief engineer. He keeps this on his desk, but it's kind of a quick and dirty look at that stretch between Roanoke and Blacksburg. The segments that are highlighted in green currently have 3 lanes in each direction and are open to traffic today. The segments in yellow are projects that are currently included in the adopted corridor improvement program. And that red segment is the recommended segment in the southbound direction that is being recommended by the advisory committee to be added to the current program. They also recommended, and we've also looked at and recommended in consideration of if that segment is added to the current program in the southbound direction between 137 and 128, that we consider changing the order of operations for the remaining widening projects that were included in the original program. That's the Winchester segment in both directions between 313 and 317, and the northbound Christiansburg to Toronto segment in 118 to 128. And that's really to prevent a 21-mile continuous work zone for a period of about 4 or 5 years down in the Blacksburg to Roanoke area. So in terms of the additional improvement of adding that southbound project to the current program, the impact from a financial standpoint would be to extend the current program of projects from 2033 completion timeframe to the 2035 to 2036 timeframe. And in terms of action items, we're looking for to add that project as part of, or consider that project for if funding is available and adequate to be added in the next 6-year improvement program that would be adopted in June of 2024 into, for today and tomorrow, potentially, adoption of the annual progress report, adding that southbound project into the corridor improvement program, and also prioritizing the remaining planned widening segments for the corridor. And that presentation, are there any questions?
Thank you, Secretary.
Any questions, Ms. Lawson?
Could you talk through if the 308, the southbound lanes are not voted favorably, what happens to that money?
So if the project would not be added to the program, and we would have to wait to implement it. But the real issue is that constructing the northbound lanes basically sets us up for a potential situation where we would have to go back and actually tear out a portion of what we constructed in order to build that southbound lanes at a later date. The way that the geometrics of the current roadway in that segment are, it's what we call bifurcated. One side of the roadway is higher elevation than the other side. We have to build a retaining wall in the median. And when we build that retaining wall, and the idea of trying to, and that's for the current northbound direction. If we build that retaining wall and trying to minimize our footprint in the right of way, when we build the southbound, we're gonna have to tear out that retaining wall and rebuild it. So a lot of the cost savings are coming from saving us from having to tear something out within 10 years that we had just built.
Retaining wall was part of the original plan?
No, sir.
This work?
When we looked at it, and this is unique to what we did on 81, but we had to look at it from a smart scale kind of scoring-like perspective to identify the projects. And we had a finite amount of money to work with along the entire quarter for implementation of all the improvements, so it was financially constrained. And in doing so, we ended up breaking major projects up into the smallest logical segments that we could to address the underlying performance issues. And in doing that, we looked at northbound widening in this segment, separate from the southbound widening. Once we got into detailed design and looking at the actual project and what would be entailed in actually accomplishing it, we determined that there was this geometric difference that could not be overcome and accommodated within the existing right-of-way without having to actually tear out something that was put in there. So that's a quick kind of description of what we had to go through.
Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. My understanding is that the recommendation that came from the I-81 Advisory Committee at its meeting earlier in the year is to, in fact, undertake the southbound 128 to 137 project concurrent with the northbound. But that will delay, that will in a sense be at expense of delaying the project from Christiansburg down to the 128 exit. So it's not an additional project, it's simply changing the order in which projects are going to be done, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was my understanding, and I think that makes good sense.
That's not accurate. Dr. Smoot. So we had 64 projects that were in the 81 plan, okay, and you saw a sheet on that, right? The southbound project did not make that list. And the reason it did not make that list is what Ben's talked about, but we ran out of money, right? So it was like the next project. It was 65 or 66, right? As we've looked at the opportunity and sort of not just the opportunity, but it's pushing us towards it because of what Ben's talked about, we saw that upcoming project, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. Because we set the plan on a certain number of years and cut off the money. The money doesn't stop for 81 until the legislature and the governor decide through budget or legislation that it stops, because right now it goes on forever. So money will continue to flow for 81 for improvements. But the cutoff date was 2033. This project southbound was going to be next after that, 34, 35, somewhere in there. We saw the opportunity to save a lot of money and not have the disruption. So the idea that the committee chaired by Delegate Austin Chairman Austin brought to us, or we brought to them and we concurred, was that let's bring this project in earlier. It's going to save us a lot of dollars and a lot of disruption, but that pushed out the last two projects a little later because the money didn't change, right? The flow of the money didn't change. When we did that, Christiansburg was going to be the next project, and then Winchester would be after that. Those were the two projects that were impacted. When we looked at that, we said, well, wow, if we do Christiansburg right now before Winchester, assuming we do this southbound thing, we're going to mess up that whole area, 21 miles of construction at once, and this isn't going to make a lot of sense. So let's flop the Christiansburg and those last two projects, let's flip-flop them, do Winchester, then do Christiansburg. So what we'd end up doing is southbound, then Winchester, then Christiansburg. So functionally, if you look at it from sort of a district perspective, which we do and we don't, you're getting a project in your district quicker, southbound 81, the southbound part, and you're getting Christiansburg a little later than you would otherwise have gotten it, and Winchester falls in the middle. So that's the situation.
Yeah, and I think that makes good sense.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Laird.
So does that mean that we're taking not 33 money, but 34 money, using revenues from 2034?
We will for those later projects. So we're bringing one in and using up some money that was going to go to those. They slip by a year or two, and as we just add more years in funding, the balance continues to grow and we can do them.
Was the project that we're, the $300 million project that we're funding now, was that next on the list?
It was functionally next on the list of non-planned projects that would be in the plan next once we got a couple more years into it. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you. Yeah, I would concur with your comment. If you look at the original ID1 improvement plan, there were 5 projects that have been discussed at the ID1 Advisory Committee for the last 3 meetings that would be the next potential projects to be included. We also had discussion that there were other projects that had surfaced separate and apart from the completion of the ID1 study that have grown in need. In particular, in the Stanton District at I-66 down towards Harrisonburg, they desire to go a little bit further on the widening. Clearly in Winchester, the proposal that you hit here is just a 4-mile segment, which is still going to have an occlusion at the north end, the south end of Winchester, because we have all this traffic coming in. And if you want to go between the city, that's great. You know, how do we propose to argue or advocate to have additional funding when we're doing the widening project, in particular in Winchester, to extend it a little bit north and south? Because, I mean, this is a $300 million, I won't say out of the air, it's just basically going further out into time to pull that money back in. In the same economies, I would argue it would be true if we could extend ID1 widening north of the 317 and south of 313. Because for those of you who are not familiar with that area, that is the south end of Winchester and the north end of Winchester, 4 exits, but there is a tremendous amount of traffic that goes outside of the city, north and south. And so what I am concerned about is we're going to widen the interstate for those 4 miles, but have the same absolute bottleneck when it comes back down to 2 lanes.
We do that all the time. I understand. That's the nature of what we do. It's like going to Fredericksburg with express lanes. One of the next ones. No. Mr. Merrill, I mean, that's a great point. What's been proposed by the I-81 Advisory Committee is to do this. That doesn't obviate something else later, but it's to do this and swap these 3 projects as we're talking about. If there are other projects outside that window that have not yet been addressed, to your point that we could find savings, we need to go look at that. But the money flow is the money flow at this point, and we have to adapt our plan to the money flow. So if we get more, and oh, by the way, I think it's important that we understand transportation has the enviable uniqueness from from my perspective, that we are formula funded off state revenues, and we don't have to go ask for our money and sort of fight for it. It's programmed to come to us by formula. And so we have what we have, and we live within it. And those numbers, those state tax revenues, you know, we're forecasting out in our 6-year plan, 6 years. In I-81 plan, it's a longer plan. We're forecasting it, but we're not dedicated to it. But the point is, in 6 years or 5 years or 4 years or 10 years, those forecasts may not be accurate. They may be less, they may be more. And so all the time, what we're doing here at this board is we're pushing out projects or pulling in projects based on how our funding flows go. And this is just a subset of that. 81's the same drill. So, Mr. Merrill, I think your point's well taken, and we need to go look at those and see what we can do with those going forward if there are more opportunities there.
I would just like to note that there's substantial concern in the Stanton District, and I'll speak as a Stanton District representative. The Stanton District is contributing the largest amount of fuel tax revenue. As a percentage of fuel tax revenue is going to fund I-81. And there has been de minimis investment, in my opinion, in the Stanton District for 81, in spite of the fact that they're contributing the largest portion of fuel tax. And the congestion is growing consistently. And I understand the logic of doing these two projects at the same time, but to only say, well, we're going to go ahead and do the 4 miles there, all of a sudden we come up, we find $300 million to say, okay, we can do that. It calls the I-81 Advisory Committee meets once every 9 months. Is frustrating that we don't have a little bit more of an analytical approach about the next $300 million that are going to be deployed.
We didn't find $300 million. We moved a project and used up the money earlier. There's no new money here. We just flip-flopped the projects in the order in them. So there's not new money. We just used up the money.
This project was not originally in the I-81. That was what we heard, and that's what we've been told, that this project.
That's correct.
That was not
But we didn't bring any new money to the program.
that we're bringing this project in.
Correct.
And substituting other dollars that were in the 6-year plan.
And we're using those dollars for this and pushing out the other piece a couple years. Yes, sir, if that's what you're saying. That's the recommendation from the committee, and that's what we'll consider in our action item. To your point, they might both be good, but we haven't considered the other ones, and we're not on task to do that at this meeting. But this one is good. This one does make sense. Anybody else? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. The next item on the agenda will be the new federal performance measure, greenhouse gas emissions. Ms. Angel Deem. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have for you, I think, am I bringing up the slide? Oh, there it is. An informational item at this juncture for a new Federal Highway Administration greenhouse gas emissions measure. So I'll just jump right in and provide some context for this informational item. Beginning in 2012 through MAP 21, and then subsequently through the FAST Act and other federal rulemakings, Federal Highway has established requirements for states to report on a number of performance measures, and that's what you see listed on the table here. Those include infrastructure condition, safety, and system performance. So implementation of these measures began in 2013, and performance measure analysis and tracking has been ongoing since that time. This board adopts targets for the Commonwealth's reporting to Federal Highway, and that reporting includes submission of baseline reports as well as the setting of targets and, of course, performance reporting against those targets. I would note that there was a greenhouse gas emissions measure initially finalized in 2017. However, it was subsequently repealed before the due dates for target setting and reporting. Okay, so a little bit of background in terms of where we are more recently in this arena. The Federal Highway Administration in July of 2022 proposed a greenhouse gas emissions measure again, and that measure will evaluate the percent change in on-road tailpipe carbon dioxide emissions on the national highway system relative to a baseline or reference year. Carbon dioxide is used as a proxy for all of the greenhouse gases, and those also include methane, nitrous oxide, and hydrofluorocarbons. The reason this is done is because the Environmental Protection Agency, their data demonstrates that 97% of all on-road greenhouse gas emissions come from carbon dioxide. So that said, the proposed rule in July of 2022 set a baseline of 2021, and then it required states to set a 2- and 4-year target to demonstrate declining carbon dioxide emissions. It specifically required that states align their target setting with federal executive orders, and those goals were a 50% reduction by 2030 and 100% or net zero reduction by 2050. So fast forward to more recently, the day before Thanksgiving on November 22nd, Federal Highway issued the final greenhouse gas emissions measure. I would note that Federal Register publication is still currently pending for this measure. So in that final rule, the baseline was changed to 2022, and the target requirements were changed as well. It removed the required alignment with the federal goals as noted in the July proposed rule, July 2022. Okay, so specifically what is required is articulated in this final rule. By February 1st of next year, state DOTs must provide a 2022 baseline emission for transportation. And I would note that that baseline is not readily available. It must be calculated, and that calculation requires statewide fuel sales data, in this case for 2022, and we are awaiting receipt of that. We expect to receive it shortly. It also requires statewide VMT, or vehicle miles travel, as well as VMT on the national highway system. And then lastly, the calculation requires FHWA-issued emission factors, and those have not yet been released. And then on to the target setting. By February 1, we must set the initial carbon dioxide emission reduction target specifically for 2026. We have to calculate that target and look at the percent change in tailpipe emissions we project from 2022 through 2025. We have to provide a basis for the target through the evaluation of trends and projections. And the state DOT must also discuss how the target relates to the state's long-term performance expectations, including some relevant state policies, which I'll address with the next slide. So then in 2026, having done that work, we'll report on the progress and then set subsequent 2- and 4-year targets. Okay, to ensure, in this instance, to ensure the proposed targets are driven by and responsive to Commonwealth policies, VDOT must coordinate this effort with data analysis and goals already set forth in state code, and that's what you see listed on the slide. First, the Commonwealth Clean Energy Policy, put in place in 2021, has a goal of net zero greenhouse gas emissions in all sectors by 2045. That policy does not require interim GHG reduction targets, and none have currently been set. Of course, we anticipate that may change. Also, in state code, the Department of Environmental Quality is specifically set with the responsibility for establishing statewide baselines in this area, as well as all projections of greenhouse gas emissions. And then finally, Virginia Energy, through the development of the Virginia Energy Plan, is required to identify actions to achieve no later than 2045 a net zero carbon energy economy for all sectors. So all that to say is that even with this performance measure set by the Federal Highway Administration, we necessarily need to coordinate all of these efforts across other entities within the Commonwealth. which is really what I say on the next slide. We've already begun gathering data and reaching out to our other state agency colleagues. We know that the February 1st date will be extremely challenging to meet, and we will look forward to briefing this board further as we move forward. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Dr. Smoot?
Mr. Secretary, I'm a bit lost here. Greenhouse gas emissions, it seems to me, in vehicles, result from a number of things we have no control and little impact on. For example, how motors operate or designed, by miles traveled. Obviously, the more miles traveled, the more emissions you have, but we don't control miles traveled. So I'm at a bit of a loss on how we would set any target when we have perhaps only a small impact on what the result will be.
Ms. Dean?
So, Mr. Secretary, Dr. Smoot, we would concur. State DOTs are encouraged to look at things like mode split, which could encourage a reduction in vehicle miles traveled in their given state. Also look at supporting programs such as electrification, which, as this board knows, we are doing in concert with other federal programs. But certainly what drivers intend to do, their behavior in terms of their travel patterns, is something that we have indirect control on at best.
Dr. Smoot, we didn't ask for it. Ms. Sellers?
Yeah.
Do we capture tailpipe emissions in everywhere throughout the Commonwealth?
No.
So that's not even going to be a good base.
There's modeling that's available that's informed by that actual fuel data sales in the Commonwealth. It looks at vehicle miles traveled, which is also a combination of projections as well as some count data. So it is calculated. It's not exact.
It's modeled. Yes, sir, Mr. Stant.
Just one question. I mean, what happens if we don't?
Great, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Stant, great question. I meant to address that, so thank you for teeing that up. As we read the final rule, there are no penalties associated with not meeting the target. And this is consistent with the other performance measures, in that if we do not meet the target, we have to set forth a plan by which we will look at changes in order to meet the targets in the future. But we understand there are no penalties associated with not meeting the target.
Secretary.
Mr. Kasparitz.
So, Angel, I'm trying to understand what you presented. Is it our estimate that FHWA is going to accept between now and 2026 based on a 2022 base year? So we're going to prepare that. And are there criteria that they've set for what they will accept from us? Or is it completely at our discretion on how we project those years?
It has to show a decline.
Has to show a decline.
And as I mentioned, we have to provide a basis for how the target was set, and then also speak to other long-term goals. And in our case, it would be the Commonwealth's clean energy policy. But they did remove those requirements for the target setting, which were in place in July of 2022 with the proposed rule. And I think they received a lot of comments along that line. So specific guidance for the target setting is not provided, but so we'll have to wait and see what their response is to the targets that are set.
So generically, it needs to be declined, but there's no specification on how significant that decline needs to be. What is their expectation regarding our 2045 goals in consideration of a 2022 base year? And, I guess a simple way to address this would be to draw a straight line with reductions between 2022 and 2045. I'm assuming we're not going to do that, and we're going to show a higher decrease in greenhouse gas emissions in the out years. Is there any oversight or expectation on the part of the FHWA that our presentation will be credible based on that ultimate goal?
Sure. I'm not aware of any expectation that they have in that regard.
So it's significantly softened or diminished the requirements that we have to face. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Ms. Dean. Appreciate it very much. Brooke, before we get going, I think I'm going to do the action meeting public comment piece. I think only Mr. Stanford is signed up. Is that correct? Can somebody grab one of our staff grab the public comment?
I'm here.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I don't want to have people having to sit around here all day and perhaps till tomorrow to speak. So what I'm going to do, with your concurrence, is I'm going to adjourn, or recess, I should say, our workshop meeting. I'm going to call to order our action meeting. I'm going to take public comment, and then I'll recess that meeting and bring us back in the workshop. If we have people later in the day that come in and we're going to go to them tomorrow, I'll do it again, probably. I just want to be sensitive to the folks and not make them just sit here forever to speak to us. So with that, I'm going to recess the workshop meeting. I'm going to call to order the action meeting. And the first item on the agenda is public comment. Mr. Jason Stanford, the CEO of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance, is here to speak to us. Mr. Stanford.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today and for also saving me a little bit of time. I really appreciate that. As I said, my name is Jason Stanford, and I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. We are a nonprofit partnership of businesses, citizens, and other nonprofits that support multimodal transportation improvements in Northern Virginia. I'm here today to share the Alliance's strong support of the staff recommendation to improve SmartScale. Over the last 3 rounds of SmartScale, the Alliance has raised concerns about SmartScale's tendency to fund the smallest projects, sometimes with no transportation benefit other than the location of the project as measured by the land use factor. Secretary Miller's staff recommendations will greatly improve this process and result in funding of more beneficial and regionally significant projects. In fact, under the staff recommendation, 2 new high-priority projects in Northern Virginia would have been funded in Round 5. And contrary to what you might hear, these new projects are multimodal corridor improvements that benefit roadway, bike, and pedestrian users. Unfortunately, one of those projects would not have been funded under the NOVA CTB member alternative, resulting in fewer transportation dollars going back to our own community, which is why, contrary as well to what you might hear, Northern Virginia's jurisdictions do not have total agreement on their own CTB members' proposed recommendations. Prince William County, the Commonwealth's second largest jurisdiction, has sent a letter endorsing the staff's reallocation of land use points, including 5% to congestion. Loudoun County has endorsed using 100% future congestion rather than the 50-50 proposal from Northern Virginia CTB members. And the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, which represents every locality in Northern Virginia, considered this proposal and could not reach a consensus on the land use reallocation at its meeting, which is why the authority did not directly endorse the reallocation in its letter. Additionally, the business community in Northern Virginia is greatly concerned by the NOVA CTB members' proposal to shift points away from access to jobs and opportunities, A1, in favor of a multimodal checklist, A3. SmartScale is supposed to give an unbiased measure of the benefits of different transportation projects across the state and take the politics out of transportation decision-making. Shifting points away from a key goal and project outcome, such as improving access to jobs and opportunities, to a factor based on inputs, such as how many multimodal components a project has, is directly injecting more politics and preference into this process. Rather than trying to put a thumb on the scale for different projects based on their location or how many modes they serve, we should be focused on their outcomes. How many people does it move? How many hours of delay are reduced? How many jobs are accessible? How many lives will be saved? For these reasons, I urge you to please reject the Nova CTB members' alternative and approve the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanford. Is there anyone else in the audience that didn't sign up that would like to speak? Sir, welcome. You know the drill.
Yes, Trip Pollard with the Southern Environmental Law Center.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard.
I would just like to very briefly say, we've provided comments to you all, to staff, at every point of this process. Again, I do want to stress our appreciation for all the effort that staff has put into this and all the time and thought that you all have put into this process. As you mentioned at the beginning, Secretary Miller, there apparently have been ongoing discussions, so we're not totally sure where everything stands now. But based on the staff recommendations and what we have seen, we do remain concerned about the overall impact. A lot of these individual changes in and of themselves are debatable. The cumulative impact on the types of projects that would be funded are very concerning, especially since we just heard about the need to have a greenhouse gas emissions reduction measure and the need to meet state policy that the General Assembly has set for emissions reduction. The cumulative impact of these proposals will reduce the number of clean transportation projects that are funded, and that is our bottom line concern. I don't want to get into all the back and forth on every individual measure. We are also concerned, in addition to the emissions impact, about some of the land use impacts. Understand the move to shift land use from a separate factor to a multiplier. We're not wild about that, but we think that's okay. But as the General Assembly first created Smart Scale, one of the prime drivers was to examine and better address the link between transportation and land use. So we think land use has to stay in at least as a multiplier. And our final concern is with the economic development proposal, that it tends to favor more greenfield development, as our understanding. There are some ambiguities in the proposal as it's been presented to date. A number of members of the CTB have expressed their concern about, does it encourage expansion of existing businesses enough, which is where most of our jobs tend to come from in Virginia. And it also tends to also promote revitalization more of our existing communities rather than greenfield development. So we just encourage you to look at these changes, the cumulative impact with that lens of promoting cleaner transportation and better, smarter development patterns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Appreciate you coming. Yes, sir.
Hi there. Hi. James Hutzler, the Virginia Association of Counties. Good to see you all. We want to thank the administration for allowing VACO to be part of the review and to keep counties a party to this important discussion. I also want to give a shout out to those of the OIPI staff that came and spoke to the VACO Transportation Steering Committee on these changes, and we really appreciate the transparency and the willingness to come and communicate. We continue to believe that regardless of how the funds are administered, the overall funding pot needs to grow, or we will continue to have localities that are winners and losers. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
There's 140 people down the hill that have something to do with that. Oh, thank you. Is anybody else that would like to make any public comment at this point? All right, thank you very much. Hearing that, I'm now going to recess the action meeting, and I'm going to call us back into order in the workshop meeting. And the agenda item number 5, Smart Scale Brook Jackson et al. Welcome. Good morning. Mr. Lawson.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I just wanted to, before Brooke starts in with the presentation day, just start with a few comments. First, I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for all your patience that you've exercised as we've gone through many months of analysis, discussion, review, and I'm happy to be here today and hope we can get the ball across the finish line. what we, as the Secretary had mentioned before, I think what we're looking to do today is to kind of give you a quick overview of kind of where we are, how we've got to where we are, and then hopefully we can then get into some discussion about each of the changes we're proposing, what discussion you may have or concerns about those particular changes, and then work our way through to a final conclusion. So, Mr. Secretary, with that, I'm going to let you have some comments. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Ms. Jackson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. This is presumably the last update that I'm giving to y'all. Mr. Lawson did cover this pretty well.
We'll never go away, Ms. Jackson.
And we will be back with more
we'll be back.
improvements. Next round, we will be back. He has gone through what our goal is this meeting. We are going to try to hit on every voting topic and have a discussion on each slide that we have a voting topic. I'll go through a summary of those before we get into each individual topic and talk about some of the next steps after we get through the workshop.
Yeah, let me folks, as I told the folks that were gathered last night, the intent of the workshop matter is to go through these changes we've looked at, review the staff recommendations, have discussions, and try to draw some consensus around what changes we're going to make and what changes we're not going to make. Some of this is boiled down to a handful of things or two or three things. And so what I'm going to try to do is draw through this workshop process what they may be, and so that perhaps the things that we all agree on, we'll all agree on and put those on the side, and things that we have significant disagreement on, that we will spend more time on those and ultimately make a decision by voting on those, but to try to sort of make this process as good as it can be. As Ms. Jackson said, we started this 11 months ago, so there's been a ton of time and effort put into it. And I would echo Mr. Lawson's comments about patience. We certainly do appreciate your patience. It's been a long process. We got a bunch of advocates that are doing a great job in the board and being engaged, but we've spent a lot of time, a lot of energy on it, and sometimes that can make your patience grow thin. So I appreciate you sticking with us. And this is exciting. We got an opportunity to make this program that's fantastic and is looked upon across the country as being the best in the nation. We have a chance to make it even better. So with that, Ms. Jackson, if you'll continue.
Thank you for that. I'm going to take us down a little bit of a memory lane because, yes, this is the last presentation. So just a reminder of what we have done over the past 11 months. We started in January putting out a 2-month survey with over 400 respondents. And in April, our consultant, which we hired in January, ATCS, presented the results of the survey. Some of those top items that were highlighted in the survey at that time were urban projects have been recommended for funding more often than rural, leverage projects are more successful than non-leverage projects, and small projects are disproportionately recommended for funding. And small projects is defined as 10 million or less. Beyond that, and their conclusions that they made at the survey presentation in April, they got to work analyzing all 5 rounds of our data. And there was more things that were found or founded on from the survey, or they found additionally, including the one measure majority, land use, which we'll talk about a little bit more, and we'll get into some of these details of the other things that we found. But at that time, we started working together to come up with solutions for the identified problems that came out of the data analysis and out of the survey assessment. And we started bringing those solutions to y'all in May. And we have been coming monthly since May, with August off, to discuss potential recommendations to problems that have been found throughout the process review. Along the way, we've been getting comment letters and emails. Those emails and letters are posted to the SmartScale website. They are publicly available for review, and we've had those posted since the town hall that we hosted in October. And as we got those letters and comments, we've adjusted and come back with some minor tweaks on our recommendations that we've made throughout the process. And as a final note, right before Thanksgiving, I think it was November 20th, we posted the Smart Scale Process Review Report that has been available for review for a couple weeks now, and it has the entire results of everything that we looked at, plus every project that we scored, the 394 projects for every scenario that we recommended, what the results were. So if whether or not it would be funded under individual scenarios. So all of that is posted on the homepage of the CTB website. Additionally, it's posted on the Smart Scale website if you did not get a chance to look at that. Thanks for bearing with me on the full summary. So what I'm going to go over here is the summary of our staff recommendations on the main voting recommendations. We did come to you in October. There are only minor tweaks that I'm going to go through the presentation, and they'll be highlighted, and I'll call those out individually. But one of the first problems that we identified was, Smart Scale scoring should be forward-looking. There was 2 staff recommendations related to the forward-looking issue. The first being calculating congestion 10 years in the future, and the second being utilizing a forward-looking economic development measure that VEDP brought forward in September and October. They came back with responses to questions in October. The goals here are to better align with project design requirements for congestion scoring based on the future growth volumes that we require to be provided and designed for, and also consider future economic growth in the look of the volumes. Additionally, reflecting a best-in-class economic impact assessments currently being used by VEDP to incorporate key economic priorities in the Commonwealth. The second problem that was identified was the HPP program is being used to fund both low-scoring and small projects. So the solution to this is twofold. First, it's refining what the high-priority project program definition is, and we'll have a slide to go through what that is, and then eliminate step 2. The goal here was to clarify the CTB policy to ensure HPP projects are of statewide and regional significance and distribute all HPP program funds based on statewide rankings of Smart Scale scores rather than their district-wide rankings. That specifically related to the low scoring in HPP. The third problem identified was needing to improve application quality and reduce the quantity of applications. We first came to you in May with a 2-tiered application limit and made a revision to that in October with a 3-tier application limit. And the goal here was to focus on applicant priorities to improve overall outcomes and increase the application success rate for funding. Lastly, the final problem was there was a 1-factor majority driving project benefits, which ultimately drives project funding. And then within that, nested underneath that, we heard from our survey that overwhelmingly the #1 response for concerns in the Commonwealth were safety. And so we saw an opportunity to nest underneath there that we could put a greater emphasis on safety if we revisit our 1-factor majority. And we also took the opportunity to focus on congestion as well through our modifying the land use factor to multiplier and modifying factor weightings, our recommendation. The goal here was to emphasize what the project benefits were versus where they're located, and then increase factor weightings in safety and congestion, like I was just mentioning. I do want to take the time to say something about keeping in mind that while I'll quote out principal improvement types or primary improvement types that are funded throughout this process, our projects are multimodal. And in the staff scenario, we recommend 113 projects, and with 61% of those having a bike ped or transit component on it. I mean, that is very similar to the percentage of the way that they are applied for in Smart Scale. 65% of projects that are applied for have a bike and ped and transit component on it. So we are nearly matching what is being applied for in the staff recommended scenario. One more reminder, we strive to get better every round. We're never going to be perfect.
Ms. Jackson, and let's be clear, 65, 61%, whatever the number, are not bike ped projects. They're multimodal projects that have those components as part of them already. So it's not sort of a zero-sum game we're looking at here. It's the same thing we talked about safety, where we have a dedicated safety program. The only place we look at safety is not in Smart Scale. And the only time we look at projects with bike ped are not just bike ped projects in Smart Scale. There's 60-some% of all the projects in there have some facet of that. So it's clear, I mean, it's important that you understand really what the group of things that we look at and what we do. And that's not to say that's too much or too little, it's just a fact, right? So I think it's important to make sure we understand that. If we want more, we can have more. If we want less, we can have less. If this is the right amount, it's the right amount. But the point is, it's not sort of a bike ped versus everything else, if you will, which sometimes folks have set it up that way. Because bike peds in so many of the things we do, because they're just multi-metal projects that include that.
As we're improving this program, we're never going to get to the place that it's perfect, and that is exactly what every individual person wants to see. And I just want to remind everyone that Smart Scale is a tool, and that between January and June of every odd year, you're going to be working on the consensus scenario and using these tools to help actually determine what gets in the 6-year improvement program. So keep it in mind that we're working towards much better, but not perfect. So the first item that I brought up was calculating congestion factor 10 years in the future, again, to better align with design requirements based on future growth volumes and considering the future economic growth. When we looked at this, looking 10 years out, it changed the mix of project types in urban areas with positive impacts on larger highway improvement type projects. And you'll see this PIT throughout the presentation. Just want to reinforce that it just means it's the primary component of the project. This topic was covered in July before the retreat. That's when we put out the individual results of this scenario that was run. A reminder, in rounds 1 and 2, we did do this. And in round 3, we changed to current day. So we would be going back to something we have done in the past. And we have seen positive outcomes from that as well. This considers that there will also be downstream impacts to accessibility, economic development, and the environment measure as well. All right.
Mr. Kaspertz.
Should we be commenting as we go through this?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Brooke, you and I have had extended conversations, and I have an alternate recommendation for the board. How we look at this. I just wanted to refresh several of the comments I've made along the way. Make sure I'm close to the mic. One is that in the Northern Virginia District, one of the first projects that was selected in round 1 is a project that 11 years after, it was actually selected in round 1 because of the 10-year congestion projection. That project has not been completed. It's currently underway. But at 11 years past that initial selection, I don't believe it has the congestion density to qualify or would have qualified under our current Smart Scale criteria. The second is we've had some major changes in recent times. One is COVID. COVID has dramatically changed the way we work, the way we commute, and the changes have not fully sorted themselves out or worked their way through the system. For instance, the federal government is still not required that their employees report to work on a broad basis. And the last comment I'll make in the context of trying to make a projection 10 years out is none of us would have guessed 10 years ago the impact that data centers will have in many of our urban areas. I will tell you that areas that have been building locations for data centers that are connected with relatively robust infrastructure in Northern Virginia find that those roadways are underutilized simply because the requirements for commuting activity and supply and all of the issues that come with a robust office or industrial application aren't part of the data center process. So I think there's enough questions out there that I strongly suggest that we either continue with our current or give some consideration to a shorter window than 10 years. Secretary made a comment when we were discussing 81. He said those forecasts might not be accurate in the context of things that we were discussing regarding the 81 project. I think that could be said rather broadly for the forecast that we might make regarding congestion. We can't afford to be wrong. Prior secretary used to say that limited resources have consequences. We don't have infinite budgets, we have finite budgets. And I think the safe solution to this, and the appropriate one, is to bring that window into something that we know is congested today, rather than projecting what might be congested 10 years out.
Ms. Kasparis, let's do this. What I'm looking to do is answer questions during this piece to make
Understand,
sure
sir.
we know what we're hearing. And as we get to the place where we like to put our opinions in and debate, let's try to keep that all together in one session. And so if you have a question about this, or something sticks out, or something doesn't make sense, or you don't understand, let's entertain that now. And as we get to that place for advocacy, I think we'll let you repeat what you said. I think it's
Great, I'll
good
hold my
stuff.
comments.
Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Brooke, you said that it was a 10-year up through round 2, and then it changed in round 3. Why did that change, and why is it now being advocated for?
To Mr. Kaspawitz's comments, the theory behind it at the time was, let's prioritize the problems that we have today versus the future. I don't think it aligns with where we're having folks study to build for. And the second thing is, when we actually build these projects is actually in the ground probably 8 to 10 years in the future. And I think that consideration really wasn't brought up at the time. But that was
Ms. Coleman Sellers.
concept behind.
How are you guys going to measure congestion?
Same way we do it today.
Yeah.
Right, so that's on an annual basis, or, I mean, how?
Yeah. So we'll pick a growth year, or we'll pick our starting present day year. So for round 5, it was 2019, because we didn't know with the pandemic what would happen. So we used 2019 as the starting point. We have growth rates that are in the planning division's database. We'll use those growth rates. I will point out there are also negative growth rates. So it is possible that you can have a negative growth rate. Depending on the level of the project, if it is more complicated, we require more. So they have to provide modeling that has growth in them, and it's been approved by their local district engineer, and traffic engineering staff have to look at that. So we use those rates that they provide in the studies. Otherwise, we use the planning division's growth rates and they've looked at years and years of data to come up with their growth rates.
And so it's based on population, or is it based on vehicle miles traveled, or are we using the traffic impact analysis?
It's
All
on
of
traffic
them?
counts.
It's on traffic count.
Traffic counts over the years for the planning departments.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Merrill.
In response to your suggestion, as I've looked through the applications of the Stanton District for the last 2 cycles, a large part of them are addressing immediate congestion problems. Interstate throughfares, Route 522, downtown Harrisonburg. They're current problems that are creating delays, lack of growth, et cetera. Does this 10-year recommendation mean we're not going to look at all of what the current congestion challenges are?
Oh. I think, Mr. Merrill, what this does, let me just jump in here, what I understand it does, and instead of just looking at today, let me phrase it this way. If we have a place that's congested today, and everybody in the world thinks it's not going to be congested in 7 years, then you probably wouldn't want to go fix it. If you had a place that was congested today, and it's going to continue to be congested tomorrow, and 10 years from now, it's in that 10-year window. It's congested now, so by definition, unless it's going to get uncongested, which it could, but unless it's going to get uncongested, it's going to remain in the window. I think what's most important, and we sort of do this with the bridges as we've changed how we looked at those, we just want to make sure that we're forward-looking and see what's coming. And if we believe the train was going to hit us, if you will, meaning a really bad congestion was going to happen, on one project in 7 years, and the project that's congested right now will stay just like it is and won't be as bad, then we ought to take that in consideration. But no, it's not just 10 years from now, it's from now till 10 years from now. Because if it's congested now, it's likely to continue to be congested. Does that sort of answer what, that's as I understand it, that's how it's supposed to work. So it takes all the above into consideration, not just what's there today. And I think Brooke's piece that she said is, that's important to me, is this is a 6 and 7 year window from now, right? And so the reality is this isn't going to get done, the stuff we're doing now. In the case of the project Mr. Kasperitz mentioned, that's 11 years ago. And so this is when it's getting done. So we want to look out at some level, obviously, and that's what's been recommended. Anybody else? Questions? All right, thank you. Ms. Jackson.
I'm going to weave in alternate recommendations. We have 2 slides that consider the ultimate recommendations from our board members after we hit the topic. So we are still going to talk about congestion factor really quickly. The recommendation was to do congestion 50% at 10 years in the future and 50% at current day. We did look at the testing results of that, and when compared to the final staff recommended that we presented in October, it really results in minor changes. It would drive the removal of 2 larger highway principal improvement type projects in area type A and add in 2 smaller highway projects in rural areas, doing this recommendation over the 10 years in the future. I will add the implementation and execution would add an extreme level of complexity to our scoring process. We would have to overhaul a lot of different components of our process to put this in place. What is really just getting a mind of its own.
Go back. There you go.
All right. All right, the second topic is utilizing a forward-looking economic development measure. So VEDP came in September to present a reflection of the best-in-class economic impact assessments currently being used by VEDP to incorporate key economic priorities in the Commonwealth. This would replace the current ED1 with VEDP factors that consider the economic development potential of sites impacted by the applicant project. A really big shift from the applicants putting in sites, which is a commonly complaint that we get, is a common complaint that we get that is very tedious to input, and it's also very tedious to review, so it would remove that from the process. I will go through the steps really quickly. The first thing is to determine what properties are eligible using Virginia Scan, then calculate the estimated jobs, giving it 40% credit, and capital investment factors, giving that 25% credit. Then calculating properties funding factor, that would be receive 15%. Then calculate properties site visit factor, that would receive 10%. And then calculate the site readiness factor, and that's the Virginia Business Ready Site Program. And you would get points based on what tier it's in. And then you would sum those values together to get the ED score. Additionally, we came to y'all with a tweak to the ED2 measure, and that was going from freight tonnage to freight volume. The testing result here, we added projects that were all highway principal improvement type in mostly rural areas of the Commonwealth with an average cost of $15 million. So the projects were a little bit bigger than the ones that were removed from the list. But there was an overall net of 3 total added.
So in general, what we thought when we looked at the ED was that it was not sufficient in its in how it was designed to reflect what the real value might bring. And the folks at VEDP have sort of gone through a reorganization of how we look at economic development in Virginia, and they've driven it to pillars, and with infrastructure being one of those, as I've talked to you all about before. But really, it's really intended to get down to what the economic development experts see as best data and best in class, how to judge projects, Ms. Green, and taking it's like we went to the specialist, right, the brain surgeon, and say, okay, and the brain surgeon said this, and we worked with them on these things, and we came to this as a much better indicator of the value of these projects on economic development than what we had before. That's what we were striving to do. Yes, sir, Mr. Coleman.
Does the VEDP support the 10-year look forward? Is that part of the component that they feel like they need for planning purposes?
They did support that, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Stamp.
What is Virginia Scan?
It's a database of properties in Virginia.
Is it limited to those properties listed on Virginia Scan, or are there other
Ms. Jackson,
ways to get?
you mean, are we limited in this
Yes.
process? Is that what you're asking?
Just to Virginia Scan?
It is actively updated. So we've asked them several questions, VEDP, about this. Monthly, they remind all of their users to update the sites. If throughout this process, somebody says, hey, you're not considering this site,
Ms. Jackson,
you can update it.
users meaning county and cities and people are inputting data about their sites, which is an ongoing process that they work with VEDP to target properties that they think are important. And it goes through this process and goes into Virginia Scan. So it's sort of an open portal, if you will, to the people who are responsible for this at the county city level. And they put all this data in, and VEDP works with it, excuse me. It's not a huge bar. I mean, if it's a good site, there's not a bar to getting it in Virginia Scan, if that's what you're sort of getting at. Is it exclusive? It's not excluding anything that you would want to reasonably develop. It's not exclusive. Is that fair?
And you can update, if
Yes,
you
sir,
reach
Mr.
out to
Lawson.
VEDP within 24 hours, they'll give you a response on an update.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I remember Mr. Dreiling, he's been before us a couple times. So when we say development of potential sites, we're going to pull away from development or expansion of existing sites? That's going to be counted as part of this as well?
Yes.
Okay.
We've confirmed
100%.
that.
Sir, Ms. Gasperts.
Brooke, we've had conversations in the past week about the nomenclature in this section in particular and the use of the word sites. I know today in your presentation, rather than saying sites, you've used properties. I think it's important in the VDEP world, sites is a specific category. There are 4 different categories. One is industrial, one is flex, and one is office. So I'd just like to make sure that all of the text that is associated with this includes the word property rather than sites specifically. There may be several locations in this document where that's appropriate, but by and large, it should use the word properties to make sure that it does include all properties rather than just sites, which is rather limited in its range.
There's no intent to limit it, so, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Thanks. Brooke, I do have a question. What's the utilage rate for various counties and cities on Virginia Scan? Are they all plugged in, or is it, the larger communities that are more plugged in? Maybe if you look at it across all of our typologies, I'm just trying to understand the utilage for
the Virginia Scan website? Yes. I do not have that answer. We'll happy to circle back and get that for you.
Mr. Davis, I'm not an expert on this either, but I would tell you it's pretty well utilized. I mean, it's basically, this isn't probably a good analogy, but if you want your place to be considered, you go put it in there, right? And so counties and cities are doing it all the time, and regional economic development authorities and so forth. So it's just like, here I am, come look at me. It's not an onerous process. And so a lot of these questions have gotten to, are we limiting, right? Is it just new business or is it existing business? The sites limit, does the word site limit other properties or people being able to access the scan? How extensive is the scan? I think the answer is we're not trying to limit anything in that regard. We're trying to be as expansive and as expansive looking as we can be.
So my concern would
And
be,
VEDP tells us that's the case.
right, by typology, I would expect, typology A, I would expect those folks are certainly plugged into this. I just want to make sure that as you move through all the typologies, that it's being utilized by the B's, C's, and D's so that they're not overlooked in any way.
Well, those, I think, who live in those areas can testify, small t, to the interest and the activity of counties and regions, and particularly in the rural areas of Virginia. And we're working with them on an everyday basis on similar things. So there's a lot of activity. I don't think we're leaving anybody out, is my sense. And Ms. Linda, you could speak to that too. You pull your mic down?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think most every locality uses this. To what degree depends on usually how many properties that they have or how many buildings that they have available, but I don't think you'll find one that's not familiar with it.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
what we're doing to these points, I agree, most localities, if not all of them, have it. Somehow we got to get the message to the private sector to participate, because some localities are more effective than others, and the private sector has learned to just go it alone, if you will, and develop their own sites. So to Mr. Stant's comment, they're not in the system. What we're saying, if we adopt this, is y'all need to get in the system.
Well, there are a bunch of, there's a bunch that's in the system, I can promise you. Maybe
I
some of them are
understand.
not.
I would, depending on beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, there'd be some that say we have better ones and they're not in the system.
Yeah, we want them all, right?
Yes.
Ms. Jack?
I will add one more comment. We do plan on integrating the sites into our application map. So the applicant will map their project. They will be able to see what sites are available around there, especially at pre-application. They can make adjustments, reach out to VEDP for assistance if you're not seeing what should be there, or if you have questions. We are definitely going to be engaging them throughout the process, but it's going to be very visible what is there and what is not. And it'll be easy to make the connection.
And my understanding, Mr. Lawson, is that it's not hard to get in. So like I'm a private person and I want to develop my site, and I got a place where developers go and VDP is, and I can stick mine in that portal and say, hey, look at me, and it doesn't really cost me a lot to get there. We should certainly want them to be there, and they should certainly want to be there. So I don't think there's any kind of barrier to entry, if you will, to get these things in, unless it's just a site that's not developable, then that would be a problem. But otherwise, we're looking for more, not less, to your point, sir. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Brooke, who's driving the train? Because I'm concerned about the marketability with VEDP, for things not to fall through the cracks. Is VEDP a partner in making aware that this is an opportunity? Because they're seeking people that want to come to the state, invest in the state, build in the state, and stay here, put a flag in the ground. So is your department part of the communication of this, or is VEDP a partner in this? How is that working?
So is it more specifically on the back end once we get to scoring, or?
Looking at available property, making sure to other people's comments here that these available pieces of lots of land, because I think that's important. We've lost so much opportunity business-wise in this state, and I'm speaking on behalf of the port, maybe I shouldn't, but I'll do it anyway, is that we've lost a lot of business because we just don't have site-ready places for business to move, and they don't have the patience to wait years on years. They'll go to North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. So That's my question.
Mr. Coleman, the administration's put a lot of effort into those exact concerns. It's not OIP's job to go market the Commonwealth, right, in sites. What we're doing is taking the people that have that as their charge, who are staffed and resourced to do that, and we're glamming on to what they say is best-in-class information to help us drive our analysis of what that potential is. And so the answer to your question is, yeah, there's a lot of activity and a lot of push. It's not coming from VDOT or my office or OIP, because that's not our role. Although I would tell you, and I said this earlier, the governor's been clear to his entire cabinet, including me, that we all have a responsibility for economic development in the Commonwealth. And I am on those business-ready sites committees. I'm on the VDP SteerCo committee for exactly those reasons. And so while it's not VDOT's job per se to go market, we just take the database and use it. We're somewhat doing that, and I'm certainly doing that in my position. So a big focus on that, Mr.
I just want to
Coleman.
make sure it was collaborative. It's going to take
100%.
everybody, all hands on deck.
And as I told you, I'm one of the pillar leaders for VDP for exactly that reason. So yes, sir. Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Coleman, just to kind of add on to that, to the Secretary's point, we are relying on VEDP's data. They are the marketer. But I think this tool, as Ms. Jackson just explained, when people go on to do their application, if they don't see a site that they know should be in the mix, that's the flag for them to get it in the system. So I think in many ways it could actually help in making the Virginia Scan a more robust, more inclusive tool.
Anybody else? Questions? All right, Ms. Jackson, if you continue.
Our third topic is refining the high priority projects program eligibility and eliminating step 2. We have been bringing this topic since June to the board. We came back last month with some revisions, and additionally this month I have added some more content, and that is in yellow. I'm going to go through that. But the goal here is to ensure that HPP projects are of statewide and regional significance. We all got on board with that is important with what we should be doing with HPP dollars, which is the smaller of our two pots of money. We have DGP and HPP. What we have proposed is to include what types of projects, and a project only needs to have one of these features that is listed up here to be considered a high priority project. You do not need to have multiple. And those are new capacity highway improvements, and we've added additional context here in case there was any question what new capacity means. And that includes new through lanes. So if you're adding up to one or more lane to your road, that is adding a new through lane. Roadway on new alignment, that is a completely new road. And then managed lanes, HOV, HOT, shoulder, managed shoulders. And then new bridge is, it can be an existing bridge in place, but you're replacing it with a bridge that has more capacity, just to give a little more context to what new bridge is. If you have a 2-lane bridge and you're going to a 4-lane bridge, that is still categorized as a new bridge. Additionally, new or improved interchanges. All of the features are listed there. This would be essentially all ramp improvements as well. I've gotten several questions on this from our applicants, wanting to know a little bit more context, but all improvements to interchanges will be considered high priority. Transit and freight improvements, including new or improved passenger rail stations or service, freight rail improvements, high capacity fixed guideway transit. And again, I wanted to note that this does include light rail transit or bus rapid transit. It does not exclude heavy rail. That is also included. I just want to note that we make sure we're calling out that it does include that as well. And then transit transfer stations. In addition, this is a big or, not an and, but we are revising to add corridor improvements as identified as the preferred alternative in STARS, pipeline, or arterial management plans. And the reason for this is twofold. Studies are performance-based, and they identify corridors that have safety and congestion, and they identify a study area to improve the safety and congestion throughout the entire corridor that they've identified through performance-based planning. And second is reducing phasing of projects. I've heard that throughout all the months from May on, that phasing is an issue for the board, breaking up projects into small pieces instead of doing what is ultimately the plan for the corridor. So again, this is an or. When we looked at the analysis, a ton of these corridor studies had HPP components on it already. So I think even the ones that I picked out, over 70% of these corridor studies had things on them that would be HPP eligible without us adding that statement. So I do want to make that note before we discuss that anymore. The second piece to that is eliminating step 2. We feel strongly that these two should go together, the redefining and eliminating step 2. And this provides statewide HPP funds to projects based on district rankings currently. So we're going to eliminate step 2 and distribute all HPP funds on statewide rankings of smart scale scores. And to be clear, it'll be a new 2-step process. The first will be DGP allocation. That is going to be district ranked by smart scale score. And the second step is statewide allocation of HPP dollars ranked by smart scale score, competing against the entire state. And that's why it is critical to put some guardrails around what we define as HPP, or else you will just be funding small projects through HPP. So I just want to put those reminders of what we have presented throughout this process and why it's important to have the guardrails in place.
Yes, Ms. Sellers.
So I just want to clarify something. You said phasing, and we've talked a lot about this, as we've talked one-on-one board members. And we're not against phasing. We're against phasing within the same round of smart scale. So what we've seen is a large corridor broken up into 3 separate projects, like my district did, and submitting 3 applications in one round. We don't want to see that. We want to see if you have 3 separate projects, then it would be in round 5, 6, and 7, not 3 separate projects in round 5. Just want to make sure that it's not that we're against phasing. We understand the purpose of phasing.
Yeah, just speak for yourself, Ms. Sellers. I think the concern, yeah, I understand, we don't do it that way. I think the concern is, and it's legitimate concern, is let's say we had an I-81 corridor study, 325 miles long, right? It's got 64 projects, phases, projects, call them what you want, right? And so does it suggest that if we got this corridor study and it says, do all these, right? This is what we would do on this corridor. And it's not a 20-mile corridor, it's a long corridor. And when you say entire corridor improvements, that was what was raised to me, does that mean I got to do the whole I-81 project? Or does it mean I'm only going to do 64 projects of the 112 that were identified because I don't have enough money? How does that sort of play? And I think that was the concern. And how does this address that?
Mr. Secretary.
Can we get an answer to that?
So the interstate, typically, all of those features are going to cover most of your interstate improvements. So in that particular example, I know you're being illustrative. I do want to note that a lot of these corridor studies are not that long. Pipeline studies are typically 1.5 miles. STAR studies are typically 3 miles. I think we're going to the extremes of the fears of how long these are, and there are over 45 studies going on right now, and the average length of a pipeline project is 1.5 miles.
Mr. Lawson, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Not Mr. Lawson, I'm coming back to you. I'm sorry. The older Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I just want to expand on that. As I think, as Ms. Jackson mentioned, over 70% of our HPP project or corridor projects already fit one of these other criteria. So if your 81 corridor scenario, those projects independently meet an HPP definition. It's the corridors we're talking about here are short. They could be turn lanes, a signal light, just a number of things that when brought together, small things, when they're brought together, provide big benefits. So that's where we want to make sure, so this really is where the individual elements don't meet one of the original criteria. It's when the bundled package of smaller improvements, I'll call them, when identified in the corridor study, collectively meet a need. And that's kind of the reason. We don't want you, and we have one project, we've seen some projects where they did a sidewalk on the north side of the street and a sidewalk on the south side of the street, and two different, broke them up into two parts. I think Mr. Coleman has referred to this, or others have referred to this as bundling. We don't want you to unbundle a small project to get a bunch of little teeny projects that then kind of get the added benefit.
Mr. Ty Lawson.
Thank you. And I think my cousin just hit on it, that is the concern. It's not the ID1.
Your younger cousin, excuse me.
The other cousin. Where they're separated by many miles, it's the ones that are connected. And I think Ms. Jackson knows what we're saying. One other follow-up, though. When we say through lanes, there's no limit on the length of those or intent to limit those. What's a through lane?
Typically, when you're adding a new through lane, it's going to be a mile, typically, but there's no limit. I mean, I think to become HPP eligible, we're always going to see people trying
Ms.
to
Jackson,
find
is there a difference
loophole.
between a through lane and a lane?
And adding a lane?
Am I adding a lane or am I adding a through lane? Is there a difference?
No. It also
He's asking you what a
covers-
through lane is.
I'm looking at it as a defined term, capital T, capital
Exactly.
L, through lane. Is that something different than a lane? You said it was.
No,
Okay.
it's a confusion. Yeah, it's just adding a lane. It can also be adding, if
Can
you're
we
on
just say
Broad
adding a
Street,
new lane?
a
Can
through
we say
lane.
adding a new lane?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good point, Mr. Lawson. Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill was next, and then Ms. Gaspertz, and then,
Three comments. First, I think the addition of the stars and pipeline study is important because that sort of, to me, brings some discipline to the jurisdictions to have these done before they submit the applications. So I'm in favor of that. Will this also include studies that are done by MPOs? Because we have we happen to have 3 MPOs in our jurisdiction, or our district rather, and they do some transportation studies as well. So will they be included as part of this? And then third, on the definition of through lanes, will that also include turn lanes, exit ramps, things like that, exit lanes on some of the major corridors?
Yes.
go back to one, go back to
Yes.
2. 2 was a question, 3 was a question.
Yeah. You again?
Well, MPO studies that do transportation studies, we have one in Stanton, one in Harrisonburg, and one in Winchester, Frederick, and they do some transportation collaboration between the city and the counties and try to make sure they're maximizing their efforts.
I will defer to the secretary on this. As it's currently written, no, it does not include that. As currently written.
Is there a reason why that
Mr.
would not?
Lawson, I think, I want to not misspeak here, Mr. Merrill, so I'm trying to get some help. If a study that was done by a locality or region included any of these other items, then it would qualify. Is that correct? So it doesn't matter who it does it. If it qualifies for those first 2 or 3, then it's qualified. What kind of study would we anticipate would not qualify if the way that it's written?
Under the features category, something typical would be an access management study. So say the issue in the corridor is that there are too many median openings and traffic is just flying all over the corridor. Say, take Broad Street and you have your median openings. An access management study might look at closing driveways, might look at closing your medians, or figuring out ways to put in some innovative intersections. But they look at it as a whole and see about improving the corridor throughput, the congestion and safety as a whole. And to do only one closure should not be considered high priority, but to do the collaborative corridor, that could be.
Okay, so the former would be included for consideration, Because you just described the situation in Woodstock where there are just these fast food restaurants, gas stations, and people are going back and forth because there are no medians.
Yes,
And they
if
want.
if
okay.
submitting the entire study, absolutely, that is exactly what would be allowed underneath this.
Was that answer? Thank you. It was Mr. Kaspert's next.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Hey, Brooke, in the third bullet, transit freight improvements, including new or improved passenger stations or service. Service is a troubling word to me. I'm not sure what that means in that context. We don't fund operational or service issues as part of HPP. So I'd like to understand, I assume that that means corridor improvements to passenger rail corridors, but I'd like to have that more explicitly stated and the word service removed if possible.
Mr. Brule, Ms. Jackson.
Secretary, Mr. Kasperwitz, Mr. Kasperwitz is correct. We do not fund service out of Smart Scale, so it would be appropriate to call that corridor improvements.
Corridor improvements is great. Next comment actually is in the last bullet. Mr. Secretary, I agree with your concern over the words entire corridor improvements.
Yeah.
And so what Brooke has told us is the need for that is actually incorporated. The incorporation of the segmentation is in the STAR pipeline and arterial management studies. I'd recommend that we take that constraint out because I think it's confusing and change the wording to improvements recommended in completed STARS, pipeline, or arterial management plans. We might add some reference to Mr. Merrill's comments as well. But the words that we write today will be interpreted by future board members and by future OEP staff members. I want to make sure that to the extent possible that we are explicit and clear. And back to the issue of through lanes. If it's not truly a through lane, then we should take that word out. And in the entire corridor, I could see that being misconstrued or misinterpreted at some future date and restricting projects because of those specific words. So I'd like to simplify that and just say improvements recommended in completed STARS, pipeline, or arterial management plans, just to make certain that it's very clear.
Mr. Kaspertz keeps trying to do his advocacy with his questions, but I think it's good advocacy, so I'm going to allow it.
Those questions, sir. Can we?
Yeah. Nice try. Ms. Sellers.
Staying on bullet 3, and I think you've answered this high-capacity fixed guideway transit, and particularly that bus rapid transit, my understanding is that's like what's here in Richmond, a lane. So how is that going to impact the bus systems that go in and out of Northern Virginia, which are not, very few, if I don't know of any Northern Virginia areas that have those dedicated bus lanes, but we do see a lot of new particularly new buses added. So how will that impact that?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Brule, thank you.
Ms. Sellers, the language is intended to provide for high capacity, so it doesn't have to be a dedicated lane. It can be. What we want to get away from, and again, back to Mr. Kasperwitz's earlier point about passenger rail, we're not paying for service out of Smart Scale. So this is capital improvements, and what we have seen is some of these projects that have just been to buy a bus to create a new route between 2 points where there's not currently service haven't done particularly well. And we have multiple other programs through DRPT to fund those types of projects that make that funding available like right now instead of 6 years out into the future. So this is intended to really drive those more capital intensive, higher capacity, higher volume transit corridors and not the local routes that we may have seen previously through the program.
So let's try to clean this up a little bit. I think what Ms. Jackson told us is that new through lane is redundant and confusing, and it should just be new lane because through is not defined. And that when we get down to bullet 4, we want to make sure that we're clear as to what's in and what's out, right? And we don't want to suffer too much interpretation by future boards who didn't understand the conversation we had. And so if there might be an opportunity to improve that language either by adding to it or changing a word or two. And so we'll look at that as well.
Mr. Secretary.
Did we address Ms. Sellers, the rail piece here? Are yeah, okay, Dr. Smoot.
With regard to passenger rail stations, is it correct to believe that if there is local funding of a portion of the cost of a new station, it would in essence buy down the cost of the project and would likely result in a higher ranking than someone coming in and saying, we want the state to fund 100% of the cost of our new passenger station?
Yes. It doesn't necessarily relate to a higher ranking, it relates to a higher score.
Right.
And so you're going to, by definition, with less cost, by somebody buying you down, paying for part of the project, you are going to score higher by definition. Does that take you up a rank or 10 ranks or 50 ranks? It depends on which the other ones are. But you're going to drive your score up, and we've seen that. I mean, that's just math. Because we don't use the amount of money that the project costs, as opposed we ask for how much you want us to give you. And so if you're paying 50% of a cost, you get all the benefits, and the Commonwealth grabs 50% of the cost to get all the benefits, and they count all the benefits for only 50% of the cost, and they like that twice as much as if it's 100% of the cost. So that's the way it would work.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Folks.
Brooke, on your testing result, using these two proposed changes, you note that the projects doubled in terms of the amount that would be funded under that. Also, the impact is reduction in the number of projects from 30 to 17. Is it fair to say that most of those that are eliminated are from the rural districts, smaller projects from the rural districts? Are they the one most negatively impacted by this change?
I think for step 2, that is where rural entities are able to utilize that scoring. I will highlight that very small projects were being funded with that money. We were seeing on average between $4 to $8 million of projects for each individual project that was getting funded out of step 2. So it's about refocusing on what is of statewide and regional significance.
I think
people will apply differently in the future. Sorry to.
No, it's fine. I'm not sure we have a finite answer. We've seen it before. I can't remember what it was, but at the end of the day, I think Brooke's point, Ms. Jackson's point, is the one that we should sort of think about. So we're talking about projects of substantial statewide significance. And I'm sure there must be, so I won't say it that way, but I don't think there are very many at $4 million that have substantial statewide or regional significance. They have significance in a small area, but is it statewide? Would we go out there and say, look at what we did here to the rest of the state and shine a light on it and say, man, we had a big impact on the state or on the region? Likely not. And what we're trying to do is let the district grants do those things while this pot of money has been designated to be, by the General Assembly and the Code, to be put on projects with regional or statewide significance, real projects that bend the needle in a region or on a corridor of significance or across the state. And what we found was, and through our analysis we've now seen over a number of months, that that's not what was coming out of it in large measure. And so we just didn't think it was representative of what the intent of the system and the legislation was, and that's why we're advocating it change. Mr. Merrill, and then Ms. Sellers.
Yeah, just quickly, thank you for clarifying the question they asked, but I would request that that be added, because to Mr. Castro's point, we may understand what it means today, but many of us will not be here in 4 or 5 years and applications are going through here. So I think it'd be important to codify what we just discussed in this definition of high priority, any studies that look at corridors or these areas that are addressed.
Get to that. Ms. Sellers?
Mr. Secretary, process question. Are we going to be asked to vote on these as one, or are we going to be able to separate them?
If there are enough people that want to separate them, we'll separate them. We talked about it last night as well.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir, Dr. Smoot.
the elimination of step 2 will, I think, as Mr. Folks has suggested, result in a loss or a reduction of projects in a number of districts. In my particular district, we would have lost 6 projects with this. And that is why I think it is so important that we take a fairly broad definition of HPP if we're going to eliminate step 2. It seems to me desirable that localities be able to lift up almost any project they want to lift up. It has to be ranked. Lifting it up doesn't mean it will be funded. But if we don't give them an opportunity to lift it up, where are they going to go? They're going to the legislature, which is contrary to the purposes generally of smart scale. So I think it's important to be able to lift up a wide variety of projects, have them scored and ranked. If they don't prevail, they don't prevail, but at least they had the opportunity to be considered. So with the elimination of step 2, HPP becomes very important.
Lawson wants to say something. Mr. John Lawson.
I just want you to comment again to your point, Mr. Smoot. The district grant program is there, and that is what is intended to support the projects that are the specific needs of that district. And as Ms. Jackson mentioned, the district grant program actually has more funding in it than the high priority program because of the supplemental component that is added in. So your more rural areas actually get a larger district grant program because they do get the supplemental fuel tax added into it. So I think it is important that we remember that there are district projects that are really intended to serve the district, and there's funding provided for that purpose. And then there's funding that's made available to the state to kind of address the bigger issues that impact regions and the state as a whole. And I think as you look at the scoring, and that was one of the things we talked about when we made this recommendation, under the current step 2 process, you're funding projects have been funded within districts based on the district ranking that are much lower in District A than a project in District C that didn't get funded because of the way the process works. So it's all about trying to make high priority money a statewide program.
Was there somebody else, Dr. Smoot?
Well, not all traffic is local either. And I can rise above principle and agree to eliminating step 2 if I'm assured that the HPP definition is broad and people get a day to be considered. That's not to say they're going to be funded, but at least they were able to be considered. If they can't go here, where are they going to go?
Dr. Smoot, if I had a $3 million bike ped project, do you want that to be considered in high priority program for the state?
Yes, considered and ranked. And my guess is it would not prevail.
But why when you have a system that's intended to look at specific district needs and smaller and larger projects in that district that are important to that district, and you put more money in that and say, go do these things here. In this pot of money, we do different things. We do bigger projects that have regional or statewide significance. We don't put the $3 million bike ped in there because it's not what this project is for. When I go to do congestion mitigation, I don't go to the safety program, I go to the CMAQ program. That's what it's for. So the intent was to bifurcate these and follow the legislative intent, and to have ones that have big impacts in either a region or in the state. That's what this is. Over here in the district grant program, let's just look at the district. And they got all sorts of needs. Some of them are small, some of them are big. Let's do those projects over there. They've got a place to go. They can be addressed. And oh, by the way, the only ones they compete against are themselves. They're not competing against another region or another district. They're just in their own. So it's sort of like, okay, you got your own. You can do all that now as you're part of a bigger picture and a bigger project and a bigger program. We got a different program. It's called HPP. So that's the intent. And to your point, it is discriminatory. It's intended to be discriminatory because it's trying to get to those bigger ones. And what Ms. Jackson told us is we lost a bunch of projects that were $4 million on average. That's what happened. And it just wasn't the appropriate place for those projects to be funded according to what the intent of the program was. They had been seeping in over time and gnawing away at the big projects of statewide significance, high priority for the state or for a region. And so when we saw that and we saw the feedback from the participants and we saw this feedback from the staff and the consultants, they say, well, look what's going on here. These are supposed to be major projects, and they're not. We're getting a lot of little ones because we've allowed them in and they shouldn't have been in. That's not what it's for. Ms. Sellers. So, I mean, and you don't have to agree or disagree with that, but that's what it's trying to do.
No, those are all, I think, very valid considerations, as are valid considerations that some districts are going to lose a number of projects.
No question about it.
So, Mr. Secretary, the document that was sent out, I guess, last week, A2, talks about scenario B, this step 2 elimination is the first time I realized that step 3 uses a benefit score to allocate HPP funds and not the smart scale score.
Used to.
So I question, is it the smart, what?
Used
Used to, well, this is what it says here. Step 2 uses a smart scale score, which we know a smaller project will do better based on sheer math. So a $4 million project, what happens is even if they have a low benefit score, their smart scale score is going to go up because they are so low cost, right? We know that. I think some of us have beat that
to death.
Beat that to death. And so I wonder if instead of eliminating.
The code directs us to do that.
I understand that. I wonder if instead of just flat out eliminating step 2, which is that district ranking, could we change it from basing it on a smart scale score to a benefit score to where they're a little more equal, but the districts still have an opportunity here? Because you're changing two things by eliminating this. You're now eliminating that smart scale score, which benefits these smaller rural projects, and you're taking away the district ranking.
I'm not sure what you're saying. We're eliminating a smart scale score. The intent here, we had a process that said, regardless of your cost, doesn't matter what your cost is, if you return a really great benefit, go do it. Now, nobody lives like that in the real world. If I sold you if you went to buy a new Lexus and it was $60,000 and you thought you got a great deal and you were going to go do it because the cost of 60 versus the value you got of the Lexus was good. Okay, so go down there and buy the Lexus and let me the next day tell you it's going to be $600,000 to buy the Lexus and see what you do. You're going to say that cost is way out of line with the benefit because I calculated my benefit at $65,000 or $60,000. I gave $60,000 to get that benefit, and I was happy with that. But if you told me I had to pay $600,000 to get that benefit, I wouldn't do that anymore. And that's what the using benefit only does. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense when you're directed by the code to consider cost and benefit. It doesn't consider any cost, and we can drive projects through it that are great benefit scoring projects, but you can't afford the cost. So why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense to us. And that's why we suggested you eliminate that benefit score only. And by code, the costs are stated that you need to consider them in the process. So it didn't drive the results we thought it should drive. It wasn't in concert with legislative intent as we read it. And so because of those two things, we suggested it be eliminated.
So through this, if we vote this in together, we're changing the definition, you're eliminating step 2, which is that district ranking, and we're changing it from HPP is based on benefit score to HPP ranking is based on smart scale score. And I think that is a key difference, and we saw it in our number 1 project, which was the gap, the I-64 gap, which we've all seen. And what happened is the benefit score was higher than every other project in the Commonwealth, but because the price tag was so big, its smart scale score went way down. And I don't know if any of us, and I'm gonna speak for myself, we should fund something like that. And that's why I think there is a benefit to using the benefit score and not just throwing it completely out and talking about things in terms of return on investment instead of just sheer metrics. When we can talk about return on investment, yeah, maybe that Lexus is great, or maybe, and you can afford it, but could you find something that's comparable, right? And it's just we're making big changes with this on the table right now.
I think you should think about 2 of the changes as need to go together or not happen. So the changing the HPP, the eliminating the step 2 and changing the definition, as Ms. Jackson has said, they need to go together, whatever they look like, okay? And then eliminating step 3 is a separate and distinct sort of thought. At least that's the way I look at it. And so we're just trying to drive this thing so that it does what I said earlier. And we have the ability, as we have seen in the consensus scenario, to pull things in if we think that it's the right thing to do. And I'd rather pull them in than have them pulled in and have them to kick them out, right? So I think the outliers you can deal with by pulling them in consensus scenario, as opposed to this is what it kicks out because it doesn't matter about it, the rest of it, and then you got to deal with that. So I would rather go ahead. I think you're going to get, one, you're going to have less work, and 2, you're going to get to a better result is how I would see it. And we can always, as we've done in the consensus scenario a few months ago, we moved some stuff around. You moved some stuff, Mr. Coleman moved some stuff. We moved some stuff earlier in the year. We moved it around because we put our brain power to the data and to the situation and said, it's a tool, but it doesn't, we still have flexibility. So that's sort of the intent. Mr. Lawson, did you have something to add?
No, you hit exactly what I wanted to say is smart scale is a tool. And I think in what we found in the scenarios, the gap did get funded in all the scenarios. I don't check all of them, even under the new discussion point here. But to the Secretary's point, smart scale is a tool. The staff recommended scenario is what math says should get funded. Between the rollout in January and May, it's this body that evaluates what the tool says and then recommends making changes to what the tool says so that you can actually put forth what you think is the best suite of projects.
It's 12:25. We'll finish this up. Mr. Merrill, I'm sorry.
Mr. Laird had his hand up first. But
Oh, Mr. Laird, I'm sorry.
Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Ms. Jackson, could we go back to the new bridge? And you have articulated a definition somewhat. Would it include a bike bridge or a pedestrian bridge to qualify?
What new bridge are you referring to here?
So we grouped it under new capacity highway. So it's highway improvements. So it would need to have the highway component. It could have a bike and ped component, absolutely. But it is not an individual bike and pedestrian bridge that would qualify.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill's next.
Mr. Merrill is next.
Yeah, I apologize.
He's keeping me in order, Mr. Merrill. Thank you.
I apologize for appearing parochial. But Mr. Lawson made the comment, which is true, about the grant formula. And district grant is funded based upon code. And as an example, Stanton receives 7.8%, and I'll refer to my colleague from Culpeper. Culpeper gets 6.4% of district grant. But because of I think this is a law of unintended consequences, because of the funding for Interstate 81, the 6-year funding for district grant, for supplemental grants in Stanton, 6 years, is $28 million. For Culpeper, it's $143 million. So smaller on the district grant in an order of magnitude 5 times the supplemental because of the way the 81 money is going. So to Dr. Smoot's point, I think it's essential that the high priority definition be flexible, especially for parochial jurisdiction like Stanton and to some extent Salem, because their supplemental grant bucket has been constrained because of the ID1 tax, which therefore is going to make their pool of funds available materially less. So if you were to take supplemental and district grants of Culpeper, you're over $200 million, and in Stanton, you're at 70.
Mr. Merrill, that is accurate. It's the same in Hampton Roads. It's the same in Northern Virginia. It's the same in Richmond. And we're getting projects in all those places being supplemented by the Commonwealth. And as part of that, we don't get the supplemental money. We've already got the supplemental money. And 81 is in your district. And that's the same thing in Hampton Roads, the same thing in Northern Virginia, and the same thing in Richmond. When we raise those taxes there, that's what occurred. So we're getting money. It's just not in that pot. It's called the 81 pot. And in Hampton Roads, it's called the HR TAC pot. And in Richmond, it's called the CVTA pot. And in Northern Virginia, it's called the MVTC pot. And that's the system. So I hear you.
So then my last question would be, would 81 improvements be eligible for HPP?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I want to just tie up the end of that conversation, though. So basically, they won't, well, never mind. I'll just leave it be, actually.
You just made my day.
I'll let it go.
Good. Stop on a good note, Mr. Kasperitz.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Hey, Brooke, Mr. Laird's question has prompted another question in my mind regarding the new bridge description. So you've obviously identified that that would be highway bridge only. Where would a transit or rail bridge fit into this scheme? I ask this in the context of I think it's this week we're going to be letting our first contract for the bridge of all bridges, which is Long Bridge. And I would think that we would want to have within HPP a provision that would include a standalone bridge improvement for either transit or rail. Can we specifically state that in the third bullet and make sure that that's actually included as well?
Director DeBurle.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Mr. Secretary, I would consider that included in the language that's already there for transit and freight improvements. To Mr. Kasperwitz's earlier point, taking out service and putting in corridor improvements, that to me would capture it. I don't think it needs to be explicit.
I would say because it's explicitly stated in the highway section, unless we have a word limit on this particular provision, I would explicitly state it in the transit and rail provision as well. I would prefer to.
A caveat that I will add is new capacity is
Is that,
critical.
what he said is he preferred to, is that possible? That was the question.
I'll rephrase my question. Is that possible, Brooke?
Absolutely possible. As a reminder, Smart Scale is not a maintenance program. New capacity is required for these type of improvements.
Very
So
clear
it
on
has
that.
to be paired with new capacity.
Good. Thank you.
All right, anybody else on this slide? All right, well, guess what time it is? It's time for a recess. We're gonna have a relatively efficient and quick lunch, and we will return, so we recessed. I'm calling us back into session. Thank you very much. Ms. Jackson is on slide number 4, or point number 4, slide 9.
All right. We're going to move on to our next topic, which is creating a 3-tier application limit. We brought this topic originally in May, and then last month came back to you with a revision. And additionally, we have 2 more revisions we want to cover on our proposed reduction in application limits. So we wanted to revise the MPO, PDC, and transit agency grouping from 250,000 to 200,000. This was made to accommodate the federally designated transportation management area. This is an oversight on our part, and we think that it should include those that are in a transportation management area. Last month, we brought to you that there was 15 entities that would fall in this middle third tier that we created. If we lower it to 200,000, this would include 2 more entities, Roanoke Valley Transportation Planning Organization and Arlington Transit. The other addition, based on feedback and comments from the board, would be that we're going to reference the Weldon Cooper Center population determinations. For every applicant that we can use Weldon Cooper, we will, ahead of the smart scale rounds. One major thing that I did not point out last round, but I think is important to keep in mind, this is existing in the technical guide. This would not require any changes. But as it stands right now, in our existing policy, a board member may allow 1 additional application from a county within their district if the project is located within a town that is ineligible to submit projects. So I know that had been brought up as a topic, that there are some ineligible towns that submit through counties. And that is already in place right now.
My fault.
The second thing is the county in which the town is located will submit the maximum number of applications allowed. So the county is maxed out, but a town reaches out to them and says, I want to have my application submitted through you. They can come to you as your district member and ask for the 1 additional application. And again, this is already an existing policy, would not need to be modified or changed. But it is something to consider that we already have something in the process to handle that.
Questions?
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot?
just for my FYI, why would a town be ineligible to submit projects? What sort of towns are they?
Very small that don't receive maintenance.
Dr. Smoot, in our district, Shenandoah County, Rockingham County have political subdivisions which are not incorporated. So Newmarket, Dayton, Edinburgh,
The unincorporated towns.
they require on the county to take care of their roads, and also they don't have separate.
Okay. So it's not a population in and of itself matter.
They're generally very small,
Yeah.
to Brooks' comment.
Thank you.
Sir. Other questions? So to be clear, what Brooke said is we had it wasn't really an oversight, it just we didn't understand. And the federal designation for a lot of this stuff is at 200,000, not 250. And so we just brought ourselves into sort of alignment because it'll work much better and it made more sense. So that's what we did in that regard. All right, moving on. Number 5.
Number 5 is modifying the land use factor to a multiplier and then modifying the factor weightings. It's a 2-step process that we brought forward. We first brought this in June and then gave some results in July. The first step is to assign the current land use factor weighting to other factor categories. So in type A, it was 20%, type B, it was 15%, type C and D, it was 10 and 10%. So we needed to take those percentages and distribute it to other area types in their factor weightings. And the staff recommended scenario is listed up there. We focused on safety and congestion. That was based on the survey feedback that we received, that those were the 2 areas that applicants viewed as the most important. And that's where our recommendations are focused on. Number 2 is to use the normalized land use factor as a multiplier on all other benefits. So that would be 1 plus the normalized score divided by 100 would make that the multiplier. Land use will be calculated the same as it is today. It's just those modifications.
Questions? Continue, please. You have a question, Mr. Casper?
No, I didn't, no.
No, continue, Ms. Jackson. You guys okay? Go ahead.
I'm going to move on.
Yes, please.
To the modifications requested by members, Mr. Kasputz and Ms. Hines. What you see in yellow up there, I don't want to confuse anyone before I go any further, is we've sent out a presentation on Wednesday, but made a revision on Thursday. That was a typo on my part, and so I just wanted you guys to be aware that those are the places that I made the revisions. Rest assured, all of our analysis was done correctly to these percentages when we looked at how the CTB members' request would act. It was just a reflection of a typo. So the CTB member requested rating revisions are reflected in the chart above. Most notably different is reducing congestion and increasing accessibility. Those are two of the main components that are different from the staff recommendation. Additionally, there was a request to look at measure weighting revisions. So specifically in the accessibility factor area. And there's 3 accessibility measures. Originally, or as it is today, A1, access to jobs, is at 60%. The request was to reduce 20% from that to 40% and put it in A3, which is the access to multimodal choice. And that was requested to go from 20 to 40%. So when we looked at this, compared to the final staff recommended, it does add a net of 11 projects. It added 15 majority small bike and ped principal improvement type in mostly urban areas. And that's mostly related to that accessibility measure change, more so than the factor weighting change. And it did remove 3 large highway improvements in urban areas and 1 small bike and ped in a rural area. It says no impact to HPP, but there is 1 HPP impact project, and I do have this list that's posted on the website, and you can see what the HPP impacts are.
Ms. Kaspertz.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment rather than a question, sir, just for clarification. This was a recommendation that came from this is the changes within the accessibility category that came from Ms. Hines and me that we thought would benefit the A-type areas. We have since withdrawn this request because we realize it has consequences outside of A areas and that the change that comes from withdrawal dramatically changes the bike ped selections that occurred in the Hampton Roads district in particular. So consider this withdrawn. The basic weighting, though, stands. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Stant.
Land use. Whatever definition now exists of land use stays that definition under this scenario.
That's correct. Thank you.
Methodology for measuring land use stays the same. Not change.
Scoring methodology is exactly the same, yes.
We have issues with both the definition and the methodology. We should bring those up, I guess, in the action meeting. Is that correct?
We can, you know, we get through this, I don't really care. At some point, I wanted to be able to get through the presentation without dragging us through each one, but, you know, we can do more of it now as we get to the end as well.
I'll wait till later.
Okay.
Last question. Have you ever prepared, or has OEP prepared a pro forma view of exactly how this modifier works? In other words, show us how land use as a
Yeah, we provided also a scorecard look at what it would do. We marked up a scorecard of how it would impact the score, and we provided that in September, the scorecard with the markup, and I can also re-provide that to the board, and it shows exactly how you carry through the calculations.
Merrill and I would like to have our memory refreshed.
I'm happy to provide that.
I think we got it in the September presentation. It's online. It's online as well. All right, anybody else? Questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Really quick, going to go through the next schedule just so everyone is aware. The next big thing after policy action is releasing our technical guide. We're going to put a draft technical guide out in December, hopefully in the next few weeks. And then in January, we'll post the final version of that pending comments that we receive, because we will post that on our website. And then March 1, round 6 pre-application opens. So that is what we have on our horizon. And hopefully you won't see me till next October. It will be free. But that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Appreciate it very much. Next item on the agenda is director items. Jennifer DeBrule, Director. Ma'am.
So just a couple of items for you. You have my regular director's report and also our quarterly financial report in the folder. I will point out just a couple of things. We've changed kind of what we're reporting to you, and we're reporting in an organization that's based on our agency strategic plan, so it looks a little different than what you've seen in the past. Same kind of information. On the ridership front, all of our trends are continuing to move in a positive direction, so that is always good to see. The last thing that I'll mention is our Amtrak ridership. On behalf of the Passenger Rail Authority, Amtrak ridership continues to set new records every single month. So we are heading in the right direction on that and expect a big week ahead for the Passenger Rail Authority. They'll be here in February to present their draft budget capital program for your review. And that concludes.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, I'm going to defer comments for today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I will just say I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this this meeting, but this process over the last 11 months or so. And, you know, it's been a lot of work on a lot of people's behalf, and the board has dug in deeply and well, I think. And as we move into the action item, or excuse me, the action agenda, we'll sort of try to bring that to fruition. It's been a really busy year in the Secretariat, and certainly here at the Transportation Board. I think we've made a lot of progress. There's been a lot of good stuff that's happening. It was great to see the space presentation today, because although that doesn't really fall under the Transportation Board, there are elements that do, and we'll be addressing one coming up in the action meeting. And so that's a great opportunity to sort of feature that place and show you a little bit, and we'll get ourselves out there in the not-too-distant future, as I've said before, to see some of that stuff. So really excited about that. And so with that, I will adjourn the workshop meeting, and I'll call the action meeting to order. I don't know if we've had others who have arrived who may want to have to make comments before the board. In the public comments section, we took the people that we had earlier. Is there anyone else who's here who would like to make a public comment? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much. We will move into the approval of the minutes. The minutes for the previous meeting in October were distributed. Are there any comments or suggestions or corrections to those minutes? If there are none, is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Ms. Sellers moves. Mr. Lawson seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. First item on the agenda is Traffic Operations Division, Mr. Kevin Gregg. Action on the through truck restriction on Route 206 in King George County. Ms. Sellers, in the Fredericksburg District.
Thank you, sir.
That it is.
At our October meeting, I brought before you a presentation on the through truck restrictions for Route 206, Dahlgren Road, King George County, in the Fredericksburg District, and you have a resolution in your package. We're requesting approval on that through truck restriction.
Are there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ms. Sellers moves. Is there a second? Ms. Green seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Yes, sir.
Item number 2, Robbie Prezioso, action on commemorative naming of the request of Lee County, at the request of Lee County, of the bridge on State Route 352, St. Charles Road, as the Samuel Johnson Jr. Memorial Bridge within the Bristol District. Sir.
Afternoon, sir, board. Today we bring before you a commemorative bridge naming, as the Secretary mentioned. This is in Lee County in the Bristol District for State Route 352, St. Charles Road over Straight Creek, to be named as the Samuel Johnson Jr. Memorial Bridge. The Board of Supervisors enacted a resolution on September 19th, 2023, to put this honor for PFC Samuel Johnson Jr. based on his life, brave service, and ultimate sacrifice to his country. He was born in September 1948 near St. Charles in Lee County and enlisted in the Army on May 9th, 1968, and began a tour in Vietnam in October of 1968. PFC Samuel Johnson Jr. was tragically killed on October 26, 1968 in South Vietnam. He is memorialized on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial and was laid to rest at Lee Memorial Park near Pennington Gap in Virginia. VDOT has received no public comments for this.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Folks?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
We have a motion. Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? If you plan to vote affirmatively, please join me as I rise. Thank you very much. Mr. Hoffrichter. Item number 3, action on authorization of proposed amendments to Secretary Street acceptance requirements pursuant to Chapter 425 of the 2022 Acts of Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. This is a follow-up action to the action taken in June that authorized us to do the notice of intended regulatory action. We received no comments on the public comment period, so there are no significant changes to the regulation as it was presented back in June, and we're just asking for your permission to move ahead and go to the next stage of the process.
Are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Mr. Stant moves. Is there a second? Mr. Larry seconds. Thank you, Mr. Stant. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 4, action on policy index review. Ms. Joanne Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I am here just to ask for your action or approval of repeal for 9 policies that are currently in the policy index. Those policies are set out in the action item that you've received, and the reasons for repeal are stated. If the board approves this repeal, we will take measures, DRPT and VDOT will take measures to ensure they're removed from the active policy index and archived. We're also making it clear that whatever actions were taken under these policies previous to the repeal are not invalidated. And finally, we're also asking, or the board is directing VDOT and DRPT to, for future purposes, whenever a resolution or action taken by the board explicitly repeals a policy it supersedes, that we're to go ahead and remove those from the policy index without having to bring it back to the board. That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Is there a motion is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Folks moves, Ms. Sellers seconds. Are there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Ms. Maxwell.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 5, action on amendment to memorandum of agreement between VDOT and the Central Virginia Transportation Authority and revised standard project agreement template. Mr. Dale Totten.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for the opportunity.
Good afternoon.
As you recall, in October, we presented to you an amended memorandum of agreement between the department and CVTA. This is intended to be an effectiveness and improvement in efficiency between us and allow things to move forward more quickly. Be glad to take any questions, sir.
Any questions? Mr. Davis.
I would like to make a motion to approve.
Very much. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Mr. Totten. Item number 6, action on location approval of the West Wind Drive extension in Loudoun County Parkway to Old Ox Road, located within the Northern Virginia District. Mr. Emmett Heltzel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. This action is an extension of West Wind Drive between Old Ox and Loudoun County Parkway. And if approved, the location will help us complete an important missing link in the regional road network between the two roadways that helps link up some Metro Silver Line stations at the Loudon Gateway Station and Ashburn stations. A number of alternatives were studied, and a locality has put forward, since this is a locally administered project, the locality has put forward a preferred alternative, which has been endorsed. We have completed our environmental and public hearing due diligence, and the location has been endorsed by the chief engineer. If you give us favorable dispensation, we'll move on to the next phases of project development.
Mr. Kaspertz?
Motion.
Mr. Kaspertz moves. Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr.
Thank you,
Olson.
sir.
Next item on the agenda is item number 7, action on revised 24 through 26 six-year improvement program transfers. Ms. Kimberly Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I have my normal monthly transfers to present to you for approval. I would point out that in addition to the routine transfers, the list this month includes a series of transfers as directed by the General Assembly and the recently approved budget to the priority trails identified by the General Assembly. And I recommend your approval.
Any comments or questions? Have a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Dr. Smoot moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stant seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 8, action on addition of projects to the revised six-year improvement program for fiscal years 24 through 29. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you. I recommend the amendment of 5 projects to the six-year improvement program. There's 1 bridge project on the list. The remaining projects are the priority trails for which I just explained the transfers, and I recommend your approval.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Coleman moves. Ms. Green seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Ms. Pryor. Action number 9, action on the FY24 to the 29 six-year improvement plan project updates. Say that 6 times fast. Director DeBrule.
Good afternoon. The item before you is a modification of our six-year program. We had some legislative changes for our transit ridership incentive program in the 2023 General Assembly session. This board adopted some policy modifications in September. We subsequently did a project solicitation since it was new eligibility for that program that wasn't in place when we did our regular application cycle earlier this year. So things like transit shelters, safety and security measures that were added in terms of eligibility. So the action before you uses $4.4 million in unobligated trip funds to allocate towards the projects that are identified in Appendix A. Those projects are largely safety and shelter projects around the state, very small projects. Additionally, we're also adding $3.2 million in federal discretionary funding that we received earlier this year to upgrade 4 rural grade crossings through the Federal Railroad Administration Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant Program, and those are all in the Transforming Rail in Virginia Corridor 95 corridor. And the last piece is $650,000 in Commonwealth rail funds to provide the match for that crossing elimination project. And so with that, I recommend your approval of those modifications to the program.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Mr. Laird moves. Mr. Byers seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions?
Secretary?
Are you abstaining?
No, I'm not abstaining.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mr.
I
Merrill.
voted. I meant to ask this question. I apologize when Kim was still up. These transfers for the trails, as I read this, is $50 million to the Botetourt, if I pronounce it correctly.
Botetourt.
That one too.
I like it, Mr. Merrill. Good job.
Good work.
And $35 million for the rail trail for Shenandoah, and there's also money for the Tobacco Heritage Trail. Those funds are going to be allocated are they going to be allocated to the Trails Office? I just wasn't quite clear.
What does that mean?
What that means, because it says those are the 3 trails listed, and I meant to ask this, I apologize, I didn't ask when you were up there. Roughly $100 million that the General Assembly is directing us, but it was unclear to me who the repository is and then how that then is going to be distributed?
For the balance of the funds?
Well,
For
for the
those
three.
monies.
There was.
Do we
the,
send them a check? He wants to know what happens to the money.
No. It's a project in the 6-year
Inside.
program. We would develop it just like any other project. If it's a locally administered project, we'd prepare an agreement with the locality. If it's VDOT administered, we proceed through the project development process.
So maybe I'm confused, but we have 5 different trails that the legislature had identified as priorities. They're appropriating funds for 3 of these. We were talking about the Trails Office, and I guess I hadn't concluded where we think these funds are going to go. It's going to be retained in VDOT until there's some final resolution of whether or not these can be run by the VDOT or run by something else.
Yes. I'm not sure I fully understand the question. I apologize.
What he's really asking, I think, is when we make this vote, do we take a check and send it to somebody?
No.
We keep it in our account.
Yes.
It's programmed for that trail.
Yes.
We then work on a plan, and then we allocate it according to the plan for that trail.
We design the trail. We work on for whatever scope is advancing. And
So this is basically seed money to progress these trails with the plan to be determined as whether or not they're going to be run by VDOT or run by some other not-for-profit organization, but the money's set aside to advance that.
Correct.
Okay.
Not sure I'd call it seed in some cases, because it's much more than that, but yes, sir.
It's
And
not,
if
yeah,
it's-
size.
I think what you're suggesting.
I think it's
is-
great news, that.
Yeah.
And if the projects are administered by someone other than VDOT, we reimburse based on expenditures. We don't just write a check up front.
Thank you. My apologies for going backwards.
Chairman, my understanding is that this is not necessarily the total expected expenditure for each of these projects.
Correct.
That's all the money that's been appropriated at this time.
Well, it's the money that's been directed.
Directed, yeah.
There's different money that was appropriated. Out of the appropriation, they directed parts of it to specific places, and the rest has not been directed.
But
So, yes, sir.
these projects, any number of these projects may be back here again for additional
Yes, sir.
funding should it be forthcoming.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr.
Pile
Watson.
on. To be fair, we don't even know what these projects are, right? We got to develop these plans and programs.
Right.
Yes.
100%. 100%. Thank you. Does that answer, Mr. Merrill? Thank you, man. So you got me out of cadence. I was on a roll, Mr. Coleman. And what I was rolling into is Ms. DeBrule was up there at the podium talking, and Ms. DeBrule has given me her formal announcement of her resignation at the end of the fiscal year. And so I wanted to recognize Ms. DeBrule just today. We'll do more fun along the way and when we get there. But, when she came to this job, I had to twist her arm a little bit. I think she and I are both real glad that I did and that she agreed to it, because it's been fantastic, in her words, to do what she's done. I'll let her speak for herself later, but she's done a remarkable job. She's taken an agency and really tightened it up and got it ready to go for the next person. And she's leaving because it's a time in her life when she's going to go find some other things to do. She can retire at her young-looking age that she is and actually get full state benefits. And so this is a time to break away and do something neat. So she came to us, she came to VDOT, and then we moved her over to DRPT, and then we convinced her to run the place, and she's done a fantastic job. And I just wanted to say thank you. We'll have a lot more later, but I was hoping she was still going to be up there so I could make her look at me while I was saying all this stuff, because she loves it so much. So, Mr. Burrell, if you will just stand up so we can give you a round of applause, it'd be really nice. So it's really good news for her. It's a little bit bad news for us, but she'll help us find somebody that's going to be great for us going forward. And she won't be a stranger. I know how she is. She'll be around and keeping us straight. So appreciate all you've done. And you got 6 months left, so plenty of work to do. Mr. Manel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. The resolution before you is for approval of the I-81 Corridor Improvement Program Annual Report as required by the code. to be delivered to the General Assembly by December 15th. And it also incorporates that additional project that we discussed earlier this morning, which is the southbound widening between mile markers 137 and 128 in Salem District, as well as prioritizing the remaining two projects that are in the program, which is the widening of 313 to 317 in Winchester in both directions, as well as the northbound Christiansburg exit 118 to mile marker 128 widening.
So let's be clear, what we're doing sort of two things, if you will. One is we're doing something that's somewhat perfunctory, where we're sending our plan for 81 to the General Assembly. That's a regular cadence thing that we're required to do. But when we did that, as you heard in our earlier workshop, there's a recommendation that comes from Chairman Austin's committee, the 81 Advisory Committee, to do what we suggested earlier in our presentation in the workshop, which was to accelerate that southbound 81 project down in the Salem District to save the Commonwealth $75 million, and then to push those others out a year or so and have the Winchester one come before the Christiansburg one, so that we don't create a 20-mile-long construction zone on 81 by doing it the other way around. So that's the recommendation. That's what we're voting on. Are there any comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Merrill.
Do you know when the proposed start date would be for the widening of the intersection of Interstate 81 between 313 and 317? It's being pulled forward.
That, I believe, is in the presentation that was given before this morning, but I believe that is, the start date is 2027 or 2028.
I think it's 28.
The reason I asked, Mr. Secretary, is there are 3 other projects which have been approved, some through Smart Scale and other from 81, which are immediately adjacent to the widening. The interchange 317, the double diamond, the relocation of the northbound exit ramp, and one other project. So there should be an opportunity to achieve some savings with those projects, because one of them I know was a $10 million tear out if we wait to do the 81 pavings, my understanding.
Yes, sir, and I know Mr. Covington is well aware of those projects and has been making sure that they are being incorporated as we move forward with the design of that project.
Thank you.
I think it's 28, Mr. Merrill. All right, any further comments or questions? All right, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Who was the second? Mr. Merrill, were you second? Who was? Mr. Folks. Mr. Folks was the second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 11, action on the Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund allocation to the Virginia Commercial Space Flight Authority. Mr. Lawson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. As you heard this morning, we had the general here speak about Virginia Space, and beforehand I briefed you a little bit on the changes to the TPOF program and its eligibilities. What we are asking you to do today is to allocate $20 million from TPOF that the governor has directed to you for this project. The $20 million will be added to another $8 million for a total of $28 million that will be invested in pad upgrades to support the new Antares rocket. And as we also talked earlier today about Northrop Grumman's presence and their partnership with us. They currently have just over 50 employees on Wallops Island supporting the Antares program, and they will continue to work from Wallops Island over the next couple of years as the new rockets being developed. So they are a great partner. Not only do they have people there on Wallops Island, they've got a big presence in Northern Virginia as well. So my ask of you today is to allocate the funds so directed by the governor.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Sellers makes the motion. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Mr. Lawson, I'm going to go to Mr. Coker and look at scheduling and contract. How we doing, Mr. Coker?
I'm excellent, sir. How are you doing?
I don't know. I'm turning the page. How we doing? I know. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have 4 projects in excess of $5 million I'd like to recommend for award. First project is order number J99 in the Bristol District. This is UPC 116170. This is a road widening and bridge repair project in Washington County on Interstate 81. We had 2 bidders. The low bidder was WL Construction and Paving, low bid price of $30,749,000. This does exceed the range. However, the next bidder was pretty close to this one. We feel this is market value, so we are recommending award.
How much?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1% and a competitive bid. Mr. Folks?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I learned from the Bristol VDOT staff last week that although it does exceed the range, it's within the range when you include the contingency. Is that right, Mr. Coker?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You recommended approval?
And I recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Merrill seconds. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Number 423.
423 in the Richmond District. This is UPC 124047. This is a 2024 Cape Seal project on the secondary systems in Goochland, Hanover, and Powhatan counties. We received 2 bidders. The low bid of Slurry Pavers at $5,636,000. This is within range, and we recommend award.
Mr. Davis, motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Casper, seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number K08.
Order K08, this one is also in the Bristol District. This is UPC 116164. This is a smart scale project, interchange improvements in Wythe County on Interstate 81. We received 4 bids. The low bidder of Branch Civil Incorporated with $53,585,000 even. This is within range. We recommend award.
Any comments or questions?
Move approval.
Mr. Folks makes a motion. Ms. Green seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 235.
Order 235 in the Salem District. This is multiple UPCs. It's a 2024 plant mix project on the secondary system in Giles, Montgomery, and Pulaski counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder, Adams Construction Company, at $5,387,000. This is within range, and we recommend award.
A motion to approve.
So move.
Dr. Smoot, Mr. Laird seconds. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Mr. Coker.
Thanks, sir. Have a great day.
All right, we're back to item 12. So this is when we can start some more discussion on, or continue our discussion on smart scale. Let me say a few things before we get started. Number one, I want to again thank the staff and the consultants and everybody who, and particularly the board, of course, who's done a lot of work over the last year. As we saw in the lead up to this, we started this process back in January. We surveyed thousands of people and got thousands of inputs of data and thoughts. We talked to our MPOs, we talked to our cities and counties. We heard from lots of folks, including some Northern Virginia folks here today and at our previous meeting. We've gotten a bunch of letters that we've posted on the website and distributed. We've had lots of discussion amongst board members, and it's all been great stuff that's trying to drive us to have a better system than we have today, to make the system better than it already is. As you know, this system has been in place for 10, 11 years now. We're just finishing up with round 5, and so this will apply to future rounds until we change it again, which we can do whenever we desire, in essence. So I want to thank everybody for doing that. You know, the staff deals with this on a daily basis. We see it in board meetings and this and that, but they're the ones that deal with us on the front line. They're the ones that understand it the most. Obviously, the consultants who we've hired to help us sort of identify the things that were concerning to folks and help us craft potential solutions to what might remedy those issues and make it a better place. And I think there's just been a ton of work done. The staff has modified recommendations over time to sort of take into consideration things that board members have said and others have said, particularly when they just made total sense or they missed something or so forth. So we've seen the presentation that we saw today, which is the staff recommended presentation. It's the presentation that the commissioner has endorsed and the director has endorsed and the governor has endorsed and the staff and the consultants have endorsed. And that doesn't mean it's right or wrong, but that's who's standing behind it saying this is what we believe it should be and these are the reasons why. Mr. Merrill mentioned earlier, so I'll pick on him a little bit. I've never been a district member, Mr. Merrill. I've only been an at-large member, and I continue not to be a district member. And so I've always had a little bit different perspective, but obviously I've spent, well, not obviously, but I've spent my entire life in one district, living in one district, so I have a lot of familiarity with that and a lot of knowledge about that. As you all know, we're directed not to be district members when we make decisions. We're directed by the code to have our primary focus be the best thing for the Commonwealth. And that's a hard hat sometimes to put on, but I think we do it pretty successfully as individuals, and we've done it pretty successfully as a board over time. So I would ask you to remember that. And I would also ask you to remember that a lot of this is code-driven, right? The big picture is code-driven here. We don't make those decisions. Those are given to us by the legislature and the governor. And it's our job to craft these programs within the constraints that they've given us. And so some of these things that we've discussed are designated in code. The entire cost-benefit concept is designated by code. The high priority being things that are significant regionally or statewide or by code. The thing that tells us to not be district members or individual members or parochial members, but to be statewide members. That's driven by code. So all those things tell us how we are supposed to operate. Having said that, we all have great brains and we all have our own decisions to make and we all have our own points of view. But what has been presented to you is the collective wisdom of the parties that I've talked about, which is taking all the input, running it through the process, talking to everybody, trying to understand, trying to push and pull, and at the end of the day, this is what's being recommended to you. So I know there's a fair amount of discussion that we might want to have on various pieces of it, and I intend just to go back and start back with Brooke's presentation and have a little bit of discussion about each one of those and see where we are, and try to get some consensus around where we're going to end up. But again, the governor's perspective, the administration's perspective, the staff, and we haven't, I want to be clear about this. The way it works is we don't come tell the staff what to think or what to do. They come tell us what they think, and then we either agree or disagree. And so when I say the staff recommends this, it's not because somebody up on high is telling them the way it needs to be. These are truly organic and come out of the staff and get formed within the big picture of what we're trying to do as administration in the government. And so I'll allow the director and the commissioner to speak for themselves if they choose to at the appropriate time. But that's our considered view as a group, is what we ought to be doing. So that's our recommendation. Having said that, if you want to flip back to your workshop briefing, as it's been distributed, we're happy to take more discussion on any of those recommendations. And so with that, I'm going to open the floor, and if anybody wants to weigh in on something, Mr. Kasperitz, weigh in.
Just a question, Mr. Secretary, about process. So in the brief discussion that we had on this morning with Ms. Jackson heading that up, I think there was general agreement on the part of everybody in the room that certain things were pretty easy to consider reasonable changes, some of the wording in HPP, for instance, some of the other small details. How does that get incorporated into a resolution that you might ask us to vote on today?
Well, what I wanted to do is sort of flip through the recommendations. And when we get to those, I think the staff has got a little bit of language difference in HPP. I'm not sure exactly where we ended up on that. I think we took the entire word out and changed something in one of those definitions. So when we get to that, I'll reintroduce that as sort of a response to what we heard today, and we'll adjudicate it at that time.
I guess my only comment, and this is speaking for me personally, it would be very beneficial to ultimately have a hard copy of the resolution with the changes that we discussed today incorporated before voting on it.
We'll have something along those lines.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, can you put the presentation on the board?
Sure.
Two is the checklist of the last.
Go back to page 1, or page 6, please. Page 6. Okay. John, you want to drive it? All right, we're good. All right, so the first thing was to look at congestion, not just today and not just tomorrow, but out 10 years. And that's the first recommendation for change. There was an alternate recommendation that we sort of bifurcate that into a 50-50 look. The staff indicated that it would add a lot of complexity and they'd have to redo a bunch of systems. But at the end of the day, if it's if you got you a much better result, then I would certainly not want to not do that. It wasn't the view of the staff or the consultants that it brought you a much better result, because the whole 10 years is looked at, if you will, to get to year 10. It's not like we're ignoring it, that it's today or tomorrow or year 2 or year 3 or year 4. So that was the recommendation. And the question is, does anybody want to, who's in favor of the recommendation, who's not in favor of the recommendation? If we can get some consensus on that, we can dispatch of this one and move ahead. Yes, Mr. Coleman.
Secretary, I think I heard that because we would consider a 10-year, we're not eliminating looking at current day congestion. Is that correct?
No, sir, we're not.
So, well, again, speaking as somebody who's dealt with a port, I know the importance of looking forward. It's just vital to look at 5-10 years, because I just don't want the state to continue to lose opportunities at development and attracting business to the state. So I think, I'm flexible, but if we aren't ignoring current day congestion, I don't know why we wouldn't agree to the 10 years.
Ms. Lawson?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I completely agree we ought to look forward, but I'm skeptical at best to think we can properly guess at what's going to happen in 10 years. And I favor either the alternative that was proposed, the 50%, 5 years, and then current day. But the other analysis could be just cap it at 5 as an alternative.
Anybody else? Mr. Casper?
Yeah, so I of course proposed an alternative recommendation, and we've talked about this quite a bit, but I think one of the things that I come back to is it's virtually impossible to be wrong using current congestion. If it's congested today and it makes the smart scale grade, we need to fix it, and we fix it. I can name examples of projections that occurred back in round 1 that even today would not meet the congestion criteria that was estimated 10 years out. It's speculative, and we will be wrong on some of those, and we'll expend funds in ways that could be put to better use if we use current congestion. In the context of Mr. Lawson's comments, we can't project the future. We wouldn't have guessed in 2017 that we'd be looking at a pandemic that would radically change the way people work, those that go to the office, those that work from home. We certainly wouldn't have been able to project that data centers would have such a profound impact on the way we use our roadways. And I will suggest that that impact is spreading. It started out in Northern Virginia. It's moved to Prince William County. It's moving to Fauquier County. There's a major application pending in Surrey County right now for an initial phase of 3 million square feet of data center space. How should we look at that from a congestion perspective? I say look at it in the current or the near term, 3 to 5 year window. If we try to project out 10 years, we're going to miss those targets. Our resources are finite. If we had infinite resources, we could afford the luxury of being speculative and estimating. I don't believe we can. We know that every year there are unanswered transportation requirements that don't get funded in smart scale. I just suggest as a board, it's safer and it's far more predictable to use current because it's virtually impossible to be wrong with that. Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, I would take some exception to using current day conditions to be able to program these projects. I think what was said during Ms. Jackson's presentation is that by the time the board takes a vote on incorporating a project into the 6-year plan, it will not be seen for another 6-7 years to the benefit of the public. So that's the growth of congestion that's going to occur over the time period. If it's congested today and the growth in and around that area, and we can forecast both the land development aspects of what would be considered in the vicinity of that development or that improvement, if we have other additional land use, that a site development that comes in, another hospital that comes in, another traffic generator that comes in during that time period over the 10-year growth period, we do have accurate forecasting methods that does get us within a ballpark. Have we seen the pandemic and could we have foreseen that? The answer is no. But we're seeing traffic come back to a level that congestion levels continue to increase. And by incorporating the foresightedness into some of these applications to be able to say, how bad is that traffic going to be in 10 years, this project's not going to see the light of day for another 6-7 years. So I would take some exception and say if the traffic's bad today and it's going to continue to be bad, then it will show up in the 10-year horizon that you have.
Ms. Sellers.
So I'm going to agree with Mr. Kasparitz here because when Smart Scale or HB2 happened, we used a future projection and it did not have the effects that we thought it would, or maybe it did have the effects you thought it would. But I know for my district, the way it is currently and looking at current congestion works out a whole lot better than trying to project it out because things change. And it's not just that growth doesn't come, it's that the growth looks different. The 630 interchange in Stafford County, when it was designed and funded and built, it was going to be houses. Today, it's distribution centers. So growth looks differently. I think we do have to at least, I think you do got to deal with congestion today. And so I know I can't support full 10 years. I'm on the fence with the 50-50 right now because I just worry that in some places, if we look at future congestion, other places aren't going to meet it, particularly Fredericksburg. And we know in the Fredericksburg district, we lose in that future battle. We do not fare well if we have to go up against the future growth projections of Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads, and Richmond. We lose out. And I would challenge my colleagues outside, no offense to the ones in the urban areas, but I can tell you I was in the local government when we started this, when Smart Scale was introduced, and it didn't work for us outside of Richmond, Hampton Roads, and Northern Virginia. So I challenge you to think about this.
Ms. Sellers, I can't imagine spending billions of dollars and not looking forward past my hand in front of my face. We do that every day, all day long in transportation planning and economic development planning and zoning and land use and everything, and airport expansion and everything we do. Everything we do, if we do it right, we better be looking to see what's coming. Now, I agree that we cannot predict with 100% certainty anything, whether it's tomorrow or 10 years from now. But in transportation planning and land use planning, 10 years is not a long horizon. By definition, we're at 7 years when we start. And so to not look at any of those things is just like saying, wow, we're just going to ignore what we believe is going to happen. So we're not, everything that's past fact today is speculation by definition. The question is how much speculation is in it, right? How much is it going to grow? How much is it not going to grow? But everything that's not fact today is forecasted or speculated about tomorrow. That's the way it works. The question is, how far do you go out? Like, I don't believe in strategic plans that last 25 years. I don't believe in that because I think that horizon's way too long. But imagine if we didn't plan for the replacement of the bridges in the bridge program. They're going to happen over the next 25 years, and we don't plan for them because we don't need them yet. The traffic's not going to grow that fast, or the material's not going to degenerate. That's not what we do. We look at all those factors on everything we do and try to understand what it's going to be like tomorrow, right? If I decide to have 4 children and I build a house built with 1 bedroom and I'm planning on having 4 children in the next 5 years, I didn't plan real well, right? I may not want them all in my bedroom. And so if I'm planning one thing and not looking at the other, I don't know what to tell you about that. But they've got to be in concert, whether it's 10 years or whether it's 9 years. It's not 2 years. And I just can't imagine any system where we wouldn't look and see what we think's going to happen. And that's the whole thing we've done on economic development across the state. If we don't plan and have things, and this is more speculative, what I'm talking about now, sites ready to go, we lose every time. And we've been doing it for 15 years to Georgia and North Carolina and Tennessee, and that's what Mr. Coleman's talking about. So that's a little bit different twist on it, but the transportation component is the critical component of all these things for these companies and others that come in and want to do that. And so I don't think we want to just not look past today. I don't want to look 25 years out because it's too uncertain. But our whole transportation program is based on a 6-year funding plan. In the case of 81, we're looking 10 years out, and a lot of these bridge programs, we're looking out 20 years. And we get in a P3, we're looking out 60 years. So like the concept of looking out 10 years is not a bizarre concept. It's what most businesses would do in their business planning, and certainly we need to look ahead. How much and how far, maybe we can debate that, but I just cannot understand why we would not look at something past today, that we have pretty good assumption it's going to happen. It's sort of like, I'm not sure if my kid's going to go to college or not, so let's wait to start saving and providing for it when it happens. Doesn't work very well that way. Mr. Stant.
One question. What I'm reading up there is a congestion of 50% at 10 years and 50% current day. It's not all current day.
No, I understand.
That's the alternative that I recommended.
I was responding to Mr. Kasperitz's comments, not what's on the board.
Secretary.
We're going to go around the horn.
I know people probably get tired of me using the port as an example, but if our port had not been looking forward years on these increased size of ships coming in through our harbor, we would not have got the dredging necessary to accommodate those vessels, and Norfolk would not be handling the amount of cargo. Most people here wouldn't realize, but over 60% of the cargo that moves over those terminals, that forward thinking got the cranes from China that put them in place to be able to go across the beam of these ships, the harbor dredged. If we weren't looking ahead, that wouldn't have been done. Where we are behind in Commonwealth is looking ahead and land development and being ready with infrastructure. More than 60% of the cargo that moves out of or into the port of Hampton Roads originates outside of the Commonwealth. And that is where Georgia is eating our lunch. It's where South Carolina and North Carolina really are eating our lunch. We aren't ready. And 10 years is not a long time to look forward. And it may be speculative. There's risk with everything. But to not do it will continue pushing business to North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and it'll be at a detriment to the Port of Hampton roads. And that is we talk about value and return on investment. That is one of the greatest economic drivers in the Commonwealth, is that port. Thank you.
Anyone else? Wait a second, Ms. Casper. We're going to let everybody go once, and then you can jump back in. I'll call you when it's time. Everybody else? Mr. Merrill.
Just empirically, I'm hearing Mr. Coleman's point, and I heard the commissioner's point that we're going to look at current congestion. That if it's going to be congested now, it's going to be congested 7 years. So empirically, can someone explain what the formula is going to be? How they would differ?
A recommended formula?
The recommended formula, because I heard the commissioner say, if we're going to make the assumption if it's congested now, it's going to be congested 7 years from now. And we're talking about, which is beyond, just short of the 10-year horizon. So I'm trying to understand exactly what the magic box is that this mathematical calculation is going to do. That's not already, if we look at 10 years, but we're assuming it's going to stay congested now, what is a different calculation?
Ms. Jackson.
So we absolutely start with the base year. So it'll be 1 year behind. I think we need to note that too, because we have to have all of the traffic data from the year before. So next year, when we start round 6, it'll be 2024, and we might have 2023 done. So traffic engineering and planning has to process data. They look at what's happening on the roads. So we're already behind when we start. But what happens is, on studies, we have 2 different ways you can go. You can have a smaller improvement that doesn't require a study, and we use growth rates that come from the planning division based on historical data and projections, and it's also fed by the statewide model too. The second thing is, if there is an interchange, let's hypothetically say a new interchange is coming, a study has to be done, and basically a lot of traffic modeling comes into place. What businesses are coming? They consider the major economic developments that are happening in your growths and your projections. Even in current day, today, if we put an interchange out there, you'd have to assume traffic is coming from somewhere. You're making projections, even if today, and we don't even look in the future. What happens in the future is you're looking at growth rates. You're looking at historical data, you're looking at regional models, and the traffic engineers are making decisions on how to apply those growth rates to the network to determine what style of interchange you need and how much traffic you need to accommodate. So base year, and then the other differences are growth rates and other businesses and future developments that could impact that. Does that make sense?
It tells me that base rate addresses current congestion.
Say that one more time.
We're looking at
Am I missing?
the concept is we're looking at today through 10 years, right? So yeah, it's gonna address current condition. It's a matter of how you bifurcate it. If you say we only look at today and we give 50% of the weight, and then we look at 10 years and give 50% of that weight, one, it changes a lot of the machinations and the work and the structure that we have to change to get there. And it's substantial and significant, but as I said earlier, such is life if it's well worth it. We just don't see the value in trying to parse this thing up and say, just look at it this moment and then look at it 10 years. We're looking at it on the continuum, right? Here's where it is today. Here's where we think it's going to be along the continuum. And this is where it's going to end up. And so let's look at that. I mean, it's in theory possible for something to get decongested. It's possible. It's not likely. I wouldn't say I'm going to see a lot of that. But there's certainly the opposite, which is we can see things are going to get congested in a hurry. And if we wait for them, this is exactly what we're trying to get out of. They don't score well. If you just look at what's there today, we know we're going to screw it up with something, and we know it's going to be there tomorrow, but we can't fix it till we screw it up. And we're trying to get out of that situation. Now, the other proposal does some of that. We just don't think it does it as well, and it creates a lot of headache and a lot of work. And so if you don't get a better result and it costs you more work to get there, why would you do that? That's the staff recommendation. That's the belief. Mr. Casper's, I told him I'd let him back in.
Thank you. I guess a couple points of clarification, Mr. Secretary. First, just to be clear, when we talk about this continuum, Brooke, at the end of this discussion, if we go with the 10 years, are we not using the 10-year congestion number for this scoring? Is that accurate, that we're using the 10-year? The incrementing, we're using the actual 10-year, not a continuum of the years that have come before.
That is a true statement. But the base, the starting year.
I understand the base is the base,
The
but
base
we are
is the
using.
base.
Scott, let her finish the answer.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
The base is the starting year, and you consider those two things that I mentioned. I also think it's important that we think about what we're asking our applicants to do. We're asking them to look 20 years in the future for what they designed for us, because we don't want 2 lanes of road coming that actually should have been 4. You know, we're, as the state, saying that you need to prove that's what you need. So we make them look 20 years in the near future and design for that. So we're meeting them halfway in that thought when we're saying, we'll give you credit for essentially half of what you're looking forward to and what you have to build to in terms of our code requirements or our requirements at the state.
Folks,
Mr. Secretary, I wasn't done, please, if I could.
you can't load up a lot of questions.
No,
in
no,
one.
if you'll at
Go
least
ahead.
let me.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. So what I heard there is that we are using the 10-year number, whatever the escalated. We're starting with a base number, and we're using the number at 10 years. Just to be clear, there's no continuum. We're using the 10-year number. Also wanted to reference something that Mr. Coleman has been discussing. There's 2 pieces to this. One is what we do in congestion for smart scale. The other is the look ahead that economic development does under the ED component here. They are looking ahead 10 years. That is the appropriate place to do it. I strongly suggest that the appropriate action for this board is to go with what we know, and that's current congestion. And ED should have it at 10 years because, as you've described, we need to be looking out from an economic development standpoint at where we allocate resources. That's embedded in this. That's a separate discussion. So I wanted to put
That's
that
not factual, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's not factual.
Please.
The ED is not embedded in congestion. It's embedded in
No,
what activity of jobs that would be created. It has nothing to do with congestion, nothing to do with the road. That's not what's embedded in their ED score.
The ED score, they have in smart scale, they have a 10-year look ahead.
On what?
On economic
congestion?
factors, job
On
growth.
congestion? On congestion? No, it's not on congestion, it's on job growth. It's on job impact. Now, they may be related, right? They may be related, or they may not be related.
Highly
So the ED, no, sir. We can have a fantastic ED project that brings great value and creates very little congestion. They're called data centers. They don't create a lot of congestion because a lot of people don't work there. They just sit there and burn energy and burn water and take up a lot of space and hum, or at least that's what people say. So that's not a congestion generator, but it's a heck of an economic development generator. And there's a reason those counties are liking them because it's a lot of free cash with nobody they got to support. So I hear you. Yes, ED does look ahead. You're exactly right. But it looks at ED things. It doesn't look at congestion. So we're just trying to marry the two. I mean, it makes perfect sense what we're trying to do, and you're making the point, I think, for us.
I understand.
Not that it's
Secretary, it's just that Mr. Coleman's focus was specifically on ED. I think we could discuss this. There's certainly arguments on both sides of this equation. We might suggest as a board that rather than doing 10 years, we agree that a 5-year look ahead is less speculative, more likely to bring us in an accurate range and kind of blends the two arguments that we're hearing today on the benefits of current versus 10 years. So I suggest that as an alternative resolution.
Mr. Laws.
Mr. Secretary,
Next, Mr. Folks is next. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Casper's jumped
Okay,
ahead
he
and
was-
confused me.
He stole my thunder a little bit, but we know that any number we pick in the future is arbitrary. And I think we also know that forecasts like this, or like weather forecasts, the further out you go, the less accurate it's going to be. One up or down, we don't know which it would be. And so the 10-year window concerns me. We're accustomed to 6-year plans, the VDOT is, the CTB is. The commissioner just pointed out that in smart scale analysis is 6 or 7 years down the road between the time pre-applications to the time the funding and the construction. So it seems to me that something in that 5 to 7 year range is more palatable and more accurate than the 10 years as proposed.
So we have, to your point, Mr. Folks, we have a 6-year smart scale with 1 year of lag by definition. That sort of puts us, our money window, our money planning window, project to money window is sort of 7 years is really, and that's sort of the number we joke about in economic development when somebody comes and they want to do this thing, and they say, yeah, we'll do all that, we can do this, we can do that, and they say, how long does it take? And we say 7 to 8 years. And they say, to Mr. Coleman's point, see ya, I'm going to the place that's ready in 7 months. And so I'm conflating two different principles, but they come together. And, 7 years is better than today. And, if the group formalized around 7 years, I don't think it'd be the end of the world. I'd support that if that was the group's vision. I think 10's better, but 7's good. 7's fine. And, to your point, we can argue 7, 8, 9. It's just not none. And just look at today.
Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Lawson.
It seems we're kind of proving the point, aren't we? I mean, we're talking about congestion, economic development, 10 years out. Will it be a data center or a distribution center? Will it be a 2-lane road? Will it be a 4-lane road? Nobody knows. We don't have a clue.
Sir,
And my point is.
we do that right now.
I know. And where I'd rather err on is let's build the 2-lane so at least people can get there. And the ultimate crime from where I sit is we build the 4-lane and there's nobody on it. And I think if we're whittling ourselves down to 7, I think that's better than 10. I think 5 is better still because we got a better chance of it being accurate. And we're dealing with finite resources here. And we want to build roads, but I think we're really missing the boat building that 4-lane thing, hoping that something's coming, and lo and behold, to your point, it's a data center, and there are only 14 people working there.
Mr. Lawson, I don't think we build roads on a hope, right? We're so far behind the curve on building roads as a hope that, we know, listen, if you don't think that backup is going to move south from Fredericksburg, I'll sit here in 7 years and I'll bet you a lot of money, okay? There's certain things that we pretty much know are going to happen. Now, yeah, if a meteor comes from outer space and blows up the state of Virginia, then that's not going to happen, okay? But otherwise, we pretty much know a lot of things that are occurring. We can just watch them and watch the numbers. And our planning horizon right now for money is 6 years by code, right? It's 7 years with a lag. I'm back to that. I mean, we can beat this all day. At the end of the day, we need to decide. I think the staff would, what we don't want to do is have 2 measures. We don't. We really don't. I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and make these decisions, but you need to understand the impact on the back room as well. And like I said, if it's really valuable, we'll make the impact. But it has substantial impacts on the back room of this process as well. Ms. Sellers.
We keep saying that the money is programmed for 6 years out, but we have a project that just broke ground that was approved in round 5. So there is ways to move money up when the will is there. And I think that's an important thing for us to remember, that we can make things happen. And so for these congestion specifically projects, there are some areas that today the congestion is bad. So if we baseline today and it's already bad, it's not going to show much worse. I mean, when 4 lanes of Interstate 95 in Lorton will probably 8 add in the managed lane, some days all of it's congested. I mean, it's not going to get much more congested than that. How do you baseline that? So if it's just bad today, it's going to be, I hear it, but if the baseline is here and it was bad here, how are we going to show growth? That's my concern, is that for the areas that are already bad.
It's not going to get worse, it's okay. But the point is, let's play out this game, okay?
It's okay.
Let's
It's
play out
really
this
hard
game.
in Northern Virginia.
Let's pretend something is going to get twice as bad and the other thing's going to stay the same as it is. And we know that as a fact. Let's just say it's a fact. Let's say they're even right now, right? And this one's going to stay where it is, it's going to be a mess. This one's going to get twice as bad. Do we want to know that? Do we want to factor that in? Do we want to think about it?
Well, I'd like to fix the one that's broken now. I
But
mean,
I'm
and
just
we
saying,
talk
we got
about
two of them competing, right?
But we say we have, you know, it is reliable that Interstate 95 at Route 123 is always going to be backed up. Every day, any time of the day, north and south, you will come to a stop. And right now, it's backed up. All the lanes are complete. The baseline is it's completely stopped up. Then you go out onto 123, all of those are congested. Now, Ms. Hines isn't here, but you know, that's just in Northern Virginia, and then that backs down. We can, in Fredericksburg, Massaponics, it is reliable that you get to Massaponics and it is a standstill every day. And then it backs up everywhere else. So how are we, if your baseline is that right now all lanes are blocked, what will the baseline, how will you show congestion increases if right now it's already completely congested? How do you measure that growth?
Let me ask you this question. If you have two things that you need to do, right, and you're not going to do them for 7 years or 6 years, and we don't move these projects up to next year, that doesn't happen. I mean, that's just not what we do. We don't start and vote for money in smart scale and have it working the next year. It doesn't work like that. It's never worked like that. It's not going to work like that. It takes a long time to get through that process. But if I knew as a fact where it was going to be 5 years from now, if I knew, and I know we can't know, but if I knew as a fact where it was going to be 5 years ago, should I ignore that because that's when I'm going to spend the money and say, well, I don't care about what it's going to be 5 years from now. I care about what it's like today. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to spend the money for 5 or 6 or 7 years, but forget that. Just let me worry about what's today. I don't think we want to do that. I don't think we want to do that.
But it's the flip, sir, of telling the people in these areas that sit through this. And I'm only familiar with 95 corridor at this point, but
No, the flip is to tell the people in 7 years that have it worse that you ignored their situation because somebody had it earlier less worse. That's the flip.
no, it's not less worse.
The scenario I said was worse.
123 is congested.
The scenario I used in the argument was it was worse, right? Do you want to project that or not? Listen, we're doing this all day long, every day, folks, and we're trying to do this as reality for the Commonwealth to get it to grow and survive. And we go to these places, we know they're going to be screwed up, we're going to screw them up, and yet we say, ignore that. Ignore all that. Ignore the fact that we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Ignore the fact that this is going to drop in here. Ignore the fact what the projections say. Ignore all that and just look what's right in front of my face today. That doesn't make sense to us, right? It just doesn't. John.
Secretary, if I can make a comment, I'm going to call on the commissioner. When you're looking at building a solution, you're not building the solution to today's problem. You're building the solution for, what, 20 years out? Design year?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, that's an excellent point. I've been waiting to jump in, but maybe I should have jumped in a little bit sooner. When we look at, and I think Ms. Jackson said it very well, when we're looking at an interchange, we're looking at the build year, when it will be operational, plus 20 years. This is our planning horizon that we're looking at. And this is why I think the forward-looking vision that we would have on our projects that we're looking at incorporating into into smart scale today is going to take our planning horizon, albeit cut it in half, really, and say, how is it going to operate in the future? And I say the future, but I think let's back up. From the time a project is conceived or is in inception to the time that it gets to an application is probably 2 or 3 years. Then when we put it in a smart scale, we're sitting at 6 years, 7 years. And at the end of the day, what we're talking about is a planning horizon of 10 years, a forward-looking planning horizon that actually becomes current conditions so that when the project's in the ground, we know how it's going to operate almost given to the day. So when we're talking about planning horizons, we're actually talking about future recommendation or future scenario, but it's actually when that project becomes a current condition in our transportation system. Otherwise, we're already 8, 10, 12 years behind in what we're trying to project for. So to the point being is we have robust models. We do look at growth factors. Are they absolutely 100% right? No. Boards change direction on land use at any point in time. But the important part of this is by the time this board makes an action and we get it in the ground and the citizens of the Commonwealth feel the effects, it's really the current conditions that are going to be known at the time that you're voting for a project to go in the 6-year plan.
Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, is there any provision to revoke a smart scale decision before a project is actually built? I realize it's been in the planning process, money's being spent to plan for it, but suppose it's decided in year 4, boy, that was a really bad decision. Is there any way to...
Can we pull it back?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can pull it back.
Okay.
Do we want to do that?
No, we don't, but we would, but we don't want to build a road to nowhere either.
Correct. We're so far off. I mean, this concept that we're going to build a road to nowhere is so far off of reality, I just don't even know what to say about it. It's like we're going to just build a 4-lane highway to something that doesn't exist. Folks, this is stuff that's happening every day, all day long. We got professionals that all day long model this stuff that are way beyond our competency to do it individually. That's what they do. This is the whole thing is based on projections and modeling. And we have to do that or we're going to drown. So I get there could be a discussion about how long and this and that, but to think of we're just going to look at today when nothing on that, what we do today is going to happen for 7 or 8 years, and then we should just plan for 7 or 8 years and not 20 years. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, for goodness sakes, we got to be smarter than that. That's what we're trying to do. Now, yeah, we got limited resources. I get that. But to not look at what we think is going to happen in the future and only react to what's happening today will continue the progress that we made in this regard before that, and it just won't, it will be behind the curve forever. Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, I don't like compromise when there are certain principles, but we are talking about smart scale. We're not talking about V-Trans. Smart scale has a 6-year time horizon. And if you add the year on that we're putting in the applications, we're talking about a 7-year time horizon. Why would we not make it coterminous with the planning horizon of the plan that we're attempting to develop?
Mr. Merrill, I threw out the number 7 earlier, and I could, 7's a lot better than where we are. What you heard the people say is the money is on a 6 or 7 year funding cycle. And when they look at that project, they look at 20 years after it's going to be built, how's it going to operate? That's their planning horizon. That's not ours, but that's theirs. So yeah, you're right. You're exactly right what you're saying. The question is, what is that length of time that's appropriate? So what the commissioner has told you and what Ms. Jackson and Mr. Lawson have told you is we almost have a 25-year horizon when they submit these things, because they're trying to say, okay, if we build it in 6 or 7 years, how long will it last? How long will it sustain that, what is going to happen there? So that we at least understand that. And nobody's asking for a 20 or 25-year horizon here. So yeah, I mean, I hear you. I think my personal view is 10's better than 7, but I also believe 7's better than 5. And I could probably live with any of that. I just can't live with none of that. I mean, that's just not, it just would, we would be not, in my view, we would not as the agency be meeting our fiduciary duty if we did that, if we continue to do that. And that's what's caught us a number of times. Mr. Laird.
Mr. Secretary, it seems like we certainly don't have consensus, so I guess we've got to try to work on a compromise. And I'm not sure that I understand Ms. Sellers' issue that current congestion doesn't seem to be getting enough weight, and that staff does not want to have a 2-tier system. So maybe it has to be 5 or a 7 number that will hit that compromise figure that everybody can agree to.
Well, I would ask it this way. Who is not in favor of 10? Yeah. 6. That means 7. Okay. So 7 would vote against 10. Okay. So you recommended 7?
I was recommending 5, hoping that we could come off the 7.
7 and 5 is 7.
Since we're doing it, how about 6?
How about 7?
And I'm serious. Let's do
How
a
about
show
7?
of hands. I'm sorry?
How about 7?
Here's 7, going once.
Mr. Casperich, you're not the chairman.
I was mimicking.
So I'm going to cut
the
your mic
auctioneer.
off. You've already violated the question rules.
Who would approve 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a 7-year horizon now. It's 6 and 1, right? We look out 20 beyond that. So the commissioner advocated for the 7. You know, I mean.
Yeah, I just heard him. I'm advocating for the 10 to be able to give us.
Well, we advocated for the 10, but I mean, you know, listen, folks, this is serious stuff, and I know everybody's taking it seriously. These people do this for a living all day long, every day, okay? They're engineers, they're planners, they're projectioners, they're consultants. This is the work they do every day, okay? And that's what they've come and told us is their recommendation. It's the administration's recommendation. It's the professional staff's recommendation. It is the consultant's recommendation. And we can do whatever we want because we're the board. But we ought to think long and hard that everybody that's in this business for a living that does this is not partisan, it's not parochial, they got no 2 cents in here for our districts or anybody else are telling us their professional judgment is X. And we ought to weigh that pretty heavily. I'm not saying we should rely on it 100%. But if we're not going to do that, if we're not going to rely on it pretty heavily, I'm not sure what to tell you. So that's where I am. That's where I think we ought to go. And we can move on to the next one, and we can try and vote when we get back, see where we are.
Mr. Laird, was yours a motion
I don't think you made a motion.
or a motion?
7? You making the motion at 7, Mr. Laird?
5, we'll see if it passes.
I don't want 5. Mr. Laird,
So you don't accept
Put
the
it down.
motion?
That's fine.
I don't get to vote. You get to vote. Anybody want to, I mean, if you want to make the motion.
I'll make a motion for a 7-year time horizon.
Second.
Got a motion in 3 seconds.
That's 4 votes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Show of hands. All opposed?
All opposed?
How many noes? 1, 2, 3. You just voted yes. Can't vote both ways. Ayes
You
have
just
it.
made a motion.
Ayes have it. 7's the vote. Number 2, forward-looking economic development model. Two.
So again, what was recommended, book don't go away, was replacing the ED1 measure or weight with the series of measures that the EDP recommended that look forward, that look at the site availability, utilizing VScan. It has a significant benefit in terms of data consistency, and that the data is all coming from a single kind of proven source. It eliminates a lot of staff work and applicant work in terms of validating data because it was already validated when it was put into the system. And it kind of gives us that state-of-the-art methodology that VEDP has incorporated that is supporting all of the economic development activities within the Commonwealth.
Questions or comments? Anybody not like this? Mr. Kaspertz.
I made, again, this is something would help. Right, cite in the description of these in-use properties wherever appropriate, which is the majority of those locations. So like
long as the sites don't mean any, yeah, make it generic, right? We're agreeing it should be generic. So if sites have a connotation as be it not generic, then make it properties or vice versa. Jackson?
She was just pointing out that if you go to VEDP, it talks about the business-ready sites.
So it's actually, so it's number 5, the calculate site readiness factor. Just in the word Virginia Business Ready Site Program, that literal word site is in the name, and that's where you'll see it. But everything else will be changed to properties, and absolutely we'll have that in the resolution, not an issue.
Sellers?
Chairman, I think this is a step forward. May not be perfect, so with that, I make the motion to approve this one.
Your second, Ms. Green, seconds?
Second.
Motion, and we got 3 seconds. I like it. We got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Number 3. So we got 3 things going on here. The first 2, we would tell you, go together, right? And the last one, while it's part of the package, is not inextricably linked to the first 2. So Ms. Jackson, if you will review again, or Mr. Lawson, one or the other. And we want to take through out of lanes, right? To make it clear that a lane is a lane is a lane, right?
Service is deleted.
Get rid of service.
Change to
Let
something.
me grab that. Yeah. Well,
Mr. Secretary, also at the last discussion, I asked for clarification that MPO, any studies that relates to these areas.
Yeah, we're working through that. That's what I'm getting to next.
Okay.
Because it's a little bit nuanced, Mr. Merrill. Some of the studies they're concerned about the, so they've put some additional language that sort of guardrails against what they're concerned about.
all right, so this is with revisions. Is that correct?
Ma'am?
This is with the revisions that we discussed?
Yes, ma'am. So we want to
Okay.
take out through. We want to modify in bullet number 3, take out service. But was there an insert we needed, Mr. Burrell?
Corridor improvements.
Corridor improvements. Passenger rail stations or corridor improvements.
New or improved passenger rail stations or corridor improvements.
Correct.
That is what we have.
So we got strike through,
Service.
take out service and put the 2 words corridor improvements. And now let's go to bullet 4, which
we-
is those additional studies, but you had some guardrails you wanted.
So our new proposed is improvements recommended as the preferred alternative in a STARS pipeline study arterial management plan or MPO transit local studies with equivalent study components in coordination with the Commonwealth. So absolutely, there has to be an established coordination before applying. And is defined as regionally significant in accordance with 23 CFR 450.104. Additionally, projects eligible for the High Priority Projects Program will be funded based on statewide rankings of smart scale scores.
So it tracks the statute that speaks to the program. That's what you were referencing.
Exactly, federal statute.
Questions about that? Ms. Sellers?
Did you add in based on statewide rankings of smart skill scores, or are we taking that out for a different vote?
That's part of the step 2 elimination.
Right, so with just the refinement of the HPP definition.
And I read the last sentence, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gasworth?
Stated before, I'd like to see us drop the word entire. Actually, I'd like to see us drop corridor as well. Have improvements that are.
Yes, so what is crossed out is entire corridor improvements identified. It's crossed through, and it just says improvements recommended. So it would be the improvements that come out of the study.
Got it. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Brooke, I think you stated earlier that the bridges had to be highway bridges. They couldn't be pedestrian bridges or bicycle bridges or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
We made those suggested changes. Let's make sure we're on track here. We took out through out of lanes. We dropped the words entire corridor improvements identified as the preferred alternative and talked to improvements that come out of those studies or MPO studies. And basically, if the MPO studies are in coordination with the state and use the same components, and they would be eligible. And we removed service from bullet number 3, passenger rail stations or corridor improvements. So we struck service, add corridor improvements. Everything else remains the same. That's the motion, if you will. Yes, Mr. Kaspertz.
So we also had a discussion about New Bridge being incorporated in the highway and actually putting New Bridge in the third transit rail-oriented section as well.
Corridor improvement.
I guess, but perhaps if it's a standalone category in highway and roads, perhaps it should be in the transit improvement and rail improvements as well. Again, it reduces ambiguity, and I don't know if we're up against a word count. And we're not. Okay, then it
We
adds.
like less words than more, but no.
Okay, so if we mean it, then it doesn't hurt to put it in.
We can do that.
Include new
I have no
bridges.
issue with that.
What I don't want to do, well, do it.
Chairman, I'll make the motion to approve just the definition change of HPP with the amendments to include the new bridge.
Awesome.
I just wanted to point out, Mr. Secretary, we talked about moving this collectively, not one or the other.
Well, if it's collectively, then I pull my motion. My motion is just for the definition change.
I'll second it.
We want to eliminate step 2 and refine the definition. We don't want to do them separately.
Pull my motion.
What do y'all want to do? Somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion to move forward with recommendation with the language change and to eliminate step 2 as outlined on this slide.
Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it. All right, next. Number 4. Now, this you'll remember we made a change today that you not had seen before, which is reduced a category from 250,000 to 200,000 people. And it was done really for a couple reasons, but the main reason was those are the federal numbers that they use, and so it correlates us back to other measures that we're already using, and it made more sense. It drew Roanoke in, and it drew a couple of, maybe a couple of transit agencies in. Did it not, Brooke? Ms. Jackson, excuse me.
2 entities, Roanoke Valley Transportation Planning Organization and Arlington Transit.
Right,
Yes.
right. So didn't make a big change, made a little change, but we thought the change made a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. And so that's the recommendation, is some reduction, bring the level down, and we remember we allow a board member to bring a town to a town to submit an application on their behalf if they otherwise would submit it and had used up their allocation. That board member can do that, so it gives them an extra one in those smaller areas. Mr. Stan?
Does the board still retain the right to designate, I think it's,
Yes, sir.
it hasn't changed.
No, sir.
Last bullet point stays.
Yeah, that's just existing policy.
That won't change.
That's just telling you that it's there. It's sort of a safety net for each of us. We've got an ability to do that, so it gives us another lever to pull. as, on top of what, of the change that would be made.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item 4 as now stated.
Thank you. Dr. Smoot makes a motion. Is there a second? Ms. Sellers seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Mr. Secretary.
Excuse me. Further comments or questions? I'm sorry. Mr.
Yeah,
Gaston.
I just wanted to state that Northern Virginia District overwhelmingly objects to placing these limits on the applications. And I don't know what you're finding in your districts, but there is a universal dislike for this as an option going forward. They feel it's limiting. Everybody has different reasons in this, but they feel it's limiting and it's reasonable in its current configuration. So one of the requirements that we have as board members is to poll and solicit information. This is codified from our constituent applicants. And we've done that in Northern Virginia. And this is something that was rejected overwhelmingly by our jurisdictions. I ask other board members to consider what they may have heard from their applicants and jurisdictions as well.
Secretary.
Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
I echo those comments for my district as well. The limits are too restrictive.
Anyone else? Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, likewise, Shenandoah County and Rockingham County have at a minimum 3 or 4 towns that they submit applications for. So our counties are opposed to this.
Sellers.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask that we at least consider this middle tier and then adding a middle tier at the very middle tier at the minimum, just because it does allow 17. I don't know how we do that and what those numbers look like, but, or doing something to create that middle tier.
Folks, listen, we have a problem here. And here's the problem, and none of y'all feel this problem, but it's a problem. And the problem is people flood us with applications that aren't ready to go, okay? And we score and spend a gazillion amount of hours and time and resources of the Commonwealth trying to get things to where they can be scored, right? And we spend a ton of time doing that. And we have 2 ways of going at this. So the administratively, we can begin to really enforce our rules. And we have the authority administratively to say, if it's not ready, call us in 2 years. We can do that. And what we're trying to do is not do that in like one slicing guillotine shot, because it's going to be a shock to the system, because we get so many that are not ready. And we even get it after we worked on them that are not ready. And Ms. Jackson can give you the stats on that. So that's burning up time and money and time all day long, every day. So I don't think there's any push here just to have less. It's really to have better ones that are ready to go and not waste a lot of time. And that's what we're doing today. And so the analysis done by the consultants and by the staff was, if we reduce it to this, we'll get rid of a bunch of those because they just won't put those in because they're not ready to go and they're limited, so they're not going to give as much bad stuff. The other way to do it is just we'll enforce the rules 100%, and people will freak out because they're not used to. It's like it's like you have one set of rules, but you don't enforce them, and then all of a sudden you drop the hammer and you start enforcing them. That's not a good place to be either. So we're just trying to get some sanity to this process and not spend tons and tons of time and resources of this small group to get the answers. And so whether they're these numbers or whether we just go to administrative procedures, that's what we're trying to do. Ms. Jackson, can you speak to the numbers that aren't ready and the ones that ultimately get thrown out, and sort of give us some sense of that again, because we looked at that a few months ago?
Yes, I was just pulling up the May the May presentation, covered it in detail.
90 and 50.
90 and
90% pre-app.
So 90% were not ready at pre-application, and then full application evaluation. So when we got through, so they come to OIP, when they got through us, which takes 6 weeks to go through 420 applications that we had, takes us time to look at those. 50% were not ready. And we had an moment like, we can't screen out 50%.
So you're saying 90% were not ready at pre-app and 50 weren't ready at the full app?
Past August, so now we're talking in October, by the time we finished our full evaluation as our group had the review. And we look back at the districts and we say to them, what's going on here? There are 50% that aren't ready, and there's a mad rush to try to get these ready because no one wants to come up here to the board and say, we're going to screen out 200 applications. That just isn't something that's ever been palatable because we want to see these applications get to the readiness point too. And our planners and our engineers are good partners with the applicants, and they want to see their projects be scored. And I think it's led to a lot of chaos over the years trying to get applications ready out of service between the partnerships between DRPT and VDOT and the applicants and in ours. And I think it doesn't necessarily correlate to your success rate. We've seen that, we've looked at that. The more applications that you put in does not mean that you'll have a better chance of getting funded. We have plenty of instances where 10 applications were put in and only 2 were funded. And the average success rate is only 33%, 37% anyways. So you can actually have a lower success rate putting in more applications.
So let me stop you right there, and Mr. Lawson's his hand's gonna wear out in a minute here, so I'm gonna get him in here. I can't make him hold his hand up for 3 hours. So 90% of the applications of 400 some applications we get are not ready on initial screen out. 50% aren't ready on final screen out, and only a third ever get funded. So just stand back and look at that from an organization's perspective and think about that and how much work and energy and time and money goes into that process. And listen, nobody wants to not have opportunities to get a good project in and get it funded. That's what we're here for. But what we don't want is spend a lot of time and a lot of money, not just at our level, by the way, but at everybody else's level, to do things that just make work and don't get us anywhere. So we're just trying to say, for goodness sakes, give us some relief here. We're drowning in applications that aren't ready to go. And, I know that people want to put in more. I get that. But somebody's got to do the work, and somebody's got to get through them. And when you look at those kinds of numbers, we can just go enforce the administrative guidelines, and it's not going to turn out well. So what we're trying to do is just do it a little bit and sort of squeeze some of that out of there. And maybe this isn't the right number, or maybe it is, but I'll let Mr. Lawson, he's waited way too long.
Thank you. 2 things. I'm at large, and I have heard from our customers from the localities, and they're universally opposed to a cap. But the other piece, you say we don't want to get tough on our localities, tough on our customers. I think we have no other choice. And changing the rules doesn't solve this problem. We've discussed this before. I think we need, you said administratively enforce. I think we need to do that. I think you're doing that regardless. And I strongly urge that we vote against a limit, and I'm all in favor, and I'm happy to help if they want it, with staff telling our localities, you're not doing your job. 90 and 50, that's horrible. We got to stop that. Changing the number, you're still going to have 90, 50.
Well, here's what you're going to have, okay? If we do what you're suggesting, and we're happy to do that, we can do that, the impact is going to be much more draconian than this, and you're going to hear about it.
Fair enough.
And we just are trying to squeeze some of the deadness, the non-value stuff out of the process, and there's a lot of it. And of course, have you ever had a customer come into your store and tell you they want you to raise their prices? No, your customers don't want you to raise their prices. And they don't want us to have a cap. Of course they don't. Why would they? Of course they don't. But that's not who that's not how it works. What we're trying to do is have a system that works for the Commonwealth to get the best projects for the least amount of work, if you will. And if we got to do a little bit extra, that's fine. But when we're doing a lot extra and everybody's doing a lot extra, it's just wasted. And we're just trying to find a way to squeeze it out. Mr. Davis and then Mr. Coleman.
Mr. Secretary, would there, so in my case for my district, I've heard maybe a compromise of allowing projects that have already been scored in the system to allow a certain number of those to continue in the system and then have the caps in place for the new material coming in, so that reduces the burden on staff. I'm seeing.
Say that applicants typically, well, this is just addressing the idea, but applicants typically don't submit the exact same project. They typically see how a project acts in the system and make revisions. Now, I will say I have also heard from the applicant community, they're testing projects. You know, they're not sure how something's gonna do. So they're filling their cap intentionally to see how it's gonna do and make a revision and test. But it has an extreme time and cost that goes into a test. And so that would be my thoughts on that, is that it's never exactly the same application that gets submitted, and it would still need to go through the administrative process.
Commissioner wanted to say something?
Mr. Secretary, what I heard Mr. Davis say was that those that had already been scored, keep them in the system and then allow those localities to go up to that next level. As Ms. Jackson just said, you're going to get a different application the next time, so it's just not the same application. And then instead of that, you have, instead of 10, now you might have 15.
You can't make it up. You cannot make it up. You can't make it up.
I think safety briefing means we need to leave this.
Attention, please. An emergency has been recorded. All occupants go to the nearest stairwell exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevators. Walk to the nearest stairway.
Go to the front on the Broad Street door right now. I'm not sure we recessed or didn't recess. I think we just left, so we're still in session. But if we recess, we're now out of recess. So we're talking, obviously, cap limits, and let me just bring this, let me put a bow on this a little bit, maybe we can move on one way or the other. So the staff identified an issue where they've got a tremendous amount of work to do because we got way more, many applications than get funded, and 90% of those applications are not ready on the first tranche, and 50% aren't ready on the second tranche. And the second tranche happens in like October, and they go like crazy, spend a lot of time trying to get things to be able to be, to present to us in a final form. And so the intent was to try to find a way to make those numbers better. And so we didn't spend so much time working on stuff that's never going to see the light of day. And that we don't spend more time than we should on any one of them because they're not ready. And so it's sort of two different things, but they're linked. And the question is, and not universally, because there's certainly people that have weighed in that said that we want to have an application limit, and they agreed with that. But there's been a lot of pushback from the customers, if you will. And I liken it to the same thing. Have you ever been to a store where, you go in and the customer says, yeah, raise my prices? I think that's a good thing. Customers wouldn't like that. I get why they wouldn't like that, but we've got to balance the customers with the customers of the Commonwealth of Virginia, which are the citizens and the people that do this work, and that's the balance. So my question really is there an appetite to have a limit? Right? And if there's no appetite to have is there an appetite to adjust the limit so that there's more limitation than before, in essence, reduce the caps on the numbers that can be sent in, or not? And if there's zero support to look at any reduction in the cap, then there's no point in talking about what that reduction might be. And so that's my question to you. Is there support of the staff recommendation to limit the numbers of applications that could be submitted on some basis at all? I don't think.
Secretary.
Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill. I'm sorry. Well, I'm asking a question because, and then we'll take a motion. I mean, does anybody think we should be trying to limit the numbers of applications beyond to where they are today?
Mr. Secretary, I do think we should, and I don't care whether we get there by reducing the numbers or enforcing the rules. Either way will get us there, and I would defer to the organization as to which way we do it.
All right. Mr. Merrill? Anybody else have an opinion?
To your question, yeah, I'm okay with reducing a goal of reducing the applications, but I'm not in favor of the cap. So I have a motion when you're ready for a motion. Okay, I make a motion that there be no change in the application limit, therefore there be no cap. That compliance with the application, if they are not minimally 75% complete, that staff should send them back to the districts for completion, and that we should assess the application process and how we can have a 90% non-ready when jurisdictions are getting assistance with their applications, and we are in round 6 of SmartTail. I find it very troubling that jurisdictions cannot even get 50% complete, and we're going into round 6 with SmartScale. If they have not learned how to submit an application, shame on them.
Second.
Mr. Lawson?
Point out that they currently exist caps, and you're saying, I want to make sure you're not suggesting that we eliminate the existing caps
no
of
change.
4 and 10.
And I would not be, Mr. Merrill, I would not favor a recommendation or a motion to direct the staff on what place to cut off 75%. It's going to be really difficult to say this one is at 74 and this one's at 75 and this one's at 76, and we're going to have a lot of arguments, all right? What we need to be able to let our staff do is do what they do, enforce the requirements within reason that we have, and try to work this down. So if you would,
I'd modify that motion.
Modify
Yeah, I'm just
it.
assuming if 50% are not complete, then there must be a substantial portion of data that's lacking. So I would trust the judgment of the staff to determine
And
whether
it's
or
going to be a
not
bit
you
of
have
a,
criteria.
it's going to be a bit of a walk, Ms.
Mostly
Jackson.
complete, partially complete, mostly incomplete, whatever your criteria would be,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Commissioner.
If I could hear the amended motion, that would be helpful, but I think what you're suggesting is that staff.
No change in the cap.
If I heard it right, there's no change in the cap, but it's a stringent, we will be stringent on its readiness.
Here's what I would.
If that application is missing data, it's missing data, and we're going to stop and not move it forward. It's not a matter of, well, to Ms. Jackson's point, well, it's almost there, we're going to give you more time. If it's not there on that date, and you're right, we've been it'll be round 6 coming up. If we don't understand the process, we've been through it 6 times. They know the readiness requirements that are set, that bar's there. It becomes a binary. It's a yes or a no on that August 1st date or the end of August. August 1st.
Yes, I respond, though, that there are categories. I mean, within gradation, this is nearly complete. And your staff should be in a position saying, we're 90% done when it comes in, versus this is so god-awful, it's hardly even worth spending time on it because it's not even 50% complete. So I think you have to provide, Commissioner, some direction to the regions about their assistance to the jurisdictions so that when they're helping them fill out this application and we're still at 50% not complete, I think there must be some training within our staff and training within the jurisdictions. But I find it appalling that we're talking about round 6 and these jurisdictions are submitting applications and half of them are not complete.
Secretary?
I mean, they're just throwing them out there.
Rule, Ms. Director.
So I will add to it that sometimes the things that aren't complete, and I will say that the applications that come through DRPT are a little different because we don't own and operate the systems, but it's not necessarily things that the staff can correct or can provide guidance on. And I will tell you that a number of the applications that we had on the transit side that were not ready with things that we could not fix because they had to do with, financial aspects of very complicated projects. So I just don't think it's fair to kind of throw it back on the staff for us to fix things that are wrong with applications when they may or may not be ours to fix or anything that we have an ability to fix.
Yeah, that was not my suggestion. Not the first.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
That was just a test, see if y'all were listening. Dr. Sloat.
I think to the point that Jennifer made, an unintended consequence of this may be that each of our district offices are going to incur a much larger work burden. And I think the responsibility does need to go back primarily to the localities, or let's just call them the submitters of these applications, and not expect that the district offices are going to have to hire several more people each to make up for these shortcomings.
Listen, our job here is to do what's right, okay? It's not to do what the district wants you to do or what your MPO wants you to do, or it's to do what you think is right. That's our job, whatever that is. And the bottom line is we have a problem here. And the problem is we're getting too much into the top of the funnel, and it doesn't come out of the bottom. And it takes a tremendous amount of work in the interim. And the work is created not because they're great applications or great projects, it's because they're not great applications and they're throwing them in. You've heard about, now this is anecdotal, and I'm not suggesting it's across the board, but we know it's happening. They put in applications to test. And then they do another one the next year and see, well, how about this? Pull this lever, pull that lever. Well, somebody's doing this work, folks, and we're paying them money to do it. And that's not how it's supposed to work. The problem, Mr. Merrill, that we get into when we enforce is it's subjective, right? And that's what I'm worried about. Yeah, if it's not ready and there's one piece missing and we reject them all, then that's not subjective. It's one piece, here it is, it's out. Do we really want to do that? I don't really want to do that. What if there's two pieces? What if it's mostly? What's mostly mean? You know, and we get into all this, and then Ms. Jackson and her staff have to make that decision. And guess who's going to be back here? All of us are going to be back here saying, well, this one looks like to me, my person told me this. Why is that mostly and this one isn't mostly? And that's what we're going to be into, folks. And so what we went is a different way, which was to say, let's try to squeeze some of this out of here where they're just putting more and more than they're ever going to happen. A third of them are going to happen. 90% aren't ready in the beginning and 50% aren't ready when they're supposed to be fully ready. And we're just trying to use a mechanism to push it back a little bit because we're getting overwhelmed. And it's not getting the process. We don't get anything better out of the process. We just waste time and money. So we went at it two different ways. This is a more objective way, albeit it just sort of cuts across everybody. The other way is probably the best way in some respects, but we're going to fight about it on every one. And that's going to burn up our time and our energy. And Mr. Lawson's going to come in and say, well, you said this one, and I hate to pick on you, but you're looking at me. You said this one is mostly, or is not ready, but this one over here is exactly the same, and you said it was ready. So what is it? Is it mostly? Is it not mostly? And we don't have criteria in which to make those decisions. So it's going to be really difficult, and we're going to fight a lot, and we don't want to fight. We just want to have an efficient, effective process. That's why we went at it this way. Listen, if we do nothing and leave it exactly the way it is, we'll just spend more time and more money, and they'll drown more in October, and that's what will happen. But we won't have addressed the problem. We will have walked away from it because our customers, if you will, that we've called our customers, the counties and the cities and the MPOs, they say, please don't do that. Well, I mean, okay, then what's the solution? Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Would it be any appetite to put this in round 7, implement this in round 7, and give people time to consider the implications of this?
I don't know what the consideration would be. It's just less projects you bid.
You know, to Mr. Merrill's comments, after 6 or 5 rounds, it seems like we should be weaning this adolescent off, because I've heard a lot of districts say, or representatives say their districts communicated that we'll be here to help you. We'll help you work through this process and fill this thing out. Have we enabled them to, how do we break that?
Well, listen, it's not the district's job
No.
to do the application. Now, we help them do the applications, and obviously people that need more help, we'll give them more help than the people that don't, right? but that's not part and parcel of what we do, right? We don't have to go down and hold everybody's hand to put in applications to get money. But we do educate them, we do workshops, we do help them, and we should continue to do that. So absolutely, we should do that. But what I don't want to do is say, okay, well, let's get some more people. Let's go out in the beginning and make sure their applications are all ready to go so we can get 500, and when a third are going to get okay, and we're still going to have to score them all. So we just got more than we'll ever get done, and we still got to go through the process. We're just trying to say, listen, we're getting many more applications than we can ever fund, and so many of them aren't ready to go. And it takes so much time and effort to get them there. Please give us some relief from wasting time and money. That's the ask here. Now, I get there's another side to it. I get that, right? And we don't want unintended consequences. But I really, and I love Mr. Merrill's idea conceptually. I just know implementing it, we're going to fight every tooth and nail because it's a subjective decision. And what's 75% complete versus, I mean, those are all decisions we're making. And I don't know how to defend that in terms of a process, in terms of the results that come out of it. So that worries me. I'd almost rather do nothing, in a way. But I think we need to do something. Ms. Sellers.
I think that's the struggle some of us have, is that we don't know what incomplete means. We don't know what is incomplete about 50% of these applications. And so reducing it, when we're hearing, from the localities that they feel that this is not the answer, could we get more information on what is incomplete about these applications? What makes them incomplete?
Ms. Jackson, will you give a little bit of illustration of what you see as the head of the program?
Absolutely. So we have pre-applications that open in March and they close April 1st. We look at the application and we specifically call out the requirements. We see components on their application and we say, hey, you have this component, you have a traffic signal. You will be required to coordinate with the district traffic engineer and get approval at that date. They get that feedback immediately. And then, which we have done this round, and you can go look, the applications are public, our feedback is at the bottom of the application. It's out there right now. They have those 2 months of working with the district between April and June to get some of these details worked out. We're doing the pre-screening between April and June, We give them back their feedback in June, and then between June and August, the full app period is open. And so they've been working with the district in this time, and it's a full 4 months between that and when August 1st hits. They know exactly what is required of them. The caveat is if they change their scope, then we're chasing, so say you're gonna do a new interchange and we think it's one thing at pre-app, but they decide to do a roundabout there instead of an interchange. Sometimes you're chasing what they think they're gonna do at pre-app versus what you're doing at full app. And we've tried to narrow down and get folks to put that in, but we absolutely put the feedback. We tell them what approvals need to happen. And there has just been a trust that that VDOT will match their needs. But we give them that information as early as possible. In this round, they had all the information they needed at pre-app. And not to mention, when you select a feature, a pop-up box comes up and says, you will need these things for this feature. Clear as day. And a lot of times those are ignored. And I think there's partnership issues where the partnership between a certain person at a district might say, don't worry, we'll get it there. But they're making that promise to 30 applicants. They're making that promise to 50. In Richmond, 80 applicants. There's a lot of promises that are made to get documents to certain places, and I think we're over-promising the effort between the two.
That's Mr. Burrell.
Can I ask Ms. Jackson a question? Going back to round one, my memory's not as good as it used to be, but we did not do pre-applications in the early rounds of Smart Scale. Can you refresh my memory on when that became part of the process?
So in round 3, it was not required, but we introduced it into the process, a pre-application, to kind of start the engagement between the applicant and the state to say, hey, these are the things that we're thinking about putting in. Can you make sure we're on the right path? But it wasn't a requirement. Starting in round 4, we required a pre-application. And I think one of the things that isn't required is to nail down your scope, because you're also at that time getting screened for V-Trans. So if you're told you're not meeting your V-Trans need, you have that time to adjust. And we see scope changing during that time. Or they might pick a completely different project that meets a V-Trans need between those times. But it has been something that has grown. I will even add, we have another portal application called the pre-scoping portal. And that is open year-round. And we encourage our applicants to use that. And that can roll into any program. It can roll into HSIP. It can roll into revenue sharing. It can roll into smart scale. So what we're trying to do is increase that communication earlier on. The bigger, here's the correlation. The bigger the jurisdiction, the less desire to work with the state, because they have their own processes, they have their own money, they have their own ways of doing things. And I think that communication is severed sometimes, and it doesn't start as early as it needs to. But the same ones that are the biggest, they also have the biggest problems. So you have the bigger style projects coming through that have more requirements and more needs. And so that disconnect is married up. And they're also the most politically charged. So if you say no to a Fairfax County, you know, there's a lot of gray area things that start snowballing together. And stop me.
So
I could speak on it forever.
So, Mr. Secretary, the reason I wanted her to bring that up is that this isn't the first time we've dealt with readiness and getting good applications, that this is part of the continuous improvement of the program to make sure that we're getting good applications in early, that we as a state, and that's VDOT and DRPT, are supporting the applicants and helping them prepare good applications, but it is a heavy lift. I mean, again, my universe of projects is different, but I have added staff to be able to support applications, to be able to support the process, and we still struggle with getting good applications, getting quick responses and answers. And so I don't think it's fair to say that we're kind of putting the cap on it now. Like, this is an evolution of an improvement that we've been trying to make for a number of rounds.
So the concept is, if we got a lot of applications that aren't ready, and a lot of applications that never see the light of day, why not reduce some of that so that we can spend more time on the ones that have an opportunity? We, meaning we with the applicants, we can spend more time, have them in a better position, get a similar or better result, and spend less money and waste less, spend less money and less time getting there. That's the concept. So we just have bad data, our results aren't good, and we're trying to make sure that we get better results while not hurting anybody. And when you only get a third of them ever get funded, you know, it's not like you're getting 67% funded and you're going to lose a lot of good projects. That's not what's going to happen here. What's going to happen is they're going to focus on the most important ones that are the best projects. We're going to make sure they get in the best position to be ready to go. They're going to be less time working on them and spending on them, and we're going to get good result. That's the intent here. To the extent this doesn't get us there, then we can, you know, we should argue about that some more. But that's what we're trying to get to, and it's not exact, I get it, and it's not perfect.
Mr.
Mr.
Secretary,
Lawson.
I greatly appreciate this exchange and putting this into context, what the issue is. And I'm hearing they know what is required of them, but they still don't do it. Regardless of what happens on the issue on the floor, it's a discussion of we either change the rules or we enforce the rules. I think we got to enforce the rules. And for that reason, I make a motion that we do not create a 3-tier application limit. And it sounds like there are other things that'll be done. But that's what's on the floor now, and that's my motion. Hopefully that's clean enough and clear enough.
What you're saying is just leave it the way it is.
Yes, sir.
But enforce the rules.
Yes.
Well, and if we enforce the rules, this is what's going to get tricky here, folks. If we enforce the rules strictly, meaning, and it's really hard, Mr. Merrill, to get to where you want to go, although I'd rather be where you want to go than where I am. But it's just so hard to get there, I don't know how to get there. But if we enforce the rules strictly, and how many applications did we get last time? 480, 450?
420 about to start
Okay,
with.
we're gonna throw out 210 applications, and you guys are gonna like,
Well, what if we don't say we're going to throw them out? They didn't meet the criteria to be judged in the first place. Like, let's, we're not
gonna
doing this
take-
to
we're
them.
gonna-
They didn't follow the
they're
process.
gonna submit an application, and we're gonna say no. You call it whatever you wanna call it. But of the 420 that came in, 210 are not gonna get scored. We're gonna say, thank you very much, submit in 2 more years. And I'm just telling you, the result of that is one you don't really want. So I'm trying to get there a different way. And because one of them is sort of draconian, and it's a zero-sum deal, right? If it's not ready, that means if one thing's missing, it's out. Okay. You really want to do that?
Yes, and I've made that motion.
Well, we're probably not going to direct. The staff's going to do what the staff needs to do. I mean, we're getting down to the bowels of how we administer stuff, and we're getting a little bit over our skis there. But, I mean, and we can do that. I just think you're going to get a worse result and a worse reaction, and there's an easier way to get there that's cleaner and it's not as draconian, and that's why we recommended this. But at the end of the day, it's the board's decision.
Mr. Chairman, when do they have to have their applications in by?
Full application, final submittal is August 1st.
So could we table this until January, ask for more information on what makes something incomplete, and make a decision on this in January?
We have an application cap, maybe.
I would put out a motion if people are,
Well, listen, we don't have to prove anything today, and if we don't approve anything today, that doesn't keep us from coming back in January, right?
well, that's what, could we make a motion and formalize it and say, we'd like to see this in January with, I'd say with some more information on the completeness, what that looks like. I think I've heard by district, so that we understand and we can get with our district folks too and understand what this means to them. And my concern is that this isn't going to affect the central office as much as it's going to affect our district and our residencies. Those are the ones who are on the ground, and those are the ones who are going to get the complaints. And so if people are open to it, if we could table it till January, it sounds like we have time for this particular one, then we could come back and have a thoughtful conversation.
And let's be clear here, so we don't get wrapped around our axle here. The residencies and the district's opinions are reflected in this gentleman to my right, who's the commissioner. We don't have opinions of districts that are contrary to the opinion of the Commonwealth, the VDOT commissioner. So we're not going to go at it like this district's going to spend all this money and time, and they're going to make these independent decisions to go over and do X, Y, and Z. We're going to do it the same way and have basically allocate resources similarly across the districts. And we're going to play it the same way. We're not hopscotching, and one's going to do it one way and one's going to do it another. We're not going to do that.
I understand that, but
Fair enough, fair enough.
But the residencies, they send their children to school with the same people. You know, these are very small communities at the end of the day, and the commissioner doesn't have to go to church with folks that they just said all these things to. So a little bit more time on something that we have more time on is all I'm recommending, and then we can move on to the next one.
All I'm suggesting is who you go to church with does not drive your decision-making on how we administer VDOT projects, nor is it ever going to, as long as I have something to do with it. Mr. Commissioner?
I can't second that enough. Here's my concern, since you've thrown it back to me. We shut down, and I think I've said this before, our districts take 2 to 3 months in preparation for and review of these applications. 90% not being ready, 50% August 1st, and then a third of them see the light of day. What we spend, and if we're going to continue on this trend without stringent enforcement, we're going to continue to layer staff up and not deliver the program in what matters. And that's delivery of the projects in the design phase, the construction phase, and all these people are consumed with applications. 400 applications, a third of them, only 100 see the light of day. And what I'm trying to say is, if we're going to continue to meet our metrics and deliver on time and on budget performance for delivery of the projects, we need a change here. And so that's what I'm hoping will change. Otherwise, if we continue to layer it up, and I heard, well, we'll just add more staff. Adding more staff is not the right thing, because that's going to take away from the distributions that you have for smart scale, and that's going to put it back into things that are not going to make a difference. And if we cut the application process in half, that gives more monies back to smart scale to deliver additional projects. Right now, it's going into staff time that's not doing the design work, the environmental work, the planning work that's really necessary for almost a quarter of a year. That's hard in continuing to drive our performance, at least on the design and the construction side of the house. So this, believe it or not, this is an extremely important level of making sure that the resources that we have, limited resources that we have, are there to be able to deliver our program back to the citizens of the Commonwealth and not layer it up into 400 applications and readiness and things that just are not going to see the light of day.
Mr. Lawson, Ms. Jackson, obviously there's been a lot of discussion around this, a lot of concern and pushback, and we just want to get this right. And I think the board's heard about what the problem is, and yet we want to be sensitive to those folks that are trying to get in the process as well. If we did what Ms. Sellers said and we came back with more illustrative information in January and deferred this to then, as opposed to just saying, vote it down or vote it up, would that keep us in a cadence that would be reasonable for our applicants and for us? I mean, I guess what I'm at, there's more information that's come out, people understand a little bit more, but if we show you more data and sort of show you sort of what we're talking about, I don't know if that's helpful to you or not. I know where I am, but I'm not the decider here. And so if that's helpful and it's not, and we can accommodate it, then I would do it. If it's not helpful to you, then we won't do it. And if we can't accommodate it, we won't do it. And that's what I'm asking.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I guess the question almost goes back to the applicant community. By reducing, by March 31st, well, the portal will open on March 1st and closes on March 31st. And they will have to submit their pre-apps by the end of March. So knowing how many applications they can submit.
Kind of important.
It will frame what applications they put together.
They need to be able to forecast.
Chairman, they don't follow the rules that are already on the books, so I would argue.
They don't submit more, they're just not ready.
So I guess, the question then is, do we think holding this until January, I don't think you would want to go beyond January in making a decision.
That's why I'd say table it till the January meeting to vote on it in the January.
All I'm saying is you put more pressure on them if you vote for it then than if you vote for it now.
Well, we're live, right? This is public.
Sure.
They know what's going on.
Well-
This is hanging over their heads, but if we've got a deadline of March 1, what is the downside of deciding this in January? They're well aware of what we're considering.
It's called uncertainty. That's the downside, uncertainty.
Well, and you better be serious about your application. That's one message that's being delivered today. That's a positive.
Agree with that.
That's a very big one, I think.
Agree with that. We're not a solution looking for a problem. We got a problem.
Right.
The question is how do we, I think that's clear. The question is how do we address it so that it's best for them and best for us, if you will, the applicant and the Commonwealth. And that's all we're trying to get to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill.
I go back to, I don't know if Mr. Lawson's motion was an alternative motion to mine or a second.
I sort of got lost in all that, Mr. Merrill.
But I think the issue is pretty straightforward. Do we want to limit the applications by us taking the bull, say, we're going to limit your applications, or do we enforce the rules? I mean, I think it's that simple.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Long-term, it would seem to me as a CTB member that having jurisdictions develop the competencies to compete effectively and submit appropriate applications would serve us best in the long haul. There are professional staff, economic development staff, city managers. I can name the ones in our district. They should be able to get applications done. If they can't, then how do they get resources to augment? They're talking about going after tens of millions of dollars of state money, and if they're not prepared to put some elbow to, grease in the elbow, whatever the term might be, and bring in some additional resources to get those applications complete, that's not my problem. This is a classic Harvard business study of who's got the monkey. And they've passed the monkey on to your staff, which I appreciate. And I think we all want to give relief to your staff on having to deal with all these applications. But it seems to me that the monkey should be on the back of the jurisdictions who need to submit appropriate applications.
And the question is, do we transfer the monkey the best way by limiting the applications? Do we transfer the monkey the best way by enforcing to the letter of the law what the rules are? And all I'm telling you is if we enforce to the letter of the law, and I don't know how to do it sort of halfway, which is my concern, so I can do it to the letter, that's pretty simple, but if we do it to the letter of the law, you're going to have a lot more impact to the people you're hearing from than you would otherwise. That's my prediction. Ms. Sellers.
All I'm asking is a little bit more time so we know what that looks like. Because I think, the motion on the floor right now is to keep it as is, but put the CTB support behind enforcing the rules. So essentially saying, take those massive cuts. And I just want us to know so that when we're sitting there and having these conversations.
So let's do it this way. So we could do nothing and just move on. We can make a decision to have a cap today or something else, or we can defer till January, knowing that, we can't go any further than that, and that's going to crowd them anyway, but hopefully they're listening today and they know something's coming, and maybe we'll get a little bit better information and be a little bit more comfortable in a decision. I'm comfortable, but those are the three options that I sort of see that I've heard from y'all, and tell me which one you want to do. I'm clear with the staff and the administration and the consultants have recommended. That's clear. All right, we want to do something else. What do y'all want to do? Mr. Folks.
Chairman, this process of reviewing smart scale has gone on for almost a year. There have been town hall meetings, there's been a workshop, there's been input from everybody that had an opportunity to put in whatever they wanted to do. I don't understand why we need to kick the can down the road another month. I think the staff has put time and effort, resources, energy, and knowledge into this whole thing, and I think it is their collective opinion that this is the best way going forward. I think we have to keep in mind the limited resources we have. We've got to be good stewards not only of our district, but of the Commonwealth's resources. And I understand some localities push back on these limits on applications, but I just think it's the most efficient, effective way to move forward. And so I support the staff's
You making a substitute motion?
I make a substitute motion to approve the recommendations presented by the staff.
Mr. Byers seconds. Yes, ma'am, you ma'am.
Will that include
Sellers.
the second part of Mr. Merrill and Mr. Lawson's, where we also provide CTB guidance to say we want the administrative policies enforced?
We can do that without a motion. We're going to do that. It's administrative.
Yeah, but I think that's a big part of the motion is that people want that in there.
We have a motion, we have a substitute motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. By hand. Noes by hand. One. Noes by hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeses by hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Number 5. Let's be clear on this. Mr. Kasperitz has said, so we had two things here in number 5. One was to reallocate the land use score over to other weightings. And the second, which was on page 11, was to modify the measure weighting, accessibility measures, et cetera. Mr. Kasperitz has indicated that he'd like to withdraw that recommendation. So it's still there. We could do something with it if we wanted to or not. But he and Ms. Hines, I think you're speaking on behalf of your
We're
colleague.
willing to withdraw it because we weren't aware of the consequences it would have in other areas, Mr. Secretary. But our support for the basic reweighting stands.
Gotcha. Okay. Ms. Jackson, you want to review where we are? So we go to page 10, please.
I was thinking we should
That's
go
where we
back.
start.
Okay, again, with the process here is reassigning where land use is. The first thing is that we're calculating land use measure the same exact way today. It is reassigning the factor weighting for land use to other factors within different area types. So type A has 20%, type B had 15%, type C and D both had 10%. And again, we only added land use in round 5 was the first round that they had land use in area type C and D. So reallocating those percentages, the staff focused on safety and congestion, tying that back to all of the survey results that we got that was heavily weighed toward safety and congestion as being the most important thing to our applicants as we go through this process. So that's where the source of our recommendations came from, along with other comments that we got along the way. And the second part of that is to use the normalized land use factor. So the combination of the two measures make up the factor. So those normalized values, they would become a multiplier on all other factor areas. So that is to uplift our empirical measures that really calculate what a project is doing. How many crashes are being offset? How much delay is being offset from this project? And we're rising up the measures that have those empirical benefits using that normalized land use factor. So where we have differences between the two scenarios is with the alternative recommendation from Mr. Kasperitz and Ms. Hines, and that is focusing a little more on accessibility. And the other major difference is a reduction in congestion in type A.
All right, so let's try to break this apart. If you go back to the previous slide, please. So some of the board members, and I'll pick on Mr. Stant because he's been pretty vocal about it, do not think it's appropriate to have land use in whatsoever. And so some people, or at least one person, has been vocal that to have the multiplier effect as opposed to the factor weighting where it is now, and it's sort of a zero-sum situation, remains inappropriate. And so I think it's important for us first to determine whether we're going to include that in the weighting or not, in the process or not. Does land use stay in as a recommended multiplier? Does it stay in the way it was, or is it out altogether? Mr. Stant, would you like to speak to that?
Everybody understands the way I've looked at this thing from the very beginning. Way back in February, when Mr. Coleman and I first the smart scale scoring, it appeared to us apparent that land use, as it was then in the system, skewed everything. It worked the whole picture, especially as it related to things like bike ped projects that were of not significance. We determined that. I tried to go back and say, well, where in the world did land use come from? Question to OIP, and basically I was given two statutes. One was so-called house. The other one was section 352, 33.2. Land use does not appear in House Bill 2, nor does it appear in the follow-on statute. So I want to know where in the world it came from.
So, Mr. Stant, let me help you a little bit, and I apologize if it wasn't given to you before. In 33.2-353 is where the Commonwealth Transportation Board is directed to develop and update a statewide transportation plan. In Section A, and I'm gonna skip down to the second sentence, says the assessment shall consider all modes of transportation. Such corridors shall be planned to include multimodal transportation improvements, and the plan shall consider corridor location in planning for any major transportation infrastructure, including environmental impacts in the comprehensive land use plan of the locality in which the corridor is planned. And the designation of such corridors, the board shall not be constrained by local, district, regional, or modal plans. And so it references it there. In 33-2-2.4.1 of the statewide prioritization process for project selection, it suggests that the prioritization process should be, or it doesn't suggest, it tells you, the prioritization process shall be based on objective and quantifiable analysis that considers at a minimum the following factors relative to cost, which is where our cost benefit comes in, of the project or strategy. And here are the factors: congestion mitigation, economic development, accessibility, safety, and environmental quality. And then it goes on to talk about, let me find this. Urban districts, it talks about urban land planning, and I've lost it in here. But those are the two places that it speaks to land use and those things should be considered in our process. Now, what we believe we found in 100% in a concurrence, that because of the way land use was scored, it was basically a 0-10 score. You either were or you weren't, and it didn't matter anything about the benefits of your project. It didn't matter how good it was. It didn't matter anything else. If it was in this location, then it got 10 points. And we had a lot of projects that were being funded solely on those 10 points. And it didn't make any sense to us. Having said that, so we backed up from that and we said, okay, we don't like the way that's working, but we still believe, and you can argue that it doesn't say what we think it says, but we still believe that it's a important factor, but not one that's outsized like it was. And so we modeled based on what the consultants recommended to us. We modeled the multiplier effect. And when we modeled the multiplier effect, what it basically did is said, if it's a good project anyway, right, it gets a little extra love if it's in a really good place for a really good project. That's what it models, okay? And that's what we think, that's what has been recommended. So, and when you ran that, and I you know, I've said this a million times, but we keep going back to it, running these against former projects doesn't necessarily predict the future. But when we ran it against previous projects, the things that you didn't like and that I didn't like and that Mr. Coleman didn't like and some others didn't like went away. They went away. They got pulled out, which is exactly what we hoped would happen because we didn't think it was appropriate for them to be in there. So it cleaned all that up. Yet, it still kept us with some look at what the code directed us to look at and some look at what other people think we should continue to look at. And so it just minimized the impact so that it didn't have an outsized impact and generate a lot of things that otherwise wouldn't have been generated. That was what the consultants and the staff saw. That's what we saw across our comments that came from our constituents. And so we kept it in, we just minimized the impact, but there's still some impact. It's just not outsized like it was. It doesn't throw all those little projects out that had no benefit other than where they were, which to us seemed insane. Just because they're in a place, doesn't matter anything else about the project, just because they're there, we'll give money to it. That didn't make any sense to us. So that's where we are. That's why we got to where we were. And Mr. Stant, wants to.
It took me a while. I don't disagree that land use, if it's really land use, is an important part of transportation. I accept that. I've been around and around on this. I have to say, however, that the definition of land use used in this multiplier effect makes no sense,
Doesn't get you there.
nor does the methodology. So until we get a definition of land use that's acceptable to this board and a methodology to measure that definition in a, what's the word, a quantifiable and achievable basis, then we got nothing. We've got garbage in and garbage out. So that's where I am on land use. So you either fix it or get rid of it. That's my
Clear.
position.
Ms. Sellers, you had your hand up.
I did. So when we're taking the land use score and we're multiplying it in safety and congestion, are you taking that land use score and adding it to that same score to safety in one place and then congestion? So you're adding it, or you're multiplying it in two places? How's this going to work?
Jackson.
I don't want to confuse the two topics, but that's where we're recommending the factor weighting to go. When you get this value, your normalized score, and it becomes a multiplier, any of the other 5 categories that have a percent or points allocated to them, they will get the boost. So it's not just safety and congestion. If you have economic development points, if you have environment points, and congestion, accessibility, safety. But I was covering where the factor weighting would go. But this will boost every other factor area, and the other factor areas are designed to measure the benefits of the project. Land use is more centered on where a project is, what's the population density, what kind of activities are around that make it a good place to put a project that has access to a lot of people, and it brings in land use concepts. But it doesn't measure the empirical difference of the benefit.
If I may, I think your question, maybe, if you look at type A, the first line there, you notice this is safety, and you have plus 15 in paren, and congestion is plus 5 in paren. In today's scenario, land use in type A is 20 points. So what we're saying is those 20 points will be redistributed, 5 to congestion and 5 to safety. So that's step one. We've taken the the land use factors, because you still got to get to 100%.
Yeah, we just eliminated that.
So we eliminated that, but then we're computing the land use the same way we computed land use before, and then coming up with the multiplier.
So I guess what is happening to that value that comes from those algorithms associated with land use? So are you just saying that the sheer presence of land use means that you get these different percentages? That's what I'm not understanding, is there's currently a value associated with land use. And so mathematically, how are we going to do that?
Let's take the first line, for example. So the first line, type A, you see 20% plus 15%, 50% plus 5%, and all the others stay the same, except for land use. So we took the 20 points out of land use and said, we're not even thinking about land use in terms of factors. Now, instead of having 6 factors, we have 5. And in the staff recommended scenario, they took those 20 points, they put 15 into safety and 5 into congestion on that line. That's the first thing they did. Then whatever scores those create, right, as you run that algorithm, if that project that's getting scores potentially from safety, congestion, accessibility, economic development, environment, in theory, they could get them from all 5 of those categories. If they happen to be in a land use space, back to Mr. Stant's piece, which he doesn't like, and I understand that, but if it is back in a land use space, if it's in a dense area, if it da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, which is basically the land use factor, then we're going to take all those points and we're going to have a multiplier on them. So it's going to get a higher score than if it was in the middle of nowhere and it had no sort of land use implications. Will you relax? That is the concept here. So instead of it being a standalone 20%, right, it's no longer standalone. It just multiplies the others, so it gets extra love, if you will, gets a higher score if it's in those scenarios, and it basically advances the land use criteria of that area.
So if you take a particular project, and there's, of course, as we normalize, the highest scoring land use project would be 100. If a project's land use value was 40, then that project, you would take the score that was generated from all the other math and increase it by 40%. So you take, if the score was 5, you would then increase it by 2. So it would be 7, would be the impact of the land use multiplier enhancing the value of an already good project. Or if it's a bad project, if this project scores 0, that multiplier of 40%
0.
is still 0.
And before it'd be 20. On land use.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir, Ms. Lawson.
I think Mr. Stant is on to something, and we got to get at what is land use. It's kind of like economic development, and I think we pulled
Ms.
that
Jackson,
out.
what's land use in the scoring criteria?
I can answer the question.
Well, no, not in the scoring criteria. I mean,
No, I understand.
Okay.
I've looked it up. That's what threw me. We are incentivizing a town center urban development. That is land use as it is defined by smart scale.
That's true.
What you describe when you talk about the Virginia Code, they talk about land use as it's used in a comprehensive plan. And that could be anything. All uses are land uses, ag, historical preservation, things of that sort. And yeah, you ought to take that into account. You ought not be running a road, a boulevard through a battlefield or Mount Vernon or what have you. That's a land use, and you ought to consider it. But what we need to understand, we're giving a multiplier. We're giving an incentive to any kind of project that is an urban town center project and calling it a land use factor.
Doesn't have to be urban.
Well,
Doesn't
but a
have to be
town
urban.
center, that's what it is. It's a
No, it
walkable.
Yeah,
Well,
area type C and D this round got a lot of benefit from the land use factor, especially the main streets of, the Abingdons or a lot of rural areas
Savannah, Virginia is not urban.
did get to benefit
Neither
from
is
the
Abingdon.
land use
Compared-
factor this round.
compared to White Post, it is.
But
And
we're not
people
comparing
live
it to
there
White
and they
Post.
walk and it's just like
A town with
Berryville.
100 people is really big compared to a town of 2 people, but that's not what we're comparing.
But they still, if this thing is, and this, we need to agree on what is land use. Because what we are doing in incentivizing, when I say a town center project, that doesn't necessarily mean Reston or Columbia.
It's an urban, that's what I was taking issue
No,
with.
it is a more urban type of development. It could be downtown Berryville where there's 3 restaurants and a coffee shop, and we want people to walk there. It's perspective, but it is that setup versus when we use the term land use can be anything.
Let me read to you out of the code in terms of what we're directed to in 15.2-22, -2223.1. And it goes to the comprehensive plan to include urban development areas, and this is what it says. Urban development area means an area designated by the county is appropriate for higher density development due to its proximity to transportation facilities, the availability of a public or community water and sewer system, or a developed area, and to the extent feasible to be used for redevelopment or infill development. And then it goes on and on. Urban development areas are areas that may be appropriate for development of density, development acreage, 4 single families, 6 townhouses, 12 apartments,
I'm agreeing with you.
So let me finish. So I think what it's trying to say, and we have that criteria, I think what it's trying to say is, rightly or wrongly, or I should say, agree or don't agree, that that's what you want. It's trying to say that we like projects and we want to incent projects that don't create sprawl, that sort of do what you're talking about, sort of a town, where Wayne lives, sort of a town development kind of thing, transit-oriented development, town development, so that we get a more efficient return. If we build, we do urban sprawl, it gets really difficult, it costs a lot of money to get there, get back, da-da-da-da-da. And so it's given some incentive for projects that promote that.
And
That's what it's intended to do.
That's my point. Number one, the word land use ought to be stricken. Call it urban development or incentivize a more urban development or where there's a concentration of infrastructure. That's number one. And if this body wants to agree on that and say we want to incentivize that, then do we want to apply a multiplier to further incentivize that and for how much? That's been our problem, or been my problem. I don't speak for Mr. Stan.
No.
It's not land use. There's a category there that says we want to encourage, and I'm not saying I do necessarily, but we want to encourage a more urban, concentrated development, so much so that we want to give it a multiplier on the other, or spillover on the other categories. And in my mind, this body's got to vote on the first thing first. That's going to be the definition, kind of like we did with economic development. We teased it out that existing development is economic development. And then next, do we want to give a multiplier to the various categories and how much?
I don't really care what nomenclature you use. To me, that's irrelevant. The question is, what does it do, right? So hang any name you want to on it. I don't care what the name is myself personally. So
my only point is if I'm applying for it and I use what I think the definition, the dictionary would say land use is.
they know what they're applying for, Mr. Lawson. Trust me. I don't think that's an issue.
This is the same group that's 90% off on their applications and.
That doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing, sir.
Okay.
That just means they're gaming the system. That's what it means. We're trying to get as many in as we can, and we're going to try to test them. And I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with that. I get it. That's the game. That's the system we've created. But that's not the issue for them. Now, if we want to call it something that you think is more accurate, I don't care. I personally don't care what we call it.
Let's define it. Just come up with the definition.
And Mr. Secretary, once we do define it, is it simply a yes or no factor? Or is there a metric that says, well, this project is 2 on land use and this project is 10? I mean, how do we handle that?
It's where it is. So it's a zero-sum game.
So it's yes or no?
Yeah, and that's what it was before, right? It just was outsized in its impact. So what we tried to do is say, okay, we're reading the code, we heard the intent, we get it, we want to incent something there. We think we got off the reservation and it was way too much, and it drove these projects that were just where they were, and it didn't have to have any benefit, none, just it was there, and that was it. It made no sense, right? So it's like, how do we get rid of that? How do we not do that, but still abide by the legislative intent and the interest to try to give a little bit of love to projects that don't create sprawl and are more efficient, if you will. I think that's the legislative intent. That's what we're trying to get to, and that's just a location-based decision. It either does that or it doesn't do that. And if it does that, then how do we show that extra love? How do we give that extra thing? And so as we modeled it, we went in and said, and the consultants, I think, came up with the concept, I certainly didn't, is to use, maybe Brooke did, but it came up as, let's just add some love onto the other factors. So it's got to have benefit that has nothing to do with land use. That's going to be the major piece of the benefit. And then if it's in a right place on top of that, so that it's actually even better than it would have been, how do we show that extra love? And the recommendation was give that little bit of multiplier. Now, having said that, and again, let me give you the caveat, because I hate doing this. When we went back and tested that, it proved out, it penciled out. So the ones that looked like they should have gotten some love, that had other benefits and were in the right place, if you will, or that place, they stayed in. And the ones that didn't, they were out. So the modeling, albeit it's not, we're backward looking and all that, and we keep reminding ourselves is not a predictor of the future, or certainly not with 100% certainty, but it looked good, right? So it modeled out. So we say, oh, well, now we're following legislative intent. We're following something that makes sense. We got rid of what it created that we didn't like, that we thought was wrong, and it models out to do what we wanted to do. So let's go do that. Now, to your point of how you define that, I think we define it in our, obviously we define it because we grade on it.
And of course, the factor, it's looking at density between population and employment. Right? That's the kind of the key to how it's looking at land use. Which, yes, it's looking for density. That's the reason it benefits, transit, right? And benefits your bike ped or sidewalks, that type of thing, because it's moving people off the highway, which can be a very good thing in certain areas.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson. Then we'll go to Mr. Stant.
What I heard Mr. Lawson just say, it's density and employment, and your phrase, we're giving extra love for concentrated projects. By definition, we're creating a category here that's given a lot less love for a more traditional industrial project that's going to bring 1,000 jobs or what have you, because nobody's going to live on top of that. And so, again, if this body wants to say that's what we want to do, we want to give extra money for these walkable communities and that kind of thing, we're doing it at the expense of other land use categories like, the steel plant or something that wants to come to Virginia Beach. They're not going to have a lot of people around around those big facilities.
I can't speak to that specifically, but I will tell you, we didn't make this up. We believe we're following the legislative intent and what the statute tells us to do. So we didn't just sort of decide out of nowhere, right? I mean,
all I can do is address what's in front of me. I don't know how we got here, but I do think.
Well, we still have the statute, right? So we can go to see what it tells us to do.
But the statute refers to land use as they use it and call for it in their comprehensive plan. And I would tell you that every jurisdiction has multiple land uses in their comprehensive plan, and they don't favor one over the other. They don't want to say, even in Northern Virginia doesn't say we want to be a completely urban landscape where everybody walks. We still have subdivisions and some ag and so on. So land use, my problem with it is we're taking a land use and saying we want a lot of this. And I'm not sure we do, because I do think we want business centers, we want industrial centers, and those are things that are just not going to have apartments on top of them or people riding elevators to go work in those facilities.
Well, I mean, you're again suggesting it's all in major urban areas, and it's not, right? It just has to be,
Even a town with concentrated infrastructure, you're not going to have a plant in the middle of Berryville, for example.
No, you're not. It's never going to come there to begin with.
If we do this, we're saying in Smart Scale, we want to give extra credit for that. And again, it's at the expense of other things that I would submit are much more desirable, pay a lot more in taxes and employment and so on.
Those things are going to score well in a different category, and these things that don't bring the same benefits aren't. It's going to, the modeling didn't show what you're suggesting, is what I'm saying to you. We didn't lose that, right? We didn't lose that. That's not what it showed. What it showed was we got we got rid of a lot of things that had zero benefit other than land use, and were small. That's what this did in the reverse modeling. Now, I haven't said that. I keep giving the caveat. I'll give it to this one. But that's what when you go backwards and you ran this model this way, it kept the legislative intent. It got rid of the crummy stuff that we had that we thought was crummy for that, and it modeled out.
Clearly, this is better. We got rid of, to Dr. Smoot's point, lighting an already lighted walkway and things like that. How we end up that, I have no idea.
Lights. Got lights for Christmas.
So this is an improvement. My suggestion is, let's call it what it is, and if we're really going to vote to entice this kind of development, then we can do that, but we ought to do that knowingly.
The score, Ms. Jackson, speak to the detail of
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. So I just want to take us back a little bit really quick. when we came to you all in June with this topic, we highlighted that 77 projects out of the 152 that were staff recommended, 50% of the benefit score of those recommended for funding had that score coming from land use, 50% of their total benefit. And then if you, 50% of the total benefit of 77 out of 152 projects that was their land use score, was over 50%. If you narrow it down and we looked at like 40 of the projects had over 80% of their total score. We've got 6 categories. You shouldn't be having 80% of any of your benefit coming from one factor area.
But to Mr. Lawson's point, it's better.
And to your point of everything you're making, it absolutely enhances the areas that are not in heavy land use in an area where they can compete. If they have a serious safety problem and they're rising up on safety, they're going to compete a lot better than a project in the city that had just a land use score before that could annihilate it when it came to HPP. A lot of the scores was coming from land use before, and when we modeled it, we modeled 15 to 20 different scenarios. We tried to come up with all different percentages, different ways to apply this. This is the way that boosted benefits that were good and modeled the kinds of projects that y'all were asking for. And just to reiterate, dropping small projects across all area types, and that we all agreed was an issue when we came to the table through June and July, with the majority coming from that bike and ped principal improvement type, reiterating that land use was the only score they were getting. And they had an average cost of $8.2 million. When we tested this, we were adding in a lot larger at the average cost of $16.7 million. And that's because land use on its own was funding. This is not going to give more incentive to urban areas. It is going to boost up when it is a very good project in a very good place. It will also boost up very good projects that are not in a super urban area because they're not competing with just pure land use score. Again, 80% of the score.
Ms. Jackson, can you speak to the formula?
Of course.
Or the I mean, I think there's a legitimate, not that they're all, not all legitimate, but there's a legitimate question that says, how do we calculate? What does this really mean?
I totally went on
What is this?
a rant that's not related.
I'd like to hear that.
That's where we're going. That's where I'm trying to go.
I want to know, if you poll this board right now, I guarantee you there's not one member that could understand the way land use is calculated in Appendix D. Going out and counting the banks and the bars and the whatever in walkable distance. I mean, it's made no sense to me from the beginning, and I'd like to hear an explanation if someone can give me.
I'm trying to get you there,
Okay,
Mr. Stan. If you let her answer, I'm going to try to get you there.
Yeah, so the current land use method is more related to the project location. It scores the walk accessibility to key non-work destinations, but those are things like libraries, grocery stores, healthcare. Obviously, folks do work there, schools, and they have different points associated with them. And it's the walkability within 1 mile to those destinations from the transportation project. And that is going to be weighted then based on the population and employment density. And that is how you get the land use score. It is a normalized score. It is not a binary yes or no, like you're in an urban area, you get 100, and if you're not in an urban area, you get a 0. It is a very even blend where a lot of folks get land use score on some level, and that's kind of where the problem begins with. The land use distribution is very wide. There is a lot of projects that are in positive land use areas. So that is how we calculate land use, and we normalize those values against all of the other projects, and that's where it comes into play. Those normalized project scores of what I just described on how to calculate land use is then going to be considered in the multiplier.
So the highest scoring project gets 100 points, they get a multiplier of 2, and everything else gets teed off of that.
And we have the scorecard that's marked up. We actually brought that in July, where we took the scorecard and marked up how it would change, but I did print it in September. So if you have the retreat packet with you, we marked up the scorecard to describe how the scoring would take place.
So I'm back to the concept for a second, right? And the concept is, we're suggesting that the legislative intent is to have some consideration for these kinds of things. We're suggesting that, therefore, we're including it, and it makes some sense and some planning sense regardless. We're suggesting that the impact of it was way outsized what it should have been historically, and we had these huge scoring impacts that that Ms. Jackson has referenced in terms of the size of the project that got it, or the percent of the score that came from land use. And we got down to this eliminating the factor as a weighting factor and using it as a multiplier only against other benefits that it already gotten. So do we leave it in at all? I think we need to leave it in somewhere because I think that's the legislative intent. But we could disagree with that and take it out altogether and say, we're not considering any of it. Do we leave it in at all? That's the first scenario. And then if we leave it in at all, what does it look like and how do we leave it in? How do we define it? How do we leave it in? How's it score? And all I'm telling you is that when we went through the various modelings that we went through to try to see what the results might have been in round 5, that this is the one that popped out as, okay, that conceptually made sense to us. It made sense on the modeling in terms of what it resulted in, and so that was the recommendation. So again, do we have it at all? And if we have it at all, what does it look like? Right? I think those are our decisions.
Secretary.
Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill.
I agree with Mr. Stant. I think land use is an important criteria that should be factored. I, for one, am comfortable with the multiplier effect because it, to me, gives an added boost to all the other scores disproportionately from multiplication versus addition. I would suggest that we vote on the weights, which I think is consistent, that we agree that land use be a factor, but that we table this decision on what land use is and how it's incorporated into the scoring, so that we all understand exactly what land use is. Because I'm in the same camp as Mr. Stan. I've looked at land use multiple times, and I still can't get my head around this multiplier.
A multiplier or how we calculate it?
I get how you calculate it, but in terms of the implications, when you get all these, so you have these applications that are scored on 5 criteria, and they come up there, and then we pluck land use, and the implications of that one plucking of the land use can have anywhere from 0 impact on the score to double the score. And I think it's important to understand, because if you have a high land use, you are going to leapfrog a bunch of projects that had higher smart scale score. So if you get a 2, I mean, if you got the 2 on land use, you would have a multiplier of 2, 1 plus 1 over 100, right? 2. You multiply the smart scale score by 2, you would double their smart scale score.
There's one project that can
Yeah,
do
I know,
that.
one project.
There's
but,
one project.
But you could also have other projects that are 1.7, 1.6, 1.8, 1.5.
And hypothetically, that land use score, then, okay, let's take for example, the worst case scenario that you're describing. That land use was the top 100 score in area type A. That would be 20 points. 20 points. That is a huge smart scale score. Huge. So, and if it got nothing in no other areas, and you're not seeing smart scale scores or benefit scores of 20, really, to start with. So the top land use scoring project gets 20 points. Now, if it didn't have, it'd have to have matching 20 points elsewhere, which is just exponentially unlikely. I mean, it's very unlikely, unless we can consider maybe the I-64 gap, really big benefit projects. But if it is a very high land use score, it was carrying more of its weight in land use before than this scenario that we're building, because it is unlikely that there is 20 points gathered from any of the other 6.
He didn't disagree with that. What he said was he thinks that it still has or could have too much impact. He didn't disagree that it had too much before. He's saying that at 2 or 1.5 or 1.6, he feels or he thinks or he's concerned that that gives it an outside result. And what I would say to
Understood.
you is the modeling hasn't showed that. Having said that, can we just call it footnote A on modeling and, on going backwards and looking at it and just repeat the same caveat I give you every time I talk about it? So
On the
that's what it said.
On the example that we had back in July retreat, we took a score of 3.8 to a 5.
Ms. Jackson, we need to listen to him, not talk to Mr. Lawson, because we're not going to be able to answer his question.
The example that we had at the retreat, we took a project, we removed land use and added a multiplier. The project score went from 3.8, it had a 1.4 multiplier, so it went from 3.8 to 5.4. A lot of the projects that were funded were in the 4 ranges. So this project just leapfrogged the number of projects in the last round of Smart Scale. So
Did they have multipliers too?
Pardon me?
Did they have multipliers too?
The last one?
The other projects you're saying that
This was the only example we were given in terms of the retreat. So I didn't have the calculator to go through and do all the projects. But I repeat my motion. I think land use is important. We need to factor in land use. I think we need to vote on these weights, and I think we need to have an understanding of the CTB about the implications of land use. Exactly what Mr. Stant said. Exactly what it means, what the goal it accomplishes, and then how we're going to measure it.
I can also speak to why we chose the 100% to up to the doubling. So when we brought this to the board, it was to be in relationship to what percentage of the score should be considered land use. When we worked this out at the end, after looking back at it, we wanted to make sure land use was still having some influence. So we had tested, I can give you another example. Instead of doubling it, we tested looking up adding a 10% multiplier instead of 100%, which is what we're doing right now. And at 10%, it was only making up 1.4 of the total benefit score, 1.4%. Very, 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 very small. And now at the 100%, it's making up 11.4. So it is back in line with what a percentage of the score should be and what we're calling contributing to land use. And that is how we picked that number specifically.
We know how we calculate it. We might not have, yes, we do, Mr. Stant. We know exactly how we calculate it. We calculate it. It's a finite number. We know how we calculate it. It's a formula. We know how we do it. You may not understand it, you may not like it, but we know how we calculate it. It's a formula, right?
Garbage in, garbage out.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you don't say we don't know how to calculate it. We do know how we calculate it. It's a formula, right? We calculate it according to the formula. That's what we do. We do it now. That's what we do later. There's a formula. We show you the formula. That's how it's calculated. Now, is the formula the right formula? That's a debate, but we know how it works. We know how it's calculated. Mr. Davis.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. So I'm the new person, and a lot of this is new to me. I'm still getting
It's new to
up
all of us, sir. Trust me.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. So the multiplier that's applied to the benefit score, because that scorecard rolls down through all those columns, depending on the typology, and you get a score. That's the benefit score. And then that multiplier is applied to that score, not the Smart Scale score, the benefit score.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sellers.
Rain.
I mean, Ms. Sellers.
I didn't have a question.
She's been wearing me out. Ms. Green, I'm sorry.
I'd just like clarification on the explanation of the definition for land use, because when I thought land use, I thought very differently. I thought land use as you look at it in a SEDS plan or any other EDA grant or grant that's looking at land use. So land use in appropriate nature for me could be agriculture if it made a difference in heavy equipment traveling on the roads. So I really need a better definition of it.
If I can just add one comment to that, Mr. Secretary. When land use was called for in HB2, when it was first done, it was only applicable to metropolitan areas over 200,000. So it was always intended to be dense populated areas, and it was in round 3 or 4.
It was last round.
It was last round. The board had decided to expand it to cover the type C and D because the members saw that the other areas were getting extra benefit just because of where they were and not because of what the project was.
And they had similar opportunities for similar benefits, even in smaller places. Didn't have to be a huge place to get the benefit. And so they asked for it, if you will.
And we have to keep in mind that there has to be a practical level to this. So the measure was developed on something that could be practically calculated and modeled without having to have a million different coordination points and touch points and figuring out what certain land use interpretations are, and every single locality does land use differently. It has to be a uniform measure that we could apply that is practical to be measured. And just keeping an eye on the fact that we need to treat everyone the same in how we make any of these calculations. And the base of this was, how do we do something that we can calculate in a practical manner? And that's what was developed.
Ms. Stamp?
I really think we need to come back and look at this after we get an understanding of what definition of land use.
Mr. Stant, we've been talking about this for 11 months.
But we're not going to get it solved today.
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are, sir. We're going to take a vote. We're either going to throw it in or we're going to throw it out. Because we've got people that are relying on us here, folks. We've been doing this for 11 months. Figure out what you want to vote, make up your mind. We're not kicking this can down the road, Mr. Stant. No, it's not. That is not our duty here. We've had 11 months. We've had consultants. We've had staff. We've talked about this. We've had workshops ad infinitum. I get it. If you don't like it, vote against it, but we're not going to kick it down the road forever. We have an obligation to our applicants to tell them how this is going to work. And we can't just keep kicking the can down the road. They're going to be putting this in the first of the year.
Call the question.
That's what we're going to do. So the question is, do we want to have any land use in here or not? Right? I think that's the first question, right? If we do, what does it look like? If you want to throw it out totally, I would tell you, I think you're going against legislative intent, and I think you're going to create yourself a problem. And I don't recommend it, the consultants don't recommend it, and the staff doesn't recommend it, but the board gets to decide.
Mr. Secretary,
Let me finish. So we're going to make a decision. If we can hedge and come back and not affect a lot of people, to your point, and get a tweak like we did on the other one, I'm good with that. But at some point, we got to make a decision, and I don't know what changes between now and 30 days from now, unless we don't understand something, and then so be it. We need to do that. Mr. Stan, I'm sorry.
Last point, I disagree with you 100% respectfully that land use is required by the statute. And the note in the draft resolution that indicates that House Bill 2 requires land use is wrong, it's incorrect, and it's not right. So land use is not mandated by statute, in my opinion, and that's just, you know what that's worth. And as far as I'm concerned, it should be voted out.
Mr. Secretary, I'm just following your lead. Can we at least knock out the first item, is land use in or not, and have a vote on that?
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay. Well, then I'll move.
But I want everybody to be heard, and I want people to understand as best we can understand it.
I understand.
Right?
To the extent we need a motion, I'll make it that land use is not included anymore. It's out.
But don't consider land use whatsoever in the
Yes, sir.
scoring system.
Just to move this off center.
Mr. Secretary, again, with all due respect, I think we're in violation of the law if we do this. Just want to make that clear.
There are two lawyers that disagree with you, but that's okay.
I'll second it.
I think Fred, well done.
So we can have some debate on this specifically.
We have a motion, we have a second. And the motion and the second is disregard entirely land use as we talk about it in this context, and that the category heretofore, in the process that we went to heretofore through, would be eliminated, and there would be no other consideration of what heretofore has been called land use. That's the motion. That's the second.
Yes.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Lawson would tell you he thinks we're violating the statute. The two lawyers think we're not. The OAG will tell us at the end of the day whether we do or whether we don't, or the legislature will come back and tell us. Ms. Sellers?
Mr. Chairman, I think we address land use and accessibility and economic development. So I think we are in general compliance, as I would assume. I don't know, I'm not an attorney, but I think we could really get an attorney in here and kind of do what attorneys do and make sure we're in compliance. Because we do use land use in a very general sense in accessibility and economic development. So that's why I'll support it.
Yeah, it's sort of, not really, but, listen, we have a motion and we have a second. And the motion is clear, I think. No consideration of land use as we've looked at it as a category or as a multiplier. None. Okay? That's the motion. That's the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. I think the ayes have it. Can you
I'm going to abstain, Mr. Secretary.
You're abstaining.
Abstaining for lack of information, which has been clearly conveyed by this board in the context of confusion over this issue. I lack sufficient information to make an informed decision on it. I've heard that chorus loud and clear from my fellow board members today, so I will abstain.
Okay, so we've got an abstention. So,
And I would join in that for exactly the same reason.
and so the noes are, raise your hand, please. No. The ones that don't want to have any land use, excuse me, the ones voting for the motion to have no land use consideration other than the suggestion of where it might be and what it is what? 3? Okay. Raise your hand, guys.
Not two of them.
No, the motion was no land use consideration as we've defined it.
Yes.
Those in favor, raise.
Those in favor to have no land use,
As we've defined it? Is that
As
what
we
you said?
defined it.
well, Laura, Ms. Sellers introduced the concept that she thought we had land use in economic development and accessibility. So I'm trying to keep that separate from the discussion. And so as we've defined it as its own category, now as a multiplier, looked at just in and of itself, not as it may be baked into other factors, that we eliminate it and don't consider it whatsoever in the scoring process.
Better wake them up over there. Yeah.
7, throw out land use, okay? Land use is out.
Secretary, I don't know where we go from here.
It's a bad decision, in my view, but board gets to make decisions like that. It's, we've flown in the face, in my view, of the law. We've flown in the face of the administration. We've flown in the face of the consultants, and we've thrown it in the face of the staff that we're paid that work on this every day. But that's our decision, and that's what it'll be. I think it's a bad decision.
That's the
Mr.
last
Secretary.
topic.
But we have to
I
do
guess
the
other
waiting.
question is,
No, we haven't. We got another decision.
got the waiting to deal with.
Yeah.
I have to apologize, but I made a mistake in my voting for the caps. And I was confused when I raised my hand, and if possible, I want to change my vote. I don't like caps. I wasn't in favor of caps, and I unfortunately voted for it.
So you're out of order. We're going to finish this, and we'll
Okay.
come back to that.
Chairman, I think we have to do the waiting, right?
We do.
Motion to approve the waiting as presented.
Second.
So the waitings,
Mr. Commissioner, go back, please. Go ahead. Go, Ms. Lawson.
thought you were calling on the commissioner.
I was, but go ahead. You were saying
No, I was going to
something.
say, the land use factors, as recommended by the staff, were taking the points that you see, all the paren numbers are the changes where the previous land use factors are being redistributed. So in type A, you see 15% going to safety and 5% going to congestion, increasing them to the numbers you see bolded. They were the numbers, as you can see, all of the weightings going to safety and congestion. What was offered up by Ms. Hines and Mr. Kasperwitz were changes in 3 places, and you see those highlighted in yellow. And again, to reiterate, Mr. Kasperwitz said he's no longer looking for the changes in the accessibility measures that you see down at the bottom.
Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, I've taken a hard look at both the staff recommended scenario or weighting factors as well as the alternative proposal by Mr. Kasperwitz and Ms. Hines. And I'd say that, albeit the staff recommendations and the weightings associated with safety continue to be, I think we might have already gone too far. I can support it. We have a safety program that's already in place. And once we put those numbers and those values to safety, we'll never dial this back. And I think what we're proposing, I think, is an okay start. I do think the alternative proposal that's been presented takes away from congestion for the safety program overall. And I just want to be clear. Is safety important? Absolutely. But is the safety the end-all game for the smart scale program? The answer is no. When we have the Highway Safety Improvement Program and the things that we've been doing and the added funds that have gone to it, that needs to be the robust safety program to be able to address both systemic improvements and spot improvements. Smart scale in itself, and we've been through all of these measures, safety, congestion, accessibility, economic development, those are those things that are going to be the high priority projects or the larger projects for the Commonwealth to be able to address the needs of the transportation system. And so what I'd say is that what we have here on the alternative proposal has me concerned on a number of issues. One, once we put all those numbers onto safety, we'll never take them back. The board will give some indication that if we move them, then safety isn't important. Now, I can get behind the staff recommendations for safety. Where I fall short then becomes on the type C, where the alternative proposal increases the safety program at the detriment of congestion. And just recall that type C is predominantly Stanton, Lynchburg, in the 64 corridor right now through that area. Type C is on the pinnacle of becoming type B typology. And we said earlier that if we're going to look out 10 years into the congestion factor, or look out 10 years, congestion's going to continue to be a heavy role in each of the typologies in the future, whether it be type A up in Northern Virginia, Tidewater. We have congestion, and I've heard some board members say, well, the congestion's been reduced. The congestion hasn't been reduced. We heard it earlier that, okay, 123, and the multimodal solutions that need to be presented. We're talking about the bidirectional project along 95 to create reliable transportation along 95, the 495 express lanes, American Legion Bridge, all of those things that are congestion related. We need to continue to have a very balanced approach to the weighting metrics across these measures. And again, I can get behind the staff recommended approach. I do think if it was me, I'd dial some of the safety numbers back and give a better congestion accessibility score, and then come back and reevaluate it to say whether safeties should be a higher weighting or not. But to me, I think staff recommended, I can get behind. The alternative approach does swing the pendulum too far to the safety side at the detriment of congestion. And again, I just want to be clear, knowing that we're live streamed and a lot of context out there, safety is our job, number one. but we do have a safety program that's dedicated to solely safety and funding out there. So I don't want to give the wrong impression that safety is not important.
Ms. Casper.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just a couple of comments in response to the Commissioner's comments and then some comments in general. I think in the survey that we did, one of the overwhelming suggestions on the part of the applicants that responded to that survey is that we significantly increased the safety scores. I would suggest that 20% is still the smallest of the categories that have been defined. And in Northern Virginia, we have an extraordinary safety issue. We all know as a board that last year, for the first time, we went above 1,000 traffic fatalities. It's time to address this issue, and one of the primary mechanisms, I realize there's others, but one of the primary mechanisms is in fact smart scale. The other thing I'd like to address at this point, because I think it's important, is accessibility is really job accessibility. This is about people getting to work appropriately and conveniently. The governor has made, I think, a very appropriate effort to ensure that economic development is one of the important priorities of this board and of the Commonwealth. Job accessibility is what that is about. And I will tell you that we as a state, as a Commonwealth, compete with 49 other states and hundreds of other countries to be efficient and attract jobs and economic growth. And I think there's perhaps an expectation that Northern Virginia will always be a vibrant economic job generator, and that Hampton Roads will always be an economic, vibrant job generator. We can't take that for granted. We've got to make sure that people aren't locating to Austin because they've got good accessibility getting to and from work. It is vitally important that we look at accessibility if we want to maintain the strong positions that we have in Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads. The second comment that I'll make regarding regarding the categories in general is we've certainly not solved congestion in any of our jurisdictions, but we've made a significant dent, and we've spent in the first 5 rounds of Smart Scale billions of dollars focused on congestion reduction projects. We will probably never solve it. I don't think there's a solution that will ultimately eliminate congestion. But I can tell you, if we don't pay attention to the economic drivers that make the Commonwealth what it is, we're going to miss the opportunity. Those jobs will go elsewhere because people will not move to an area where it takes them an hour and a half to commute. So our effort to push accessibility and to factor safety comes from those basic premises. The other thing I will tell you is one of the requirements that we have in Smart Scale, if we read the code sections that have been described ad nauseum today, there's a requirement that we as board members solicit input from our constituent applicants. And we're supposed to take that and consider that in the weighting decisions in particular. And I will tell you, contrary to one of the comments made today by one of the interest groups that presented, we have the vast majority of our constituents, 11 out of 12, depending on how you categorize the constituency, that have said they favor the solution that Ms. Hines and I have created here. Focused on accessibility, getting people to and from their jobs, keeping the economic engine vibrant in Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads, and focusing on safety so we can start to attenuate, reduce, eliminate the carnage that's occurring on our highways right now. 1,000 deaths is something that we need to focus on. So there's a method to this, and I stand strongly on the fact that our constituents are in favor of this in the vast majority of their comments. And I think all of you who attended the October meeting heard the support from the speakers that were part of that presentation. That's the basis for this. We've consulted individually and doing our research on this with Mr. Stant and Mr. Coleman. Mr. Coleman's comments in particularly emphasize the need for good job accessibility. I believe this is the appropriate recommendation for where we are at this time.
Anybody else? Ms. Sellers?
So is this accessibility measure back on?
It's job accessibility, and it's measured as it was originally.
Let me be clear. There's 2 pieces to that slide. The first says factor weighting revisions. The second says measure weighting revisions. It's the measure weighting revisions that he says he's no longer advocating,
Second part has been removed.
not the factor weighting revisions.
Economic.
Just black out the bottom of the slide, excuse me, the middle of the slide, says measure rating revisions, and that's what he's talking about. Anybody else? So let me say this. Mr. Casper, our constituents aren't the localities and the governments in those localities. Our constituents are the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Those are our constituents. So everybody that comes here to speak is our constituent. And the man who spoke here before represented chambers of commerce and business organizations across Northern Virginia. And they're our constituents, not just a supervisor or a county administrator or manager or whoever it might be. They're important too, but the 8.7 million people that live in this Commonwealth are our constituents. That's who we're representing here, not the governments.
Don't dispute that, Mr. Secretary.
So I didn't interrupt you. You can don't interrupt me. It's insane to think that congestion is not a problem in the Commonwealth. All these major projects that we continue to chase, let's just tell them that 81 doesn't have an issue. Let's tell them that Northern Virginia doesn't have an issue. Let's say 95, there's no issues. There's no issues in the Gap. There are no issues at the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. None of those are issues. They don't exist. That's just not even close to reality, right? The commissioner has been very clear. We have a safety program. That's all it does. It's substantial and it's important. Oh, by the way, the things that you're talking about here in safety, with all due respect, that's not the majority of our problem with the deaths that are happening in Virginia. The deaths that are happening in Virginia are tied to behavior. They're not tied to engineering. They're tied to behavior. And we need to bend the behavior curve. We cannot engineer and build our way out of this problem. It's a behavioral problem. It's not the road that makes me look at the phone. It's not the road that makes me get drunk and behind the wheel. It's not the road that doesn't make me put my seatbelt on. It's not the road that makes me do aggressive driving. Those are the factors that drive deaths in Virginia. It has nothing to do with this, nothing, right? That's what's driving the 1,000 deaths in Virginia. And thankfully, they're down this year. It looks like we're going to be down. But we've got a whole program across the Transportation Secretariat that's focused and will be focused on working with VDOT, DMV, and the state police to try to drive a change, not only to try to drive a change in driver behavior, driver education, and driver behavior. That's what's driving the 1,000 people and the deaths in Virginia. I know that's a fact. I study it every day. So there's no question that we need to be more safe, but safety money, that's not what this is doing here, folks. And we also have a full safety program, okay? That's what we already do. So to take it away from congestion, when that is the major problem we talk about in so many of our places, and in the places that are type A, we still have a problem in Hampton Roads, Mr. Kaspertz, and we still have a problem in Northern Virginia, and we still have a problem in Central Virginia, and we're growing those problems, thankfully, in other places as we grow. So the staff recommendation was, and you heard the commissioner, he thinks we went too far in the staff recommendation because we've got another program that already does that 100%, and because we have these other things that we really need some work on. And if you don't think congestion affects my ability to get to a job, I don't know how many people you think are using their cars to get to their jobs, but it's huge. Okay, so it's a balance here. It's a balance. Yeah, I want the development that's sort of neighborhood development. I want that. I want more of that. I think that's a good thing. I want people to be able to get to their jobs, whether it's by a bike, by walking, by a transit system, or by in their car. But all you got to do is look out there to see what congestion does to economic development and what it does to people getting to their jobs, and that's one of the big problems. Congestion is not going away. And accessibility doesn't make up for congestion. If you don't live in that little accessible area, you can't get there. And not everybody lives there, with all due respect. which is why we have all these other modes to get there. And so at the end of the day, listen, we can argue about this till we're blue in the face, but we have a safety program. It's 100% safety. It's well-funded. We need to do some more. This safety program, this safety work is not what's driving our fatalities in Virginia. It's not, okay? It's still important, but it's not. We continue to have a huge problem with congestion. We're dealing with that on 495, we're dealing with that on 95, we're dealing with that on 66, we're dealing with it on 64, we're dealing with it on 81, and it's just going to get worse. It just is, because we're growing, thank God. And so all those things are why the staff recommended endorsement, in my view, is the right way to go. I don't think you can reduce congestion in those major areas that have full congestion. And our constituents aren't the localities that came in, those two localities that came in. Our constituents are the citizens of the Commonwealth. And so that's where I would leave it. And are there any other thoughts or suggestions? Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, I do have a question. The slide we're looking at here reduces access to jobs by 20% and assigns that to access to intermodal choice. Is that what we're going to be voting to accept or not?
Which one are you talking about? No,
Well, the one
don't
on
look.
the one
The
right
stuff
here.
that's below, the stuff that's to the right of measure weighting revisions, eliminate that. That's
Okay.
gone.
All right.
It's
got it.
merely
Thank
the
you.
factor weighting revisions up top versus the factor weighting revisions on the previous page. That's what we're talking about. Yes, sir, Mr. Anybody else?
And Scott, did you withdraw your recommendation here?
I'd like to make a motion to vote on the alternate recommendation.
Mr. Kasperitz, you're trying to run the meeting. Let me ask again, if there are other people that have something to say, because you've interrupted that twice, is there anybody else that wants to say something? Ms. Sellers,
Can you go to the previous slide?
slide
I thought
10.
Mr. Merrill made a motion on this, but I can't. I also have lost track. So this is what we're looking at. And when I do look at like type B to what the commissioner was saying, that safety, and I look at some of the scores coming out of the district this round, the ones that scored high in type D on safety were already in the top category anyway. This would just make them go more. So would there, I don't know for the other districts, but would there be an appetite to move that, maybe to congestion? I don't even know where would you move that to, Mr. Commissioner?
I take it either to congestion or accessibility. Shift things to the right.
Take things from safety over to.
She talked about D.
Yeah, I talked about D. That's one of them in my district. B and D are the ones in that are in Fredericksburg. But taking D to 50%, I see what you're saying. I mean, that makes it like the super category in type D. And I would hypothesize that those already got them, so.
I'm trying to control
Excuse me?
them. I'm trying to control them.
Good luck. Listen, folks, we know how this is about trying to drive more money into a place. That's what this is about, right? That's how we're looking at all this, and we need to stop looking at that. We need to stop it. And we need to look at what is in the best interest of the constituencies of the Commonwealth. And whether we get more or less money one place is not relevant. It's where we put the money that gets the best bang for the buck. We do that already. We segregate most of our money already by district. It's going into that district, right? We've already sort of done that, right? Now the question is, how do we do the best expenditure of that money given where it's going to go? And I'm just telling you that the congestion remains a problem. It's the biggest problem that we have. It's the one that impedes the most, that creates the most emissions problems. It's the one that creates the most accessibility problems. It drives up the cost. In those areas, it's critically important. And the safety is very important, but this isn't going to drive a reduction in what we're talking about. What it's going to do is it's going to drive some more what we call safety projects. And there'll be small improvements. They'll be good. They'll be important. but they don't return the same value. So, I mean, the commissioners weighed in, the staff has weighed in, the consultants have weighed in, they've told you why they think this is what it should be, but it's your decision. We've got a staff recommended a piece, and then we have a Northern Virginia recommended piece, and we have got whatever else y'all want to recommend, we can consider. Right, if there's no one else, Dr. Smoot?
Well, why do we keep coming back to this slide if it's been withdrawn?
It's not, the slide hasn't been withdrawn, Dr. Smoot. It's
Just the
under accessibility, you see the three balloons, A1, A2, A3?
I do.
Erase that.
Got it.
Everything else on the slide is good. So the suggestion was a two-part suggestion. One was change the weightings up top, and then within accessibility, change some of the scoring inside the accessibility itself. What Mr. Kasperwitz did to try to build his momentum was he pulled that so that Mr. Coleman and Mr. Stant wouldn't be as excited about what it did to their districts. So he pulled that out. And he says, all right, just go back with that. That's what he did. And I understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. Mr. Stant.
May I make a proposal?
Yes, sir.
My opinion is, let's take 5% out of accessibility out of Mr. Kasperwitz's proposal and put it in congestion.
Commission recommends safety, taking 5%. Is that
Take it out of-
correct?
I'd take it back to 50 if it was me.
Commissioner recommended taking out of safety first.
In congestion.
Put it into congestion. I would be in favor of taking.
Mr.
Take
Kasperwitz, I'm
5%
running the
out of
meeting, Mr.
safety and put it in
Kasperwitz. You're not
congestion.
running the meeting, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just please stay in your lane. Thank you very much.
I'm thinking out loud. Motion, I move then we take 5% out of safety and put it in congestion. Leave the rest of it as proposed by Mr. Kasperwitz.
Second.
Mr. Secretary, if I could just ask a point of clarity. Mr. Stant, are you taking that 5%, is that only in type A, or is that in all types?
Can we go to slide 10?
I'm talking,
Can we go to slide 10, please?
Yeah.
All right, that's the staff recommended starting point. So what do you want to do to that?
take 5% out of safety in type A and add it to congestion.
I don't think that's what you want to do.
I can second that.
Already seconded.
No, I'm talking about the staff recommended. If you take the staff recommended right there, and you take 5% out and put it to congestion, right? So that makes safety 15, congestion 55.
On the other, he's talking about the other ones,
That's
the
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 I'm
previous.
I'm starting with this. That's
Okay,
the
well-
staff recommended. What do you want to do? That's what I'm starting with.
5% out of safety.
5 percentage
Yes.
points out of safety in type A.
Mr. Chairman, if I may try to explain it, I think.
Folks, I'll be happy to hear your explanation.
So you take 5% from safety, this type A only, 5% from safety, move it to congestion, 55%. Of that 55%, take 10%, move it to accessibility.
10% from what?
So it's 15%, 40%, 25%, 5%, 10%.
45% for the second.
45.
15,
Yeah.
45, 25.
15, 45, 25, 5, and 10.
I thought you were saying put 5% on congestion.
And then
5%
take 10
on,
away from there to go to accessibility.
You go from reduced safety to 15%.
right?
Move that 5% over to congestion temporarily, that increases it to 55%. But then reduce that from 55 to 45% by taking 10% there and taking it to accessibility, which then makes that 25%. Leave economic
So
development.
you want to
environment-
reduce congestion. I don't know why you're doing two steps. You want to reduce congestion by 5 and put it in accessibility, and reduce safety by 5 and put it in accessibility.
Correct. Yes, sir.
One step, right? So we're going to do exactly what the commissioner asked us not to do. That's what you would do. He wanted it in congestion. He said, don't reduce congestion.
Mr. Secretary, at least for type A, 15, 50, and 20. 15 in safety, 50 in congestion, 20 in accessibility.
I just don't know how to go to the type A folks here, folks, and Mr. Casper's notwithstanding, and tell them we've reduced congestion as a smart scale thing. They're going to look at us like like, what?
It'd be consistent with where we are today. It'd be no change in congestion.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not advocating a reduction. So is your proposal, Mr. Folks, and Mr. Casper, I would look at this as a substitute because I'm getting lost where we are. Change safety on type A to 15. All right. Leave congestion where it is, change accessibility to 20, and everything else stays like it is. Is that your recommendation?
No, that's not what we.
Well, what did you recommend? You said take 5 out of safety, move it to accessibility.
Well, the simplest way to do it, move 5 from safety to accessibility, that makes that 20. Take 5 from congestion from 50, move it to accessibility. So
Okay,
then
that's what
it's
you, and the commissioner
15,
came in and
45,
said,
25, 5, 10.
and the commissioner said, I wouldn't want to take anything out of congestion. I'd take the safety, move it to accessibility, and make it 15, 50, and 20. That's what he recommended.
But just for clarity, we've got 15, 45, 25, 5, and 10.
So the land use, what Mr. Folks is
still
suggesting is
45%.
the 10 points from the 20 points from land use in type A, 10% go to safety and 10% go to accessibility. From the current weighting to the proposed weighting.
Safety, let's just be clear. Safety will be 15, congestion will be 45, and accessibility will be 25. Don't have to put it in one column to move it to another. Just move it one time, right? And what the commissioner said was he would not want to see a reduction in congestion for type A. It's the major problem that they have. And we're going to be reducing instead of keeping the same or increasing. And I would just have to tell you that the people that I talk to in those regions would tell you their number one problem is congestion. It's that today, it's going to be that tomorrow, and it's going to be that 5 years from now. And if we start reducing, then we're just playing into that problem.
Current situation is not a reduction, it's same, it's no change from current. It's not a 5% reduction, it's not increasing at 5%, which is what the staff recommended. It's leaving congestion
Fair enough,
45%.
Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Brewer.
I want to agree with the commissioner's suggestion. I mean, the concept of dropping the congestion weighting, that congestion weighting helps drive us to a multimodal solution. And you look at corridors like 95 where we've got rail solutions, transit solutions, and highway solutions working together. I just think that this is going to have unintended consequences down the road to increase accessibility that much, and that comes from the multimodal person at the table.
Folks, I mean, I get this, but at some point, we have to understand that there are people that understand this better than we do, and they do it all day long, and that's what we've hired them to tell us. And we don't have to accept what they tell us, and we can make our own judgments, right? But, you know, Ms. Sellers?
Mr. Commissioner, what are the problems in type B, C, and D? If this isn't reflective of what the majority problems are in A, what about the other 3 types?
As I said, I do think that we went too far in the safety factors at the detriment of congestion. When we redistributed those items, I think moving elements of safety to congestion and accessibility continue to have a balanced approach across the board. When we've increased safety by 15 points and look to decreasing congestion in some places or holding it steady, I think we've swung that pendulum too far to the safety side. Take type C. Type C is on the pinnacle of being a Type B at some point in the future. We can always come back. Here's my concern. We've swung the pendulum to safety. And for the board to come back and say, well, congestion is more important than safety. If this doesn't work for the congestion side, you can still swing that pendulum even a little bit further to the safety side. But I think we've just taken it to the nth degree right now and said, okay, everything goes into safety for where we are. We've said that we would come back in, and if this doesn't work for smart scale, we can always revisit this at some future date. But for the board at some future date to say, well, safety isn't as great as what it is for, and we need to move that back to congestion, I think that's going to be a hard pill to swallow.
So would you hold safety consistent with the 20, 25, 30, 40, and then move, I guess those, we did type A, but for type B, that 5% would go what, to accessibility?
This might be a surprise, but I would take it back to 15, 20, 25, and 30. Down the line, move it to congestion and accessibility.
All right, hold on, say that again. 15.
15, 20, 25, and 30.
And that's on safety type, okay.
And then we would move that to congestion and accessibility.
Okay, to be,
I haven't figured that out yet.
it has to equal 100. But this is the first time I think we've heard, the commissioner give us this.
And I said, and I apologized up front that I can get behind the staff recommendations, but I do say that we've taken it too far. But if we're looking for an alternative proposal, I'd be more than happy to take 2 minutes and come up with the alternative ranking. But it takes what we have in safety and moves that to congestion and accessibility.
Ms. Kaspertz.
Mr. Secretary, I believe my colleague, Mr. Folks, has put before this board a alternative resolution. He's articulated it clearly. It's been seconded. I think this board owes him a vote on that. I'm not sure if we can discuss it.
Are you comfortable with our discussion right now, or you want to?
I just think it's interesting that for the first time, we've heard the commissioner's comments on this, and this has been in play for several months. I'm happy to hear his recommendation, because I'm not sure I understand it. By the way, Bristol District is type D only, so in that respect, my district is not involved in this particular conversation, or is not impacted, I should say. But as you pointed out, we represent the citizens of the Commonwealth, and so type A is important to the Commonwealth and type B both. But I'm happy to withdraw my motion in order to let the commissioner articulate what he proposes for type A and type B. And then I might want to make another motion.
All right, sir. Mr. Commissioner.
You ready?
Yep.
So my proposal would be type A. Ready?
Sir.
Safety 15, congestion 50, accessibility 25. Type B, safety 20.
Stop. 15, 20, you can't.
Well, there's two other ones.
Done that.
Sorry.
It's got to be 20 or.
Yeah, it's 15, 50, and 20. My apologies. Type B, 20 for safety, 25 for congestion, 25 for accessibility. Type C.
Excuse me, would you go repeat A again?
15, 50, and 20.
Oh, 15, 50, and 20.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Type B, he said 20, 25, and 25.
Type C, 25, 20, 20. Type D, 30, 15, 15.
Folks?
You leave the two columns over here the same. Economic development and environment remain the same.
So let's review what the commissioner said, just to make sure everybody heard what he said. So type A would now be, and I'm going to read these, just safety, congestion, accessibility. Type A would go 15, 50, and 20. Type B would go 20, 25, and 25. Excuse me. Yes. Type C would go 25, 20, and 20. Type D would go 30, 15, and 15. That's what the commissioner is recommending.
Mr. Secretary, may I ask a question?
Mr. Merrill.
How is it that we at this time get a different recommendation from the commission than what's being recommended from the staff?
Same reason we keep iterating this whole thing. The staff made a recommendation, not the commissioner, okay? The professional staff with the consultants and a lot of discussion, and the commissioner acceded to them, right? It's not what he thought was best, but he has a group of people and they thought it was best, and he went along with that. You asked him what his opinion was, and he said this is what he would do, right? So we didn't like tamp down the staff and make it the commissioner's recommendation personally. We made a group presentation and he accepted it. And so that became the staff recommendation. That's what's different.
Now it's a change.
No. Asked him what his personal opinion was, his own opinion, his specific opinion, and he told you what it was.
So what is VDOT's recommendations? Since we have a staff recommendation that differs from the commissioner's recommendation.
I told you the staff, and we recommended what we recommended. You asked the commissioner if he would have done something a little different, and he told you he would have, just like any of us. If you asked the governor what his opinion was, my opinion would be his. If he says, give me your opinion that's not mine, I would tell him. Mr. Folks?
Takes a little while. It does, the commissioner's recommendations do impact type D, and the staff of the Bristol district with whom I communicated were happy with the proposed changes from the staff on the 40-10-10. So I don't know what their attitude would be.
Listen, folks, we got to stop.
I understand
We're
that.
not here to decide, we're not here to just say, my district would, I mean, I don't know how you do that. Do you poll the county governments? Do you poll the VDOT people? Do you poll the citizens? I get it. At the end of the day, we're going to have lots of inputs for each of us, right? I got a boss, I got constituents, they're going to tell me what they think, and I'm going to tell you what I think. And so I hear you, but at the end of the day, you got to make a decision that you think is best for the Commonwealth, given all the inputs that you have, and whether that is in lockstep with somebody in the district or not, that's not our job. Our job is not to come here and to vote the way the district might vote. Our job is to take all that into consideration, as Mr. Kaspertz has reminded us a number of times, to talk to our constituencies and to take into consideration what they tell us. Our constituencies, in my view, are more broad than what he suggested, but nonetheless, his point's well taken, and I agree with him. But it's not to go do exactly what you, I mean, this is not, it doesn't work like that. It's use our brain, give them what we know, make a decision, so.
May I respond?
Oh, sure, sir.
I fully understand that, but for several months now, type C and type D have been agreed to, as far as I know, from all constituencies, including the staff. That is the new proposal that are in type C and D. And that here it is at 5 o'clock on the end of the first day of the meeting in December. We suddenly have from the commissioner, and I absolutely respect what he's saying and the reasons behind it, but you know, suddenly there's a change now that does impact my district, and C and D types also. And so I just
You can
can't
reject them,
agree
Mr.
with that.
Folks. I mean,
Sir?
you can reject them.
I do.
It's fine. I mean, the Northern Virginia had a different factor than the staff did too. You can reject that.
Oh, I understand that, and I'm not in disagreement with the commissioner on A and B, although we've heard other comments from Mr. Cabbage and Mr. Merrill as to the other changes that I can't disagree with those either.
Well, we can break them down line by line. I mean, but what we're not going to do is kick the can down the road. We're going to make a
I
decision.
don't want to do that.
Make a motion to accept D as presented and staff recommended.
The staff recommended there.
Staff recommended D, 40, 10, 10, 30, 10. Right here.
Or you're just trying to pull out D.
I just say I'll make a recommendation to accept D as presented by the staff recommendation.
Any further discussion? All right, there's a motion and there's a second to leave D, or to have D at 40, 10, 10, and 30, and 10, as indicated on item number 5. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Casper?
Nothing, sir.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, Mr. Kaspers.
I'd like to make a motion regarding type A, which would be 15% on safety, 45% on congestion, 25% on accessibility, 5% on economic development, and 10% on environment.
Clear? So the staff recommended was 50 on congestion, and you take that to 45?
Correct.
And
Where it is currently.
Excuse me?
Where it is currently.
You take that to 45. Safety would be at 15?
That's correct.
And accessibility would be at 25?
That's correct.
So functionally, from the commissioner, well, let me not conflate that. It's 15, 45, and 25, and 5 and 10. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think you
I
made
made
it,
that-
I
I
think
made
you
that
made it as a
motion.
motion. I think, yes, it is a motion.
Yes.
You second it. Is there further discussion?
I do have a comment on that one. I do see the commissioner's point on that, to tell some of these localities and these constituents that congestion needs to be reduced. I think it's a bit rough.
Well, they're not reducing it, to be clear, Ms. Sellers. It currently is at 45%. Okay, when we eliminated the land use factor, the recommendation from the
45?
staff was to move it up to 50%. And that's what you're seeing here. So from today, the 45 is what it is today. What the staff recommended is that we increase it to 50%. What Mr. Kasperitz has recommended is that we don't increase it, we leave it where it is, and we move 5 points from safety over to accessibility, and 5 points from the recommended 50 to take it back to where it is now at 45, and move that to accessibility. So it'd be 15, 45, and 25. Is that correct, Mr. Kasperitz?
That's correct, Mr. Secretary.
That's what he recommended. So we didn't go down, we stayed the same. The recommendation was to go up for the reasons that have been stated over and over and over and over again. So we have a motion and we have a second. I think we had, yes, Mr. Coleman seconded. And so if you don't like those numbers, then vote no. If you like those numbers, vote yes. All right, is there further discussion? Is there a substitute motion? No further discussion. Then we'll call the question. All in favor of Mr. Kasperitz's recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Okay, ayes have it. B and C have recommended staff recommendations. Does anybody want to make a motion to accept the recommendations of the staff?
I recommend the C be adopted as recommended by the staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? So the staff recommendation is reflected in item 5 on page 10 would be the type C numbers. Now we're down to type B.
Excuse me, B is just the city of Richmond, the Richmond district, is that?
Fredericksburg.
Fredericksburg.
Fredericksburg as well, okay.
So Ms. Sellers,
I actually like. It stays the same for safety. If I'm reading this
so let
correctly.
me
Lord
read the
help us.
commissioner. The commissioner said 20% safety, 25% congestion, and 25% accessibility. So basically what he did was he moved 5 points from safety to take it back to where it was and put it in accessibility.
Yes, and that adds in the multimodal that Fredericksburg
to
and
Director
Richmond seem to
DeBrule's
like.
point.
I don't know, I'm gonna go with my colleague from Richmond. They seem to like these trails in these two cities.
Secretary, could you clarify what's being proposed for B?
Yes, sir.
The
Type
difference-
B would go to 20, 25, 25, 20, and 10.
I'll make the motion to
Ms.
adopt.
Sellers moves, Mr. Folks seconds. Is there further discussion?
10-point increase in congestion for type B.
20, yes, sir. Again, numbers are 20, 25, 25, 20, and 10. There's a motion, there's a second. There's been further discussion. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Congratulations. At 6 o'clock, Mr. Stant.
Need one now.
We'll do that after we adjourn, Mr. Stant. Mr. Lawson, Ms. Jackson, we voted on all our measures. It's recorded. What we're not going to be able to do well here, folks, and you're going to have to trust us, is to wrap all this up in some sort of combined resolution is going to take us way too long to get you here. So what we're going to do is, this is all recorded, it's all on tape. We're going to go, so we got a true document, if you will. So we're going to go back and reflect this in a written resolution. We'll send it out to everybody. We'll basically suggest that's what we've approved, what we've approved. Now we're just going to put it in one fell swoop so you can see it all at one time. And we'll use the recorded version as our Bible. And we'll send that out to you probably, is today Monday? We'll send it out this week, next couple days. All right, Mr. Coleman.
I don't want to be out of order again, but I do want to change my vote on the caps. And that was a mistake. I apologize for any confusion it would create.
Mr. Secretary,
Earl.
while you're cogitating that, I appreciate your indulgence in the variation, but I have a resolution which I know we will not be able to act on today, but I'll ask that it be CTB to address two things that you and I have communicated with regard to discouraging jurisdictions from unbundling projects and having a way to, which I think has a benefit of reducing applications, having them prioritize, reducing the staff work, et cetera, so that we could not have what I would consider a common project be broken up into three. And for the Lawson and Secretary Miller, that there were 3 or 4 projects in the Stanton District in the last round that, when unbundled, I personally thought they were really like one project: a sidewalk, an intersection, and the other sidewalk, a streetscape, an intersection, another streetscape. To me, it had the potential of gaming the system, and I don't criticize the individuals submitting that, but based upon the metrics and the math, if these projects had been combined to one, their smart scale score would have materially lower, and they would not have met the funding threshold. But by uncoupling them, they had higher smart scale scores and therefore went higher in the ranking. So that's number one. And the second, which I respectfully appreciate the Secretary's position, but I believe that he and I disagree slightly or maybe materially. I would like to consider a way to reward jurisdictions for contributing to transportation initiatives in addition to the reward that they get right now by buying down the project. And so what I mean by that, if you have two jurisdictions and they're each submitting a $50 million project and they have the exact same benefit score, if one jurisdiction puts $10 million in and the other jurisdiction puts 0 in, the jurisdiction that put the $10 million in is going to get a better smart scale score, obviously the cost benefit calculation that we know. But in the last round, I believe the numbers showed that we left as a Commonwealth $700 to $900 million of local funds that had they been funded with smart scale, some of those projects would have produced additional economic investment in transportation. So I have a proposal which is to reward jurisdictions on a sliding scale to give them a small bonus percentage based upon their contribution to projects, in addition to the reward that they get by buying down projects if they put money in and improving their score. So I know,
Mr. Merrill, we'll workshop those.
Yep.
And we'll look at those. Those are not going to impact the next round, but we certainly can and should, and we will do that at the next meeting. We'll workshop it and sort of show you what that means and get some staff input. So we'll do that. It's not urgent because it's not going to be part of the next round. It's just impossible to make those changes at this point for those, but it's certainly worth looking at.
no, I certainly, Ms. Secretary, I appreciate that, but I do think for consideration for next round with regard to the unbundling. I mean, we heard repeatedly about the work that your team is doing, and there were 9 applications just in Stanton, if not 12, that could have been done in 4 if they had been what I call clustered. And they, in my opinion, as a CTV member, they were dealing with the exact same issue in the exact same corridor, but they just broke them apart to score
It
better.
wasn't like a phase-in of a big project. It was just, I think the illustration used before is we'll do this side of the street with a sidewalk, and then we'll do the other side of the street with a sidewalk, and none of us want that, Mr. Merrill.
Couldn't that possibly be handled in the technical guide?
That's what I'm saying. It might be able to happen administratively.
Exactly.
We'll look at it. I mean, I think we're all on board with that concept. And I won't call it gaming. I'll call it they're taking advantage of the rules that we gave them. They're trying to get the best result given the rules that they have. Okay?
They are
Optimizing exactly
their applications.
So listen, let me say this. This has been a long road, and I think we got to a really pretty good place. And, you know, it won't be exactly what Will you wait, Mr. Kasperitz, for God's sakes?
Before you conclude, I wanted to make one comment, but I'll wait.
I'll call on you. You know, it's not going to be probably what any one of us would have done on our own, right? The commissioner sort of proved that out to us a few minutes ago. But I think everybody's been engaged, everybody cares, everybody's trying to make it the best it can be. Everybody has weighed in and done a lot of hard work. And so I appreciate, and Mr. Merrill, some of you had to put up with me in deep discussion. And so I recognize what that means. Ms. Sellers, you can just reference my dear bride and my partner. As you did before.
Per diem get doubled then?
It might be. I think Mr. Coleman took care of that last night. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. But I just want to thank everybody, and particularly the staff. Listen, you know, we all have the same goals here, right? We all have the same goals. We just sometimes look at it a little differently, and we have different ways to get there. But Ms. Jackson, great work for Opie, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Director, and my staff that's worked hard on it, and all the rest of y'all. I think we've made it better than it was. And like was said earlier, we're not perfect, but we're never going to get to perfect. But if we keep making it better each time, then we're in good shape.
Mr. Secretary, on the advice of counsel, I think to Mr. Coleman's change of his vote. That was one where you had to split a tie vote.
I did.
Are we going to revisit that vote in its entirety, or do we take it that with that change of vote, there's no longer a split vote?
I didn't take another vote.
Do we need to? On the advice of counsel, and I'd go up to the podium, Chandra.
Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to seek clarification as to what the effect of that would be, because I believe that was the vote in which you broke the tie. And so a change of the vote would have an influence on whether or not you would vote.
Yes, it would.
And so is Mr. Coleman actually changing his vote? Are we going to redo that vote? Are you?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, Mr. Coleman hasn't had the opportunity to change his vote because it hasn't been brought up as a revote on an agenda item.
understood. I just want to make sure that the minutes are clear, that we're not revisiting that.
I didn't say we aren't, I said we haven't.
Okay.
Okay, we haven't revisited. Mr. Coleman,
Yes,
you were mistaken and you voted the wrong way. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
that's correct.
And so you don't want any application limits, just,
I don't want any caps.
okay. Going to revote? And I don't like doing it, and I don't agree with what you're doing, but have at it, Mr. Coleman. We had a motion before to accept the cap limit, right? Which was a staff recommended scenario. And the vote at that time, I believe, was tied at 6-6.
Actually,
or 5-5.
I made the motion to not have the cap, to reject it, and then it came in at a tie.
Substitute, no, the substitute.
No, there was a substitute motion, sir.
I made the substitute.
Okay.
That was the time.
Well, the same net
We're in at the
effect is
same
you're going
place,
to,
yeah.
okay.
That's right. That's where my confusion.
So now it'll fail, then we.
No, we don't. So here's what we're going to do, all right? We're going to have the same motion, Mr. Folks, if you'll make the same motion, right? And let Mr. Coleman vote the way he wants to vote. Okay, so your motion was to accept the staff recommendation on the cap for the reasons that were made, the reasons that were given. There was a second, right? The second was Mr. Merrill. Who was the second?
Mr. Byers was the second.
Mr. Byers was the second, okay? If you'd like to remake the motion, I'd be happy to have you remake the motion.
My motion is to accept the staff's recommendations on the number of limits to application depending on the criteria that the staff reported.
And Mr. Byers, you seconded it. So we're going to vote again. So by a show of hands, who wants to accept Mr. Folks's motion to accept the staff recommendation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who wants to reject Mr. Folks's motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the motion's rejected. So now, do we have another motion?
I guess that would be my motion, to not create a 3-tier application limit.
Just leave it where it is?
Yes, sir.
The motion is to leave the cap limitation where it is. John, Mr. Lawson?
If we're not changing anything, I don't believe a motion would be required.
I think you're right.
Motion to enforce the requirements?
No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
That's already.
We're not doing that.
You have
Mr.
that
Merrill.
authority.
You're dipping into the machinations of a, no, we're not doing that.
No, I just asked if you made that motion.
No. Okay, so no motion's been made. It stays where it is. That is the conclusion of this meeting. Is there any new business?
Merry Christmas and happy
Thank you very
holidays.
much.